There we go. Sorry. Stuff happened. But here we are. Hello. And here comes Miss Snuddy.
I thought I told you to wait, but okay, sure.
I decided to start.
You decided to not adhere to what I said.
No.
I just had to go sniffle some mucus out of my nose. It's okay.
Blow your nose.
Yeah, blow my nose.
Jesus! It's okay. Apparently I deserve
Karma.
it. For what?
Started before I was ready. Karma.
Does it matter?
Yeah.
I just... Okay.
It mattered that much. Instant karma.
You... Whatever. Whatever.
What?
You of all people should know that's not a thing.
It's a saying.
It's a saying, I know. But you of all people should know that's not a thing.
Sure. Even though it's a saying.
You know how karma works.
I know how karma works in Buddhism.
Yeah.
Matter to the
That's where
average
the word
person.
comes from.
I know, but you also know that things change. Whether the average person is using it, it means something else.
Karma will be tallied up when you die and determine what you will be reborn as.
Yeah.
If you believe in Hinduism. Or Buddhism.
Buddhism.
Is it Buddhism only? Oh,
Buddhism.
okay. Buddhism, sorry. I talked out my ass again. So.
I don't know if Hinduism also has something akin to karma, but Buddhism definitely does, because Buddhism is the main one that believes in rebirth. Because rebirth is a bad thing.
Yeah. So. And, well, as long as you've got karma, there isn't exactly something called good or bad karma, really.
No.
It's just karma.
Yeah.
And as long as you got karma, you cannot enter nirvana.
No.
The state that is nirvana.
Yeah.
Nirvana is not a place.
No, it's a place that doesn't physically exist. Because it's not part of any of the realms.
Yeah. It's more of a state of being when you die, rather than like a place you go to, like heaven. Like basically, nirvana, as far as I understand, having read a bit about what nirvana is supposed to be, is more or less you just stop existing.
Yeah.
Nothing happens.
Because you let go of your
mortal desires.
Yeah, the worldly desires.
Yeah. And yeah, you don't go anywhere, you don't exist anywhere, you just stop existing. And nothing happens. It's honestly sort of akin to people who don't really have beliefs, except the fact that this is the desired outcome. Because they do not want to rebirth. Reborn. Rebirthed. Yes.
Rebirthed. Nice.
I words.
English in its purest form. Rebirth.
So.
Oh well.
That's a little bit about Buddhism.
Again.
I
can't remember when we last had that. Was it in the recording we had that?
Nope.
Was it in the stream?
It was last night.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
I didn't find it, but I also wasn't looking that much. But
No, we definitely talked about it.
I know we talked about like Norse mythology and stuff, but
it was because we talked about gods.
Yeah.
And I was like, Buddhism has multiple gods.
No, they have deities. It's not the same.
They're sort of like gods,
They're
honestly.
god-like beings. They're not gods. They don't work the same way as gods.
God-like God.
It's not the same.
No, it's not the
They don't
same.
work the same way as gods.
No. But, anyways. Yeah, so, but it was more that I was trying, finding out that depending on what realm you get reborn into and what you get reborn as, you can be reborn as a higher deity that is godlike, which is obviously better than being human. Human is kind of suffering, honestly. Not that the other thing isn't suffering, everything's suffering.
That's kind of the point.
Yeah.
But humans are some of the higher tier when you compare it to other animals or plant kingdoms.
Oh yeah, but the realm sucks.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
The human realm is bad.
Yeah.
But in the human realm, the kind of beings you can become, humans are near the top, if not the top.
So, if you're human and went into Buddhism, that means you've done pretty well as other things.
That means you have a good chance of moving on to Nirvana or a higher
higher realm.
Yeah. So, there's also a big thing about, or that's like a big reason as to why we have such things as monks that we know of from South India. No, South Asia. Sorry.
Southeast Asia, right?
India is South Asia.
Okay. It's just because a lot of Southeast Asian countries are Buddhists.
Yeah, but it originates from India.
Yeah, I know.
We have all these monks that separate themselves from society and such, where like they don't really do anything. They only eat to
those in Vietnam as well.
Yeah. Sustain themselves and such because they are trying to reach Nirvana.
Yeah.
So, which is different from Christian monks who just, follow the religion that they believe in.
I mean, they do cast aside some mortal desires.
Yes.
But it's more the things that are seen
not so
sins.
much more. Yeah, it's sins that they cast aside.
They bound themselves to never, bow down to temptation.
Yeah.
I'm trying very hard to find my words right now.
They will never commit sin. That is the idea for a monk or a nun, which is the female, I think.
Yes.
Which includes no sex.
Yeah.
Because sex is a sin.
No, lust is a sin.
Yeah, lust is a sin. And premarital sex is a sin, depending.
Because that's lust.
Depending.
Yeah. Because of the whole holy matrimony thing going on.
Yeah.
That's not why we're here today.
No.
No more talk about religion. These children will not understand it anyways.
You're not allowed to enjoy sex, according to Christianity.
Nope.
It is purely for reproductive purposes.
Reproductive purposes. Yes.
I almost forgot the word.
Many places.
Past
times.
Yeah. We kind of stuck to that for some reason. Christianity hasn't really evolved the way that it should have compared to how society has evolved.
No.
Which is a big issue.
Yeah. But don't worry about it. No more religion, as I just said.
More religion!
No more religion.
I like talking about religion.
Yeah, but right now we're playing a game.
Okay, sure.
And if you want to actually finish, like you wrote in the title, no more tangents.
But I like talking.
I know, you can talk about things in the game, eh? How about that?
I like talking about all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Oh well.
But you're the one who made that title.
Yeah.
So here we are.
We finished one of the
Moments.
That's what it was called, not memories. Moments. Last time.
We have one more.
We have one more. So we finished walking, and now it's time
Walks.
Yes, walks. And now it's time for a cycle or cycling. Something akin to that. Wheels. Okay. Well.
Be surprised.
Huh.
Wheels.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we will get the preview of step 2 afterwards. When we're done with this. We could also just go to the preview, but...
I want to do wheels. Hello, Bill. Hello. I've been summoned. Yes, you have been summoned in the morning.
Hi.
See, I told you yesterday that Val will come today.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Yeah.
I'm a little bit ill. Or
Still.
I'm snotty and coughing. Otherwise, I'm fine.
You still ill?
Sure thing, baby.
Ill still. Still ill.
Still ill.
Still ill. Anyways, let's get into this.
Val is here now. Wheels! At least you don't have to redo the first part we did last time.
No, not that I think it's that long.
Yeah. It was another cloudy Saturday. Golden Grove. Oh no! So ill. Oh no!
Oh no!
Everyone's ill. My little sister was ill. I'm pretty sure I got it from her too. Oh.
We'll have to see if I become ill.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't that bad. It's just annoying.
Yeah. Well, this is more.
Everything just hurting and your throat hurting. And
I have an appointment tomorrow, but
yeah, that's true.
If I get ill, I can't go to that appointment. Not that it can't, be over the phone.
It can be online, but
Well, it would mostly just be over the phone. It's
better if you can go in person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dead job centers.
It's just annoying that now because I'm 30, I have to go all the way into the city.
Yeah.
Because before that, it was out here where we live.
You couldn't even walk over there.
Yeah, it's like 5 minutes from here.
Yeah.
So, but
alas.
Yeah, now it's half an hour biking.
Yeah. I also have to bike tomorrow, so I'll probably go to hour at the same time.
If you're well enough.
I hope I am.
Anyways, you
when
read this?
3 kids reconvened in the middle of the cul-de-sac. I did not get to finish because I saw Mel's message.
Yeah, okay.
There you go. The moment had come to fulfill the promise you'd make to go riding around the park together. Baxter and Darren were gonna meet you partway there again. Gio said so as soon as he showed up. And this time, you told your mom before leaving the house that you were going to be out of the neighborhood.
Okay.
I mean, before that, with the first part, you kind of just went over there and be like, I'm gonna go with my friends. He's like, okay. This time you told her before this, because that's how normally would go.
Yeah, like, last time it wasn't really planned, per se. It was just more like, Gio was like, we should do this. And
Tamarack was like, we could also do this. And then you were like, which one do I want to do?
Yeah. And then we went to tell our mom whatever we were gonna do.
She did have fun and thank you for always keeping her up to date on your busy schedule. So busy. Dylan narrowed his eyes. It intensified the spark inside him like a magnifying glass, directing a laser beam of sunlight. And then the whole fucking grass plane just catches on fire. That's what I learned from those kinds of things.
Yep.
Thanks to cartoons, mostly, but
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah.
Obviously, depending on how dry it is outside, but
yeah. The bridge in the forest was most amazing to Tamarack, but this was Chio's special thing.
Though, actually, right now in Denmark, you should be able to do that. That's how dry it is.
It's fucking dry right now.
Yeah, it hasn't rained for weeks.
Yeah.
Now.
And it should, considering it's spring.
Yeah, spring is usually very wet for Denmark, so. But alas.
Let's go get our wheels.
Wheels. Hot Wheels.
Hot Wheels! Yeah, my voices are probably going to sound a little bit weird because I'm snotty, so I can't quite make the same sounds I usually do.
No.
But it's fine.
It's okay.
The three of you split off to your own houses along the curve of the cul-de-sac. Each kid disappearing around a corner or through the front door.
Like,
What?
so instead of rollerblades, you just tape a bunch of Hot Wheels to your feet.
It's gonna fucking be not very safe, but sure.
No, I mean they're most likely also just gonna break instead.
I mean, the old ones were made of metal, so they could hold.
Oh,
Today's Hot Wheels are made of plastic. They ain't
the
not holding
issue
shit.
is that the metal cylinder twig, it's very thin for the wheels, so they're just gonna bend up.
Ah, yeah, that's true. For
So-
that specific part, yes.
Yeah.
The car itself will just get screeches.
The body will survive, but
Unless it's the modern ones, because they're made out of plastic, most of it, so it'll just break.
they are.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of sad.
Yeah, it's sad, but also understandable, because metal is expensive to produce out of.
Well, it's getting harder and harder to get your hands on plastic these days.
Yeah,
so.
but it's still more expensive to use metal.
Oh yeah. But at some point,
Yes, of course.
it will change. And the nice thing about metal is that it can be reused almost infinitely.
Yeah,
I would
at
say,
least to an extent.
to an extent,
More than plastic.
way more than plastic.
Plastic's like you can reuse it maybe like 3 times, and then you have to make it into like heat-treated plastic, and then it cannot be molded
Yeah,
anymore.
the stuff that doesn't bend, it just breaks.
It's good for some things.
Yeah,
Heat-treated plastic.
it is.
It's what
If
you
you
use in
want
the
something
industry.
that's durable,
Yeah, it's just in the industry.
yeah, something that's durable, then that is what you will use.
Yeah. You got your scooter and made it to the meeting spot. Alright, we had a scooter.
Yeah.
Without any problems.
Scooter.
Scooter. Tamarack and Gio weren't there. You'd beaten them.
Yes.
I win! I win so much! I am the best.
Mm.
Standing there with a hand on the handlebar and nothing else to do, you glanced over your ride. It filled you with confidence. The scooter was super cool. It was cute and great. You loved your scooter.
No, it's
You
super
hated
cool.
the thing.
It's super cool.
It's super cool. My scooter is so cool. Only plebs have actual bicycles.
Mm.
For the helmet, Ma had gotten you a completely normal shaped one.
And if you say anything else, I'll break your ankle with my scooter.
Or I'll break my own. That's what happens. At least in America.
Well, if you have a proper scooter, yes, they're made out of metal and quite sturdy and can go quite fast and spin around fast and yes, you can break your ankle with it.
This is things I've heard from an actual ER doctor. So
Yeah.
it happens. Be careful on those scooters.
I mean, honestly, any kind of these like trick vehicles or whatever wheels you're using,
yeah.
like whether it's a scooter, it's inliner, rollerblades, or
I would say inliners are a bit better because they actually provide protection around the ankles. 'Cause it's a-
oh yeah, but all I'm saying is like no matter or like skateboard, it doesn't really matter because there's always a chance you fall and get hurt.
yeah. That's why you have protection gear. But people
Yes,
don't wear that when they go on scooters. That's the problem.
they should.
Yeah.
Just like with all the other things.
But people don't.
You should have for elbows and knees and
hands.
helmet and hands. Yeah.
Yeah. People don't.
Nope.
This is not mandatory.
No, but you're supposed to.
Yeah.
I know that, especially like skater kids and whatnot, they're like, nah, I'm too cool for that shit. But no, you should wear it because it's important. Otherwise, you'll just hurt yourself.
I read this already.
You have?
Yes.
Are you sure?
You just started speaking at the same time. Okay. What kind of pattern/color does thou want the helmet to be?
Shark tooth!
Chartreuse pattern! It was only a few minutes until the three of you were together again on the road, each with your wheels of choice. Jill ruled for you to be right between you and Tamarack and to be the very center of attention. Of course he would. He's also the only one who knows where we're going.
Pushes Chiyoko away.
Yeah.
Goes over to Tamarack.
I mean, I would not mind being close to Chiyoko, so here we are.
No. I know, but, we have different preferences.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know, I adore Tamarack's bubbliness and her, yeah.
Floofy but chaos. Just like a bird.
I think she's amazing.
She is.
She's great.
I like Chiyoko more. But that's his personal preference.
I know. Though both of them are small shits as of right now.
Our children just always...
Exactly.
Our character's a little shit.
Yeah.
Both Darren and Baxter are little shits. So, same. His bike was his pride and joy. He bragged about it basically as soon as you knew him. And finally, the day had come here where he was able to show it off. Pleb. He's using a bike. It was exactly as Jill always described. Black with silver splatters.
Oh.
Okay. That's a song I don't think we've heard before.
Nope.
The bike was polished to a reflective gleam. Jesus Christ. Someone's really proud of the bike. That made the nicks and scratches it did have stand out. He used his wheels a lot, even though he'd take care of it. Jill launched into a dynamic spiel on the qualities of the bike, listing off one feature after the other. Oh, he's obsessed with bikes, I see. He's a nerd. His ride had great treads and a lot of different gears and amazing suspension.
It's one of those. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would imagine.
Yeah. Which actually reminds me, there's also the BMX, which is also a trick bike.
Yeah.
But alas, any wheels where you do tricks, dangerous. Doing tricks is dangerous.
Yeah, it is.
I tried to get into skateboarding. I could sort of ride a skateboard, but I was scared of doing anything.
Yeah. Is he trying to ride it or sell it? He snickered, but you could tell it wasn't just talk. It did look bigger and sturdy than a typical kid's style, and you could get at any store. The helmet under Chio's arm was unique too. It was for serious dirt biking, with a face cover and everything. I'd imagine he uses it out in the middle of nowhere. Chio, where? Chio's explanation eventually ended. Tamarack chimed in to give her ride an introduction of its own. Hers was a whole lot shorter. Mine's really pretty, huh? She drummed her fingers against the handlebars. Chio's face is like, sure. If you say so, Tamarack.
Yeah.
Chio's bike was so incredible, according to him, that it must have been forged from the most powerful materials. Meanwhile, Tamarack's scooter looked like it came from Candyland. The main part was pastel pink with purple, squishy handles, and purple, not squishy wheels. Fucking love that.
Yeah.
You go, girl. There wasn't even a hint of dullness or one scuff anywhere. It would have looked brand new, except it was covered in tons of stickers. Same on this label. From top to bottom, rainbows, cutesy animals, and sparkly holographic hearts were pasted next to skulls, fire, and danger signs that might have glowed in the dark. Chaos! It's just stickers, doesn't matter what it is.
Sorry. Just taking out my foot here. There we go.
Can you get 5?
I'm trying. It's a little hard. Your leg is, weighing me down.
Muff.
I never had the typical kind of scooter that you would think of when you think of a scooter.
What would that be?
The ones you're able to do tricks on with the small wheels akin to inliner rollerblade wheels.
No.
I or my sister and I had some scooters. They were bigger. They had actual like wheels with air in them.
Instead of just rubber through and through.
Yeah. So it was tires that was on it.
Yeah.
And it was themed with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Nice.
Yeah, it was so cool.
I just had a standard, normal scooter.
The nice thing about
The one everyone has.
Yeah, the nice thing about these scooters is that you can ride them anywhere. Unlike, the normal scooters, which has small wheels and therefore cannot ride on dirt.
Yeah, I had that problem so often because I sometimes used it to get to school, and then when I had to go to a friend's place who lived at an orphanage, the only way to get there was gravel road.
Yeah.
Lord knows I could not do anything, so I always flipped it up so it was the back wheel and just started walking.
Yeah. Yeah. No, mine bigger and also had brakes, a brake handle.
Yeah, mine was just, the back thing you put your foot on it.
It's typical. You can't really do that with tires.
No.
You're gonna ruin the tires. Yeah. So that's why it was the typical brake blocks on the sides of the wheel.
Yeah.
That would push in against it to stop.
Yeah.
Did we get through this? Did we read this?
Yes, I read it.
Okay.
It's the stickers.
Stickers. Okay.
You had a hard time thinking she protected her scooter more than she would Charity's bike.
I think it's more the case that she just doesn't use it much.
Yeah, probably. It was possible. Oh, shit.
Oh no.
Lamau again.
Why? But I allowed it last time.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know. I've always been uncomfortable putting stickers on anything because if I had to throw something out, I'd lose the stickers too. Yeah. Same.
Yeah.
Same. That's also the reason why I never put stickers on anything. You have a habit of putting stickers on everything now.
Yeah.
So now there's just stickers everywhere.
Yeah. I wouldn't, I like things to be personalized.
Yeah.
Instead of just
I just wish it could be things where you could take them off again.
So like
that, if you have to throw something out, you can put it somewhere else.
Like Velcro patches to put on your clothes.
Exactly, yeah.
Where it's like you can put it on and then take it off again.
Yeah.
So you're not losing it.
Yeah.
Or you're not losing it if you're throwing out whatever thing you put it on.
Yeah.
So. Yes.
I don't think I got to read that.
You didn't?
Yeah. Yeah, it was possible covering it in stickers was the only thing she ever used it for. I don't think I ever got to read that because Val wrote.
Maybe.
Tamarack's helmet didn't have stickers. Maybe she decided it was cool enough already. The extra round shape had stripes of different colors and, oh yeah, huge rows of spikes!
Nice.
Kind of though, she might almost be as tall as Chew for once. Because she's small. And thinking of Chew, he shivered at Tamarack's decked out scooter. He's like, oh god. He tried to talk in his normal voice. It wouldn't be very polite to voice how horrified he obviously was, but Chew couldn't hide it. You're never gonna be able to scrape that off. I don't want to lose the stickers, they make it better! But they're gonna get old and fade and tear, and then what? I'll add more!
Yeah, exactly. That's the good thing about stickers.
Splatter it on! Yeah, Ace Attorney stickers.
Nice.
They're nice.
I
should probably make some too.
The nice thing about stickers is that, like, especially on stuff like this, where it's not a vehicle that you're using.
Yeah.
If they fade or break in some way or whatever, you don't no longer want to look at them, just put another sticker on.
Yeah. There'll also be a heap mountain of stickers at some point, but sure.
Yeah. I mean, you're most likely gonna be changing out the thing that you're riding on before that happens.
Yeah.
So.
Tamarack had an answer to every question, even if it was the wrong answer. But then Chiyoko closed his mouth. He must have thought the same thing you just did. Never mind. Your stuff's good, but mine's better!
Yeah.
I have a scooter and it's very cool. No way, mine is. No, mine! Nobody's gonna fucking agree to that shit. Well, I guess it's good. Mine is mine, and yours are yours. That was when the attention went to what you'd brought. Tammy and Chiyoko silently scrutinized your scooter.
That was very adult of Chiyoko to say.
Chiyoko is like that.
I know.
He's a people pleaser in his own weird teasing way. He gets along with everyone, you know. He knows. He always calculates what he wants to say before he says it. Unlike Tamarack, who just doesn't think before she blurts out. So they're very opposites in that manner. They were gonna like it, you were sure. How could anyone not? We're the same. Getting this made sense. In a town of bike boys, you were scooter kids. That was pretty special. Yours is so neat. Joe gave his own seal of approval. He reached acceptance on the no bike agenda of the rest of his neighbors. Those will do you good enough. I mean, we're just going to a fucking park, Joe. It's fine.
I hope that it is, you know, that we're able to ride there.
It should
that
be
it's
at the
not
other
dirt.
end of town, it's said, so I...
No, that's not what I mean. In the park.
Oh.
That it's not just dirt roads, dirt paths and stuff.
I don't remember what he said, it's been too long. Then Chiyoko refocused on acting like he was in charge of this trip. Okay, no more messing around. Let's suit up. Three of the cul-de-sac kids strapped on helmets. And nothing else.
I love her helmet. It's
so
great.
It's amazing. It's very her, too.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's even like spikes and a mohawk.
Yeah. It says stripe of spikes. So
Yeah. Well, I wasn't sure exactly what it meant.
I wasn't sure either.
So, but okay. Nice. And, well, yeah, typical
it's, you know,
bike.
like a mountain bike kind of helmet there.
Typical bike helmet.
Yeah, but there's more to it.
Oh, yeah.
You
there
can
is.
put front stuff on this one.
This is more like a
It's for mountain
full
biking.
helmet?
Yeah, it's for mountain biking.
Yeah.
I didn't read that, by the way.
You didn't? Okay.
When Chiyoko got his bulky helmet on, he gave the thing a smack in the side of his own head. He had to make sure it worked, you guessed.
That's a good way to make sure it's not gonna work. Because, whoops.
Wrong button!
No. Twitch.
Twitch.
My fingertips.
A Twitch!
Yeah. If, like, the way that helmets are made, as soon as there's a crack in the material that is supposed to protect you,
Yeah.
it no longer works.
No. I doubt he's gonna hit it that hard, though.
No, but it's all I'm saying is, like, if you drop it on the floor, there's a good chance it no longer works.
Yeah.
It's a good chance you might as well just throw it out.
Yeah. Oh well.
Whoops. Apparently I double-clicked there.
Yeah. Tamarack tucked tight at the chin strap, so it practically fused with her face. I can see that. It would not be budging no matter what happened. As it should!
Yep.
Tamarack's a good girl.
Hmm.
You were ready.
Sure. Ready.
Yeah, I am ready! The tiny expedition put sneakers to the pedals, shoes to the pavement, and you were on your way. Your neighborhood was behind you in a matter of seconds. The whole wide world was in front of you. With your wheels under you, we're free to go anywhere. Yeah, tell that to Cole when he tried to go back to his mom. He lived in another state.
Well, technically...
Without telling his father.
Technically, the whole wide world is both in front, behind, and to both sides of you, all around you.
Also beneath you and above you.
Yeah, it's all around you.
Yeah.
Well,
As the Japanese people would state, it's everything under the heavens. That's the world.
Yeah.
That's literally how you spell so like world isn't sekai, but like the wide world. The whole world. I think it could be very interesting this. Riding into town on the bumpy road up and down, side to side, that you think of 3 leaves being swept along by the flow of a river. Everybody giggled and booed each other. You would tip over the hump of a hill. Each time. Oh my god, I can't fucking read. When gravity took over, Tamarack leaned to the side and snuck her chest past the scooter's bar to get the full blast of wind. Gio kicked his legs up and let the pedals spin completely out of control. Yeah, I did that too. You threw your arms straight into the air, pretending it was a roller coaster. That seems very dangerous. You flew by the mix of houses and trees until there was no more forest or homes. What surrounded you were rows of business buildings. Here we are.
Golden
Main
Grove.
Street.
Main
As
Street,
it's
yes.
called. Massive arch declaring this place is Golden Grove.
I mean,
Acted as a finish line for that leg of the journey.
it's certainly better than many like cities in America, or big cities I should say, where it's like well, we have First Street, Second Street, and so on to like 42nd Street.
First Avenue.
It's kind of numbers.
Alright. It's running out of my nose.
Yeah, it's how it is to be recovering.
Oh my ears.
Oh no.
Okay. That's a bit better. Ugh. I already read that. Everybody dismounted but left helmets on. This wouldn't take long, according to Gio. Even so, he announced it'd be best to wait somewhere else. The 3 of you moved to get out of the street. Bikes and scooters and things like that could take someone far, but cars were the unchallenged rulers of the road. You're not wrong.
Especially in America.
Oh yeah, I mean, even here it is.
Oh yeah, but we at least, you know, have
Yeah.
paths that you can take when you're on a bike or a scooter or something like that.
Yeah.
So we don't have to be together with the cars.
It took your feet a second to... What? I can't see the emoji enough.
What?
I think it's me sniffling and stuff.
Okay. Maybe.
Think. It took your feet a second to feel normal walking around on solid ground again. It was still tingly from the vibrations of the ride there. Yeah, that's when I used inliners. That's also how it went for me.
Yeah, it's like there isn't exactly a lot of suspension on these kinds of scooters.
No,
So-
there's basically none.
Yeah, so if it is bumpy, you will feel it.
Yeah.
So
But everyone safely got themselves and their wheels onto the sidewalk. You'd officially arrived at the first milestone. The treasure chest shop was right down the sidewalk on the corner. You still remembered stocking up for supplies, rock, paper, scissors, and the trip to the special place in the forest, but you had other destinations ahead that day.
special place.
Special place! You remained huddled near the front of the barber's shop, waiting. Any time some random person came by, it was a challenge to let them pass. Your rides took up a whole lot of space. Whoops. They can walk around.
Technically, only really the bike would, but
Don't worry
whatever.
about it. But you had been right. Soon you heard the clicky zip of bike wheels coming closer, zooming down a side street with the missing members of Q's Boys Club. What if he's gonna ask us again at the end of this if you want to join?
I don't know. We'll see.
Baxter's bike was a blinding bright white on the body. Of fucking course it was. The chains, wheels, and other mechanical stuff were black. His 2 favorite colors. Yeah, I was like, not even fucking surprised. Of course it's white and black. He casually leaned back so that the one arm he used to hold onto the bike could stretch out fully. Darren's ride was an electric blue with orangey yellowy reflectors strapped on the front and back. He lifted himself off the seat and stretched over the handlebars. The 2 had swapped their normal headgear with helmets. Yeah, they're both wearing like beanies basically. Or earmuffs. It's true. And the older boys looked kind of different in other ways too. Baxter had always worn a sweater whenever you'd seen him. He chose to go without it for the bike ride. You weren't sure why. Baxter is still Baxter, that's so true.
Yep.
I mean, if Baxter doesn't like have something that's white and black, is it even Baxter? Like even
Who are you and what have you done with Baxter?
Exactly. It's like even his fucking car is black and white. But Darren, it took a bit longer to realize what had changed. But you got it. He had taken off those fussy black gloves. You could imagine why Darren would do that. It's fucking warm as fuck. I don't know. Chew whooped seeing them. Woo! He tried to wave and get closer, but keeping his bike steady didn't make it easy. The big thing did help him easy to spot though. Make him easy to spot though, oh my god. Darren and Baxter came to a screeching stop in front of you before going over a curb and knocking your group over like bowling pins.
Hey. Hello.
The whole set of them were decked out in smiles. After your first time out together at the bridge, it had become a lot easier for those older boys to be around you as neighbors. Darren's attitude particularly had shifted. He didn't complain about it not being the boys' club at all. This is what happens when you just, accept things, Darren. Hello.
Why does it look like Baxter is just underdressed compared to everyone else?
Because he isn't wearing his sweater. That's why. I assume it's because it's just warm for him.
Maybe. It just...
I mean, technically Tamarack's also kind of underdressed, honestly speaking.
Tamara has a big sweater on.
Yeah, but her legs are bare.
Yeah, but that's just Tamarack.
And you also know when she, goes inside, all she takes off is her fucking scarf, and that's it.
Yep.
So, in that sense, she's underdressed too. But whatever.
This looks weirder, honestly.
Yeah. But I mean, in beginnings and always, he's wearing a short-sleeved button shirt because it's summer.
Yeah, that's summer. This is fall.
Still wearing pants, I'm
autumn.
pretty sure, as far as I remember.
This is autumn, so, it's colder.
Yeah, it's a little bit colder, but
you should be wearing more, you or Darren.
Yeah. I mean, he is normally, but I assume it's just because it's warm when you have to bike. And they're going to be active today.
Maybe. I don't know.
That's what I'd assume. Tamarack's reaction was beyond just being cute.
Did you say this one?
No! Oh, yeah, that one, yes. Oh my god.
I just wanted to make sure.
You're so bored, like how she might greet any stranger who happened to cross her path. She did know those boys. Yes, I already said hello in her voice. It was nice, the way you could get to know somebody, the way things could change day by day. Like, even his fucking helmet is black and white. I didn't even realize it. The tallest of those boys started a chat with his buddies.
Those helmets are pretty cool.
Darren nudged his uncharacteristically ungloved hands in your and Tamarack's direction.
I'd want something like one of those.
You should get Tamarack's. Oh yeah, they're awesome.
Definitely.
The three of them gabbed about helmets and bikes among themselves. Meanwhile, Tamarack ran her finger along the sides of her spiky helmet and grinned. Darren might not have said it to the girl herself, but he had said it about her. That was something. Baxter didn't even have to pretend to be Darren to give the compliment. Unlike last time in the prologue. Still find it so funny. At some point, the topic of conversation became about the actual ride rather than the safety gear.
They don't have bikes.
Because scooters are cooler!
How are they going to keep up?
Can you not keep up with the times? Tamarack squinted her eyes, insulted by such questioning. Hey, scooters are just as good as bikes. Darren couldn't meet her dying red gaze. He could only mumble out one corner of his mouth.
No, for going fast.
Before Tamarack could disagree again, only for Darren to say something else she didn't like, Chiyoko laughed. Wow, Darren, it's so nice of you to want to make sure nobody gets left behind. But you know, Chiyoko slowly smiled while gradually getting higher on his toes until he was nearly eye level with Darren. I could ask the same question every time I ride with anyone else, because no one is as fast as me.
Sorry.
Luckily, I read the rest of that sentence. Joe cut his hand through the air like he was striking down an invisible field of opponents. It's like fucking Simon Blackwell, that's what it is. His finger. Doesn't even need a fucking blade. And he jabbed a hooked finger into Darren's chest. Maybe the challenge wasn't pretend after all. But I don't ask it, and I have fun anyway, and so do other people, alright? It's gonna be good. This time, Darren whispered from the opposite side of its lips.
Alright.
Fucking face.
That's fine with me too. They don't need to use bikes.
Okay, good. Because I don't have a bike. Tamarack said while letting Darren out from under her glare. Instead of him, Tamarack focused on the road. And after spending the entire time giving his words and attention to Chew, Baxter spoke directly to you and Tamarack.
We're not going to stop again before we reach the park.
Yep, we're not sticking around this place. The proud scooter girl squeezed her squishy handles until the plastic morphed around her fingers.
Whoops. Sorry.
You were setting out once again. I wasn't done. Jill led the way past Main Street and down multiple other streets you didn't know the names of. The boys' club took every sudden turn and bend as easily they could go in a circle, though they never left you and Tamarack behind. In fact, Tamarack stayed as close to them as possible, pushing blind determination to match their knowledge of what exactly they were doing. And eventually, the sky opened up in front of you. The buildings that blocked it out were pushed aside to make room for a forest living directly inside of Golden Grove. It's a park! Main Street was the heart of the town, this was the soul. Damn, Damien. I don't think I would have come up with that poetry in his age.
Damn.
Damn! He shot straight through the entrance. The path was wide enough for the fire rides to spread out from a cluster to a row. Orange, red, and yellow fallen leaves covered the ground. They scattered in a whirlwind from the wheels that rushed over them like a cloud of monarch butterflies had taken to the skies. The wind whipping past your ears carried a shout of exhilaration from Chio. Tamarack's scooter vibrated going over what the roads were made of there. It was buzzing! Are you having fun, or are you tired? It's basically what it's asking.
Raised like the wind.
Yeah, I'm more energized than ever! They can't beat me! Free from the obstacles of cars and tight sidewalks, the boys' club pulled further and further ahead of Tamarack. The scooter with a single little leg pushing it along just couldn't match the speed of double-pedal bikes. Before Tamarack was actually left behind, Chio called out again. Break! after the other, Gio, Darren, and Baxter slammed on their brakes, coming to dramatic stops. It was exactly what the two older boys had done when they first showed up. I just imagine them being like, just immediately stop.
Go away, we're not expecting anyone.
Oh, did someone call?
Yeah, the door.
But especially not expecting anyone at 9 p.m. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Go away. You swerved around the 3 sitting ducks and parked yourself along the edge of the path. Tamarack jumped right off her scooter. She clutched the handles and ran alongside it until she'd gotten her steed to halt. We're here! It's the park! Everybody climbed off their stuff. Everyone who... What?
Park!
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 Everyone who didn't already do it... That was. And then regrouped in an almost circle. Just boys were at his sides and they faced you and Tamarack. The club leader kept his bike upright with one arm.
Shut up!
And the other free. So
it's not my fault.
He spoke.
It's not my fault. It's my finger.
You could just not rest that finger on that button.
Then how the fuck am I supposed to hold the mouse?
You don't have to move the mouse right now, so...
Then you take over.
This is it. Welcome to Golden Grove Park. And that's the name. It isn't called anything else. There aren't other parks around, so... Gio flicked her hand casually. You get the point, is what he was signaling without words. Sure.
Wow.
Wow. Boring! Nice. There's a page 2. This is where you wanted to go? It sucks! Wow.
You blinked. Alright then.
I like it. But the normal forest is still best. And the special thing is the most special. Tamarack added the last part decisively. There could not be any misunderstandings happening about her rankings of good stuff. You two are tough to impress. Sorry, Golden Grove. Gio grasped his bike with both hands, raring to go again after only a few seconds. You might like it better once you see more. There's a couple of paths going around here. One of them is this big loop through the entire park. You could ride down that way. It doesn't take long. Sorry. And we'd pass by a cool gazebo on the other end.
Apparently he knows what a gazebo is.
America, am I right? What are we gonna do after that? We'll see what happens when we get there. That half-flank got a mixed reaction. Baxter smirked unaffectedly, as per usual, which he would have done no matter what, you were sure. Exactly. And Darren went back to his old way of being sour. Joe gave his friends a side-eye and a crooked smile. Again, he didn't need to talk to say what he wanted to express. Come on, Darren, what's going on? Was the general message. Darren sucked in a breath while his chin sunk lower as if the helmet was crushing his head.
We came all the way to the park. We should race, like we always do.
His voice crackled like it always did when he felt a lot of emotions. It must have been a tradition important to the club, or at least to one member of it. Sorry, Darren, we can't this time. Why not? Why? She tripped on Tamarack's question. To him, she of everyone would get why. She doesn't care, apparently. Cause how are you and Damien gonna race against bikes and scooters? I don't wanna race, but you guys can race! Exactly, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to. We're not racing today. You can race without me. What? You want us to do something and leave you out? Gio's whole fucking existence is just like fucking crackling, right? It's like, Wait, I don't have to include you in everything I do? Excuse me? Is that a thing that exists? Poor you. You knew Tamarack sometimes went off by himself, but the idea of not getting to be part of the main event was more horrifying to Chew than covering his beloved bike in stickers.
Yeah.
Yeah, your boys club can do your boys club stuff. Chew opened his mouth, poised to disagree, with the suggestion that he'd go off without her and with the implication that she wasn't part of the club. But Tamarack was more forceful with her thoughts than Chio, and she kept going. You don't have to do what me and Damien do all the time. You wanted us to see the park, and we did. And we went to the special place together. We're still friends if we don't play together the whole day at the park. Darren was open-mouthed, stunned over Tamarack disagreeing blatantly with Chio. It still couldn't match how befuddled Chio was. It would be fun to race though, just to see Chio's side of this, because we did Tamarack last time, but I'll let you do whatever.
Just pick something you want to do for yourself one time,
Yeah.
Chio.
Just pick something that you wanna do, Chio. God damn it! Chio said nothing, though a hint of a smile did return to his face. Darren's confidence grew. His chin wasn't hiding anymore. He lifted it. Tamarack continued to fight for a race. It was a tag team effort, and her turn had come around again. I cheer really loud when you go by, so you won't forget I'm here. Then, to the surprise of everybody, one more speaker tossed in their 2 cents. The most mature in a fake accent one.
It's a good idea. I'm not a racer. Whenever do we do this? It's between you and Darren anyway. I'd rather watch.
He doesn't have a deep voice though, but sure.
No, it's just a fake accent thing.
Mature fake accent, yeah. Okay. Huh. Gio hadn't known that about his friend, and it was a convincing point. Maybe Baxter's words counted as more than a couple pennies since he was so rich. Sure, Damien. This had all sent Gio for a spin. A bike wheel going out of control, but he planted his feet onto the pedals again.
Your opinions are worth more if you're rich.
According to
Apparently.
Damien. That's just children. Don't worry about it. He's also older, I guess.
Yeah. But
All right. The club members and the not yet club people have voted. We're gonna split up. Anyone who wants to race is with me, and everybody else can do whatever they want. But he paused the momentum he'd been building up himself with the lift of a finger. Then Chio peeked at the group through a single eye. Let's go around the park together before we leave, okay? Okay. Cool. Tamarack grinned victoriously. Chio turned it into a compromise at the very end, because that's what he does. But Tamarack considered it a win for her side. Darren managed a tiny smile over it too. Don't even think about having a race without me! Oh my god, my nose! Sniffles! What do you want to choose? Can I do something with you, Tamarack? Everything was decided. The mano a mano race was happening. Alright, Darren. Just squared up to the challenge, furrowing his brows. It's me and you, mano a mano.
Man-o, a man-o.
No, it's Spanish. God damn it.
This is more because of the way that he's like
Yeah, I don't
dashing
know why
it.
he's doing that. Mano just means this is a masculine hand. I don't fucking know, dude. Don't worry about it. I don't know if it's because it's been adopted into the English language and they're doing it. I don't fucking know.
You don't know.
Yeah, David, I want you to compete. Impossible! See, that's how I would see it. But Ramona cares more about Tamarack.
Yeah.
So here we are. Oh, maybe he is saying it wrong. Mano.
Mano, a mano.
Yeah. I don't think that's how you say it. Alrighty then.
I don't think that's the right way to say that.
Whatever. We're racing.
Yeah, we're racing.
Then Chiyoko laid out how things were gonna work. He ended the speech by saying the race will begin on the word go. Got it? Got it memorized?
Got it.
Speaking in a stiff official manner, Chiyoko addressed the non-racers. Baxter, Damien, and Tamarack, would you do us the honor of counting down? Yes, I will! Yes, we'll do great!
Me too.
Me too! And Baxter's like, sure, you can do it, whatever.
I can do it. Good luck.
2 people doing a countdown was plenty. Cool. Jill slapped the side of his helmet again and declared it was time.
I'm dying.
Oh no.
Or at least falling asleep.
Oh no!
I'm very tired now.
Oh no.
Apparently. My energy has been spent, I guess.
So your starting positions?
Yeah. I'm so ready.
The competitive spirit possessed Darren for a second, and he cheered wholeheartedly. Because we know he never does that. But it left soon, yeah. Darren was a little embarrassed by the declaration. He's such a shy little boy who's so unsure of himself. The competitors lined up side by side. Chiyo and Darren climbed onto their bikes. Meanwhile, Yu and Tamarack stood by. She slipped her scarf from her neck, gripping it tight. 1, 2, 3! A moment of pure silence. Even Tamarack could show some patience if it was for dramatic effect. Go! Beautiful. You declared the final word, and Tamarack flung the cloth into the air like a flag. Well, that's why she did it.
Yeah.
Let's see. The race began with a whir of spinning wheels and scattering of autumn leaves. Chiyo and Darren were off in a blink. Baxter took that as his sign to get out of the way. He led his own bike onto a side branch of the park path. Tamarack scooted along after him, wrapping the scarf around her neck again. He went with both of them confidently. Baxter stopped in the middle of the path, so Tamarack stalled a little way behind him, and that meant you did the same again. But Tamarack broke free from the chain after that. She used the fact that nothing interesting was happening to go put her back down on a nearby bench. Then she came right back to her spot in the middle. The combination of Tamarack and Baxter and you was weird. You, Chiyo, and Tamarack made sense, because you were friends. Darren being there instead of Chiyo would have at least given you an idea of what happened. But Baxter, you can't really know what he's feeling, so it's a little bit awkward, but whatever. He'd have been quiet and kept to himself because Tamarack was a girl. But Baxter? What was he like without his boys' club? He's an all-around really nice guy, even if he has a very special way of showing it. As soon as you were thinking the two of them had no clue how to react to this either, Tamarack chuckled. We're a scooter group now!
Oh, that's right. I'm the odd one out with my bike.
He talked with the disconnected patience of a parent answering their babbling baby, idly rolling his bike back and forth in place. Hey! Tamarack began to speak again more directly, more intentionally to Baxter. You should try one!
What?
Of all the endless possibilities that could have come from this strange get-together, the oldest, most mature kid here, riding Tamarack's squishy scooter, might have been one of the least expected. I don't want to see that, honestly. It actually took Baxter himself by surprise. That almost never happened. Yes, that's perfect! Tamarack was already bringing her sticker plastic purple scooter towards the older boy. It's gonna be fun! Baxter got casual again right away, being a bit amused that everything could be called casual. Still, he faced her little pushiness calmly.
Oh no, that's alright. What about my bike? I can't leave it lying around, but thank you for wanting to share.
Such a polite way to completely reject her idea. He didn't even flinch over the appearance of Tamarack's ride. Chiyoko had failed that one. You could imagine your ma so clearly saying Baxter had a future in human relations. I mean... wedding planner! That is literally what he's gonna do. So, you know, it was impressive. Tamarack's eyes twinkled mischievously. The kind decline had gone right over her head. It's so simple. I'm gonna write it. Reverse psychology.
No. She's gonna ride on his bike.
Oh! Is that what she did?
That's what she's proposing, because Baxter doesn't want to leave the bike.
Yeah, okay.
Just laying around.
She just like found a solution, a very simple solution to get him to actually do what she wants.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not what I got from what she said. Baxter snorted. The very thought of it was a joke to him, and that's when Ma would have said she might be getting ahead of herself, and he could use a few more years of practice.
You will? Have you ever ridden a bike without training wheels?
Damn. What's wrong with training wheels?
Nothing, but mine doesn't have any, if you didn't notice.
Well, I have. I know how to ride any kind of bike I want. Subtlety couldn't get through to her. But that clear attack on her abilities got Tamarack to be more serious. Yeah, that completely backfired, Baxter. She folded her arms into a knot around the bar of a scooter. I didn't like doing it, but I could just try again. And then it wouldn't be laying around.
Whoops.
Exactly what you wanted. If Tamarack gets to ride your bike, then you've gotta let me use it!
Yeah.
I asked for it already, so I get to use it first. Okay, that's fair. Fine! Tamarack's mind was made up. This was happening. Except for the very first time Baxter didn't go with the flow of someone else's stream of thought. Oops.
I don't know what happened to my hand there. I wanted to press the left mouse button.
But you pressed the right mouse button.
I don't know.
At least not right away. He coolly ignored her burning desire for that bike. Please, Baxter! She hopped closer into Baxter's space, putting the heat on more. The fire of those rugby eyes was too bright.
Ruby.
Rugby, oh my god. Sure, rugby! Ruby eyes were too bright. He got her to sweat. His eyes squinted and his mouth strained. Oh, be careful. It can be for only 5 minutes, please. Who are you, Lizzie? So it went the way it always did with him in the end. Baxter shrugged, put a hand in his pocket, and smirked.
I guess I could let you borrow it for a little while.
Yay! Thank you!
You're welcome.
He took his hand out of the pocket to smooth the front of his shirt, giving a tiny sigh. He's like, oh god damn it, I lost a little squirrel. Baxter must have had an idea of what he'd gotten himself into after what happened at the bridge. Darren and Baxter were close in age, while Gio behaved like the most grown-up 10-year-old in the world. That's how their setup worked well. Tamarack, though, acted even younger than other 5th graders. And nobody would say you were the most mature kid either. What are you talking about? I'm the most mature shit ever!
Yes.
If Baxter wanted to make it through this in one piece, he was gonna have to be flexible. Because Gio isn't around to mitigate this! The two of them clumsily swapped rides. Tamarack struggled to hold the bigger kid's bike up straight. She had to clasp both arms over the seat, because it's bigger than her. And Baxter was obviously too tall for the child-sized scooter. His arm had to stretch far down to reach the handle. I know that feeling. But a not little enough thing like that wouldn't stop Tamarack. She scrambled to get on, and wobbled dangerously with her feet off the ground. Baxter grabbed his bike with one hand. He's like, oh god. He steadied it like calming a wild steed who was only used to one specific rider. He stood there patiently, silently, providing support for the safety of Tamarack and his set of wheels. There was a phrase you didn't remember how you learned. Probably your mom. But it went too fiddling with Baxter's disposition. He had to be confidently thinking this was a fool's errand. She made it up Mount Baxter's bike with her cheeks puffed in effort. Tamarack had to use her tiptoes to just barely make a full loop on the pedals. Once, twice, 3 times, she turned the wheels in place. Let's do it! You can take your hand off now! And he did. Baxter's bike went from a stationary cliff to climb to the freewheeling horse again. You and Baxter just watched for a minute to see what would happen. All that did was Tamarack went down the path at a C6 snail's pace and made a declaration. You're still gonna ride my scooter! Baxter glanced at his new ride, the curve of his smile gaining a new twist.
Alright.
So funny. He actually did that too. Baxter pottered? Is that how you pronounce it? Yeah, pottered around the park on a pink and purple sticker-covered scooter that was probably made for 7-year-olds without batting an eye, because that's what he does. He made long, leisurely strides, keeping his head... No, leisurely.
Leisurely.
No, leisurely. It's a dialect thing. It's a dialect thing.
No.
Yes. Yes, it is. I know there's both people who say leisurely and leisurely. Doesn't matter. So. And they looked even higher than normal since, again, the handles of the scooter were so much lower than they should have been to right. It fits you perfectly, Baxter! Teased. There's also a tip page too. Gio and Darren are gonna love hearing about this. Sniggered.
Yeah!
Yeah! Since those two were all set in their silly switching scheme, you could do your own riding on your own scooter. Are you good at it?
Yes.
I'm the best! You pulled a trick! Or you showed off a trick!
Yeah.
Getting the right pace and balancing your weight, you got airborne with your scooter. Coming back to the ground, rattled all the teeth in your skull. Because you're an idiot. You stole a glance at the reaction it got. Tamarack and Baxter watched on impressed, still using their mismatched rides.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's a good time. As simple as that. You could be smarter than Baxter usually was at how great you were in the scooter. Ah, they're coming! Tamarack gasped and wobbled the bike handles in her shock. Just as she said, the two bikers were fast approaching. At that point, Darren had fallen behind, because of course he had. The older boy couldn't come back from it. Chiyo had a clear lead. Go, go, go! Over the bars of the Razor's frantic pedaling, Tamarack's cheers could still be heard. She kept her promise. Nobody could forget she was still there. Baxter set aside the cute scooter and gave respectful applause to both of the riders as they blew past, no matter what place they went. Yeah, at this very moment, crashed the bike.
Celebrate.
Yay!
Celebration time. Come on! Do 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 do. Do do do.
Jill looked towards you on the sidelines. It gave you the glimpse of Jill's face under the huge helmet for only an instant. He had a determined gleam in his eyes. Jill wasn't gonna let you throw your support in with a loser. He'd show you his victory. You got no reaction from Darren, though. His head was in the game, and nothing could distract him from that. Then those two were gone. They'd reached the finish line soon. After a while, Tamarack began shouting about something else. Okay, I'm ready to get off! Please, help! Was she asking for permission to stop riding? Should I jump off? Yeah, she doesn't know how to get off, I knew it. Please, somebody help!
No.
Don't jump off! Baxter echoed your thought for a different reason. To him, her planned strategy was nuts. But I don't know any other way to do it. I can't get it to stop. Help! Baxter stuck a foot onto concrete.
What?
Oh no! He stared at the little girl, brows furrowed and mouth agape.
You mean it?
I mean it! She yelped in reply. The sight of her barreling ahead changed in your eyes. Tamarack wasn't easygoing on the bike. She was going wherever it went. Are you just gonna speed alongside her?
Well, to get her,
Oh.
right?
No, I don't think that's what it means. I don't know. Just whatever. Pausing only to lean the scooter on a bench, Baxter rushed towards the speeding fifth grader after you. Tamarack, I'm coming! The bike carrying Tamarack had taken full control. She no longer tried to push herself on. Momentum and hope were keeping her upright. She's really just like, help! The bike has kidnapped me! Tamarack stared at your rapid approach and squealed. You were nearly there. She used the last of her balance to send one arm straight towards you, fighting against the speed of your own scooter to get closer. Just a little closer, you managed to catch the cup of her sleeves. As slight of a hole as it was, you held on tight. Then you dug your heel into the concrete hard enough that it stung. In only a couple seconds, everything had gone still. Tamarack was there and not collapsed. You hadn't either. Thank God. The two of you were simply quietly holding on to one another. The change in situation was so dramatic, you needed more time to understand that it happened than it took to exist. Despite the near accident, you showed no fear of what might have been. You did it!
You did it!
You did it! Looking like a spinning top running out of energy, Tamarack wobbled from one side to the other before wielding the strength of gravity to throw herself on you. She almost took both of you down with her enthusiasm. Baxter arrived just in time to give some extra support, or he might have been around for longer and only bothered to interrupt when it was necessary. I wasn't paying attention. But either way, he took hold of Tamarack's shoulder. You came too! Tamarack reached out from her ankle position to give his cheeks a pat. Baxter's face says, "What the fuck?" The friendly squishing did not hide the creases in his face. Oh god. Before anything else could happen, you help Tamarack get off. You hold her hand open for her. Without a word, she let Baxter go to class onto you instead. Okay. He released his shoulder gladly. What?
Is there anything wrong with that? Without a word, she let Baxter go to class
let
one.
Baxter go! I read go to class, but I'm like, what the fuck does go to class mean? You can take care of it from here. Don't worry about it. My brain is just fucky. Linked together, you kept Tamarack grounded as she made it off the bike and onto the real ground. She was safe. It was over. Baxter panted quick and heavy. His head hung low. His shoulders dropped. His hair stuck out in wild directions from under his helmet, and his shirt had gotten rumpled. Basically, he couldn't have looked less like Baxter if he tried. Tamarack glanced around, still a bit in disbelief at everything that just happened. Now that the chaos was resolved, Tamarack paused to talk to you. Really talk. It wasn't her instant reaction to a dramatic event. It was what she wanted to say above anything else. Thanks for saving me. Spending that afternoon together, chasing after her on that runaway bike, it made you think. You liked her so much. So much. She was amazing! Why was this happening? How nerve-wracking. You could allow Tamarack to be your crush.
Yeah.
What a good thing for her.
Yeah, it's good for her.
A tingling feeling had grown in your chest. It didn't come from nowhere. Tamarack had planted a seed when you weren't looking and took care of it until it got big and healthy and unignorable. Even without saying it, Tamarack could tell what was going on. Maybe the look on your face gave it away. Something special happened between you. Something magical. Oh my god! We're now crushes and BFFs!
Yeah.
Eventually, Baxter's breathing evened, and he gradually straightened himself. When you saw it again, his face had become unexpectedly stern. He is the oldest one here, so... You and Tamarack shared an unsure glance. With arms folded, he peered down at the much younger kids in front of him.
Listen, if you'd fallen there...
Continue!
Was a 50% chance, you would have died.
Really? I love that he's not angry that his bike might have fallen over. He's angry that there's a 50-50 that she might have died. That's extreme, but alright. Tamarack's jaw dropped in amazement of that wisdom. And what it meant for what just happened. You saved my life, Damien. Wow. Baxter's Baxtering again, yeah! Such fucking true.
Oh god.
What?
I just had one of those moments.
Oh no. Not again.
I am reliving my premonitions.
Sure thing.
I don't know how to explain it, honestly.
No, don't worry about it.
I know that it's supposed to just be deja vu, but
Yeah.
for me it feels way more like I have definitely seen this before, 100%. This is not just deja vu to me, but oh well.
It's Ruding Steiner! Alright. Sorry.
No.
That's the explanation for deja vu, though.
Is it?
Yeah, everyone has some form of reading Steiner. That's why people experience deja vu.
Okay.
It's already happened in another world line, basically. But that's Steins Gate Zero stuff, so don't worry too much about it.
Okay.
It's not in Steins Gate Elite, don't worry about that.
Okay.
It's just a little like fleshing out what this so-called Steiner is, and it's not just him that has it. He's not the chosen one in that sense.
No.
Yeah.
I understand that he's obviously not going to be the only one who has reading Steiner, but he just has it to
It's very strong, though. Yeah.
It's very strong. He's just able to know or remember
everything. Yeah.
everything. So
Whereas with Déjà Vu, it's more like, this feels familiar, but I can't quite put my finger on it. That's what Déjà Vu is. So they don't really remember, but somewhere at the back of their head, subconsciously, they remember something similar.
So what you're saying is that all world lines and timelines exist at the same time?
No.
Then how could it happen?
At least in Steins Gate Zero, it's more like they're talking about a world line that you have already experienced.
Yeah, but
so it's a world line that has existed.
The thing is, the issue here is that those two, the reason why you have the déjà vu is that you're experiencing something that has happened at the exact same time.
No, not exact same time.
So what you're saying
is
is
a similar event.
It's a similar event that has happened before.
Yes, because in another world line, it's happened prior to this time. That's the explanation.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Together with the fact that that world line gets, or the past of that world line gets erased.
Yeah, it gets rewritten.
It gets rewritten into the new world line. So I suppose it is something that has happened in the past.
Yeah.
But that gets rewritten and therefore didn't happen.
Yeah.
And now and
because
a similar thing happens. Yeah, a similar thing happens now.
Yeah.
And then that's when you experience the déjà vu.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but how can it be so similar that I knew exactly what she was going to say and I knew exactly what Valpaper was going to write?
Saying, reading Steiner. It's a word line where I didn't go to my parents and didn't get ill, so we played this earlier in the week. That's all.
I think you need to stop. Anyways, I think we should take a break.
Sure.
Just a little bit.
Break.
No, we've been going for a little while.
Yeah, I can't see how long because your bottle is covering it entirely.
Is it?
Yeah, the lid is covering it.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, okay.
Even the time.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, we're gonna take a little break. So, remember, break for us, break for you.
Break time!
Yes.
We already ate, but you can eat if you're hungry, I guess.
I can only eat some more, but I'm not gonna eat more dinner. I might just take some bread or something.
You can take bread, yeah.
But yes, you should probably get up and stretch. It's important. Get something to drink.
Go to the toilet. Go pee.
Yeah, cycle your fluids.
You can always pee.
Yes.
Unless you have kidney failure, but then you should be at the hospital if you have kidney failure. So, what's that?
The context was a little out of place there. Because for a second there I was like, it sounded like you were saying that you would only be able to pee if you had, or you would, able to pee because you had kidney failure.
No,
but I understand that if you have kidney failure, you would not be able to pee.
Yes, exactly.
Because
they don't work.
They don't work.
They don't work.
Where does all that liquid get stored then?
That's the problem. It just stays wherever osmolality tells it to, and that's when you get overhydrated.
So it just goes into your body?
Yeah, either extracellular or intracellular or in the space in between. It's both. compared to
Where antimatter is?
No.
You said the space in between.
Yeah, the interface.
Oh. Will it be pee at that point? No,
No.
because it is
It
pee.
hasn't gone through the kidneys.
Yes.
It's not pee before it's gone through the kidneys.
Well, I assume it's still not great because it could still go bad.
Bad? Huh?
Bacteria can grow in it, right?
Go in what?
In the liquid that goes in the in-between.
We're mostly just talking about water here, so no, that's not how it works. Like, also, how would bacteria get in there or out there? Over there? I don't fucking know.
Well, I was just thinking, the liquid that is supposed to go into your or go through your kidney.
It's your blood that gets filtered. The holes or the filter is just so small that your blood cells and stuff don't go in there. But it's your blood that gets filtered.
Holy shit.
Do I have to give you a lecture in how kidneys work? Because they are magical, let me tell you.
I thought it came from your stomach.
No! Your stomach stuff goes
Okay,
into your blood.
we're gonna
and
take
then
a-
it gets filled. No.
We're gonna take a break. Maybe we're gonna get lectured. I don't know. We'll see. We'll be back in a bit. Hello.
Hello, we're back.
Yes.
Ramona's having trouble eating because Pearls is like, I want it! Ow! It's very adamant right now. And Apollo is just sitting on your shoulder like, I'm close to her. I'm happy. Nope. Ow! 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 Why are you biting me?
Because you took her away.
Yeah. Ow. Yeah, we got a squirrel girl off a bike because she couldn't stop the bike. It truly moved her, but before Tamarack could pledge to dedicate her life to the one who saved hers, Baxter spoke again.
Oh, no. I was making it up.
He admitted with his usual smirk and running a finger along his bangs, which were now perfectly in place once more.
I have no idea how many kids die in park crashes, but it could be 50%. You don't know either.
Okay, but he tries to land on your skirt and it's just like, whoa! A completely different kind of astonishment hit Tamarack. Her eyes bubbled. Yeah, classic. This was not some elder individual passing along wisdom. It was another kid giving her a hard time because she gave him a hard time. You know, she got some. When the truth of Baxter's lie fully sunk in, Tamarack giggled. That was way better in her head. She had some newfound respect for the older boy. Wow! Oh my god, some of these answers, man. I know how many. It is not 50%. No, you gonna do now? What do you want to say?
I don't know. I'm thinking.
Okay. Oh no. He lets his skirt every time he gets fucking flexed. Hey, you cannot have that. There's tomato in it, and tomato is toxic. Birds.
Sure.
You knew Baxter was down for some pretty crazy things, even if he was such a mature boy. But did you even choose? I think it's...
That's a good one.
Ah. You wanted to be somebody who was amused always. You sometimes had to make the humor yourself. I didn't know you were funny, but you are!
Wow, thank you.
Is he using Tamarack's favorite word for those kinds of situations on purpose, or had she actually wowed him? You couldn't tell. Jokingly, Tamarack switched to an entirely different, unasked for announcement. And hey, you're a scooter kid too, Baxter! The receiver of that title could only reply with a few airy words.
Sure, I'm a scooter kid.
Congratulations!
Thank you, Demon.
At that point, the two missing members of the group came over, pushing the bites along with them. Looked like the adventure just ended too.
What the?
Wrong button!
Hand?
Jared taking his helmet off.
Oh. Hey, so... do you want?
They're inside before speaking a single word to you. Not even a hello.
Yeah, she won again.
Yep. Gio was humble, maybe, about the victory. Raced past him, though treating the win as something small was bragging in a different way. What do you do? We almost had an accident! Baxter's focus shifted from his club to the odd ones he'd been out with for the afternoon. Had fun!
Yeah, had fun.
Cool. It was time to fulfill your second promise of the day, to go for a ride all together. The group decided to make a full loop around the park.
A loop-de-loop.
Oh, loop-de-loop. He's just singing at her face now.
Yeah, I suppose. I'm not... yeah.
Tamarack simply coasted on her scooter, not fighting to be at the front for a change. There's the gazebo. Jill pedaled along at a slow pace and let his arms hang down completely. You stayed at the same pace as the crowd, letting your wheels carry you more than anything.
Hey, what was the prize for winning the race?
Nothing. Baxter shook his head with a smirk. Clearly things had become a bit too peaceful for his liking.
It's not a real race without a prize.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Darren should have the chauffeur. Sorry, Chiyo.
Darren's face sprung open from the shock of Baxter's taunt. What's a chauffeur?
A person who drives others around as a job. Makes sense, right?
No, more like the people who didn't race at all should give us athletes a break and drive us around. The not a racer rocked on his bike.
Sorry, we aren't that sportsmanly.
Yep, sorry. It took a little time, but Darren managed to get into the boys' club back and forth.
Then you don't get to say what the prize is.
Tamarack tee. Gio laughed, Baxter chuckled, and Darren snickered, and you cracked up. Yeah. Yeah. That meme will never get old.
Which one of them?
Both of them. Jesus Christ, Apollo! Apollo! What about to scream? This is like, get away.
Apollo! Oh my god.
He's so happy he's not gonna stop. Oh well.
Did you...
No, I did not. It was another exciting adventure with Gio's Club and Tamarack.
Yeah, we are.
That was our expectation.
We
might as well do it.
We want to finish.
Yeah.
Finish!
We might as well do it since I assume there's not too much left of this one here, so. Despite your standpoint on that, the 5 of you had gone through a lot for the short time you'd lived there. You made it to a special place and you went through the park. You rescued Tamarack from a bike and you raid cashews down to the trio of boys. Tamarack and Chiyo were your friends. Yeah, with all of that, you were ready to join the club. Yeah, it's like there's a siren in the background. That's just Apollo who's trying to woo our female bird.
He's not very good at whistling or singing.
No, that's his attempts at singing.
Yeah.
Hip 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 hip.
Because that's the only way he knows how to properly.
Yeah.
You were good with that.
The boat had gone so different from the craziness of your first experience there. Chiyo didn't try to make people have fun. They already were. Tamarack wasn't eager to do something new, because she wasn't bored of this. I'm gonna have to go fucking stop him at this point. Hey, you two. You want inside again, Emperor? Is that right? Get inside. You stop screaming? Yeah. Still poop on me somewhere. Oh well. He stopped for now.
Yeah.
He knows when he's gonna do it again. Darren couldn't think of a point to complain about, and Baxter didn't make a fresh joke this time.
He's just getting too close.
Yeah, I know. He's getting closer and closer. He's like doing this thing with his beak where he's very happy. Oh, she's braiding him! She's braiding him! And then she's gonna get... She's braiding him.
Yeah.
And he's so happy when he does it, but he can't sit still. And she gets angry. He's like, stop moving!
Because he wants to preen her.
Yeah.
But she will not let him.
No. People were satisfied and a little sleepy. If it wasn't chilly, maybe some of them would have nodded off even though they were in the middle of riding the wheels. Front and back and all around, there was somebody you recognized. Somebody happy to be there. It was amazing you'd found that many people you liked that much. Round and round, the whole set went through the Golden Grove Park for as long as your parents had allowed it.
You spin me round, round, baby, right round, like a record baby, round, 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 round.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I knew it. There wasn't much left.
Yep.
All right, then we.
Okay.
And we just have the preview.
Yeah.
Nice. Are you sure? It's not like we have anything else.
Yeah.
All right. In between. Yeah, that sounds right. Did that in the other game too. Oh. Here we go again.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, we'll come back to the tutorial. Now you can change your look as you head into the grand land of teenagedom. Oh. There's also more stuff. Yeah, you can like add accessories now and stuff that you couldn't before as you get older.
Skin tone.
The only parts that you can't edit are your last name, eye color, and skin tone because you know those you're born with.
Well, you could possibly be a little more tan if you just, like being out a lot and therefore get tan and easily get tan from the sun.
That's not what they mean by this.
No, I know.
Anyways.
You know what's funny? One of the choices we had for Baxter after he had made his joke.
Yeah.
We talked about how 50% of boys with moles.
Yeah. And a chance to annoy people, we have a mole ourselves.
Yeah.
So fucking funny. You're just sitting on the gate now, Pearls?
Trying to get over, maybe? I don't know.
She went over there herself.
Yeah.
But I know the gate does move. Alright. Yeah, these will be like gradual changes. But, yeah. If your gender or pronouns have changed, you have the option to not have come out yet. You can do that during another step if that's what you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, you also have a chance to shift your relationships. Your time is even dynamic than what you did when you met 4 years ago. If you're close, you can have drifted apart to only consider the leader neighbor, or you would have found one of them annoying, but now you're your best friend, or anything else, whatever the fuck you want. You and everyone else in town will remember how things used to be, or if nothing is different. Prior choices don't stop mattering just because the step has changed. The game is complete with Chiyoko and Tamarack or contesting, deferring, or teamworking, and such will also depend on past experiences you have together. In this demo, that doesn't happen. The system hasn't been built yet. Fair enough. Your relationships, neighbors, friends, and or crushers will not automatically change based on normal choices throughout the story. You can do whatever you like and still be close or distant from the leads. Now that it's step 2, the jealous, over, and envious of meters have unlocked on the dynamic screens. You can't use this element if you're at neighbor status with the lead. As a reminder, the jealousy meter does nothing but let you add an extra element of drama to your life.
Drama?
Jealous over means the character is protective of their relationship and time with the other person. They can get upset if they're not getting the attention they want. Envious of means they wish they had what the other character has. They can imagine someone else has a better life, is better looking, more talented, etc. And that makes the person unhappy. By default, Chiyoko, Tamarack, and Yamsi will always be not jealous, which skips all that. You'll have to manually turn the jealous, envious aspect on for that kind of emotion to crop up. Lastly, Tamarack's and Chiyoko's teenage designs have slightly variation options. Both have 2 possible hairstyles, shorter or longer, and there are a couple accessories they may or may not wear. Right now it's decided at random. There is also a customization screen for each character to manually change their appearance. In its preview, the UI is not final yet. In the completed game, the characters' initial appearances will be influenced by past experiences, yes. And that's everything you need to know for this next stage of your life. We hope you enjoy a glimpse into growing up in Golden Grove. So, now you can change. Is there anything you want to change?
I don't know. Is it sort of just the same hairstyles? Yeah, more or
Yeah,
less.
I think it's more or less the same hairstyles they have. It's just if you want to change the hairstyle as you grow up.
Well, we already have earrings.
Might be the extras that are new, I don't know. You can also have nose rings now. And other earrings, whatever the fuck that means. We have a bow on.
Yeah, I know. Why no piercings?
I assume that's under other earrings?
No.
No, okay.
It's just other... Well...
I mean, technically they are piercings.
There are piercings just in the ears.
Yeah.
And one a little in the eyebrow.
And the eyebrow is further up, my dude.
Is that the eyebrow?
No, further.
Oh.
There it is.
Oh.
It's gonna be where the mole is, goddammit. Oh my gosh.
Oh. I forgot about that. The same color as the hair, so I didn't.
Yeah, of course it is. Maybe you can't have that yet because you're too young.
I don't know.
I don't know. More stuff will be unlocked as you like. As you get older, so you should. That's the traditional wear. Special wears. So do you think you want to change?
I'm looking. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I just wasn't sure. It's the hoodie you're wearing.
Yeah, it could be because of it's a demo. That you don't
Yeah.
have piercings and such.
Yeah, I mean, you have the earrings, but again, it could also just be because the people who made this game considered 12, 13, or however old they were too young to have piercings other places than their nose and ears. I don't know.
Why the fuck would you allow the nose and not anything else?
I don't know, I'm just saying.
That's weird.
Usually you have to be at least 16 here to get it. Anywhere else but the ears.
Unless you get your parents' permission.
No, you need to be 18 to do it without your parents' permission. But in a lot of places they want you to be 16 first. And then get a parent's permission. So.
Apollo Chirps was perfectly in sync with the emote that opens his mouth. Anyways, yeah.
I don't know. I was just blipping out different ideas.
Those butterflies?
Butterflies, yeah.
Oh, the butterflies, okay.
And flowers and flowers and crayons and stars.
What's that? Oh, that's a star.
It's a star.
Star.
Star. Star.
Star.
Star.
Star.
Bows. Flowers.
Let's keep with the flower theme,
Yeah.
shall we?
Yeah. You can also have two different earrings on.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you want to.
Wait. Do they mean like one here and one here, or is it a nose bridge?
It's the nose bridge.
Okay, now that's weird that they're like have that,
Yeah.
but not other piercings.
It's weird they have that at all for someone who's 13, because that is an infection fucking hub.
It's infection hazard.
Yeah.
It's like disease, like sort of fairly normal.
Yeah. That up there
But
is an
that one-
infection, like a hazard if you cannot keep yourself clean. There's a reason why it's usually you have to be a certain age to get them. At least here in Denmark.
My girlfriend at 16 gave herself a belly button piercing.
Oh, that sounds like a bad experience.
Yeah, she ended up having to take it out, or
Yeah,
it fell out, or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what happened, but yeah, it was not great.
Just go to a professional, for fuck's sake. And do what they say. It's not that hard.
Did she have a job?
Doesn't matter if she can't afford it. She shouldn't do it on herself.
No.
She could create irreparable damage that would make it so she could never get a piercing there again.
Hmm.
It's just not a thing you should do unless you can afford it. I'm sorry. it's a luxury. You don't want any of that?
I don't know.
You can also
no.
just have it on one side.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the left, and then you have right. Yeah.
I keep thinking back on when I was like 13 years old and we were out after having, confirmed that we were Christians, which is called confirmation.
You still call it
Denmark,
in English. Yeah. Still called confirmation in English. People just probably don't know it in America because they don't celebrate the same way.
No. Then the Monday after you have had this party thing.
Blue Monday.
Yeah, you would have a Blue Monday where you would go to a city.
A big city in our standards.
American standards, a town.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Small country.
Yeah.
Very small.
To then go party, have fun, buy stuff, because you generally get a lot of money from these parties. And I wanted to get my ears pierced.
Yeah.
Get earrings, Obviously, I had to ask my parents for permission.
Yeah.
They said no.
Of course they did.
But why?
I don't know. I'm not surprised your parents said no.
My sister had earrings.
Yeah.
Why shouldn't I be allowed?
I'm not surprised that they confined to gender norms. That's all.
It's just weird. Like, when it came to toys, it wasn't a problem.
Yeah, but sometimes they draw lines in weird places.
Yeah.
Regardless. Would have been shorter now. I get hurt everywhere. I'm a dab. Everywhere! Can't see it on the dick, though.
Oh. There we go.
Still have the extra tab. I don't know what's in there.
Yeah. I'm just looking through this stuff here. I think I still want the bow.
Yeah, the bow's cute.
Yeah, I like the bow. This one's also...
It doesn't really fit with the hair, though.
No, not really, no.
The bow's very cute.
Otherwise,
yeah,
that one is always great. We can flip it.
Yeah. It looks better. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, I think.
Let's flip it. Yeah.
That's the only change we did through these past 5 years. Flip the bow. Hey.
Wait. No, we're definitely, like, if glasses, this would be the ones. Weirdly enough, you can't get, like, thin glasses.
No.
I suppose these are supposed to be the thin glasses, but...
Not necessarily.
No.
It's just the art style they chose.
Yeah. Let's go with this. And yeah, we keep the earrings like that. No nose rings. I'm not much for nose rings, honestly.
No. My mom has one. I'm fine with it, but...
Yeah.
I'm fine with having...
She got it because your sister got interested in piercings and stuff.
I think she's always, like, kind of wanted it, but never really gone there because she's a little bit too old in the generation to just, do it normally.
I didn't get my ears pierced before I was, like, what? Mid-20s?
Yeah.
Because that was when my best friend at the time was like, as part of like a birthday gift, wanted to know what I wanted, and I was like, how about my ears pierced?
Yeah.
So I went to get my ears pierced. It's luckily not expensive. Maybe this one? Oh, no, that's underlayer. We can't see that.
No.
So is that important?
Not necessarily. Unless you take your hoodie off or your scarf off and you're inside.
Or you just do that one, I suppose, yeah.
Oh, this one. Yes.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I just want to keep my hair the same.
Too.
Oh, Jesus. No, we're gonna keep those the same.
But he's a smug little shit!
Yeah. And the base was the...
That's the face shape.
Does the face shape change?
I mean, it can change compared to, like, sometimes how chubby you are, so... It's not weird that it changes a little bit. Oh my
Okay, maybe
goodness.
a little less chubby. Like instead of this and go with this. The ears become bigger though.
Yeah, because the ears are the same size. That's the only thing. The ears are the same place and same size. Almost.
Well, they sort of change a little.
Yeah, they do change a little bit, but
This one on this one specifically, they're slightly different compared to the others.
yeah.
For that could just be.
It's also a demo. Don't worry too much.
Yeah. It could be an oversight.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter as much.
Nope. It's just I noticed these things. Okay, extra scars.
Yeah, you can have some scars.
What is?
You don't know what vitiligo is? It's a condition where your skin is very, very white.
Oh. That looks like Denmark.
It does slightly, actually. A little bit, I
It's
can.
like we have the Jutland.
Yeah.
Sure, we don't really have like there, but
No, it
whatever.
has
And
to be
then
fuse, and it's the nose and Jutland.
yeah, and then we have Fyn, and then Sjælland.
Yeah, Shetland.
That was the first thing I looked at. I looked at it. I was like, that looks like Denmark. Okay, no, that's
Moles?
not moles. We already have moles.
Yeah.
So
That's fine. Other?
not that you can't get more moles with
No.
age. I have moles now.
Hmm.
Some of them even sticking out.
Yeah. Freckles we have. You can have acne and braces. When he smiles, his mouth open, you'll see it.
Yeah. I didn't have braces. I should have had braces.
The
Let's go with
dentist
braces.
made the mistake of asking you if you wanted braces.
Yeah.
And you said no.
I was like, well, if I don't need it, I suppose not. Because at the time it was free. It
Yeah.
cost no money.
When you're
'Cause I was a child.
it's free.
Oh, Jesus.
Big scar. So many scars.
All these guys. No
Yar
scars.
har, fiddly dee. Being a pirate is what I could be.
And do what you want because a pirate is free. You are a pirate. You are a pirate.
Alright, is that what you want to do?
Yeah, let's go with that. Okay.
You still want to be small and short?
Yeah. Yeah. We're not gonna get any bigger.
No,
We grew up to become a toddler, and that's it.
You want to add a nickname?
No, I think Damien is fine.
Yeah, okay.
I don't actually like thinking. Damien, I suppose, is technically more masculine.
Who cares?
Yeah. Short King, yes.
Yeah, sure king.
But I'm like, the mouthfeel of Damien is kind of unisex, honestly.
Yeah. Who cares anyways?
And I don't know if I can come up. Double D?
No, we will not call, no.
What? You know, like from Ed, Edd and Eddy.
Yeah, no.
No?
It can also be misunderstood, so no.
Oh.
It's a safe spot. Safe zone, Ramona.
I did not think of it that way,
No.
but okay. And I'm usually the one who does.
I'm just thinking of all possibilities.
You know, DD. Double D. Desmond.
I know what you were thinking. That's not it. No.
Use a nickname. Frankie?
You can write whatever you want.
Just put in Sir.
Yeah.
He's a little shit.
He's a little shit. He's short, so he's closer to hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's probably fine. It's also just a short preview, so. Pronouns, you're still gonna use the same ones?
We're
Or
gonna do them.
you wanna be them?
Yeah.
What
I think
about
it just.
your gender?
Let's just go non-binary.
Sure. Whatever you want.
Yeah.
Is it still sir to you?
Oh yeah. Still, sir.
Yeah.
I do not care.
No. And yeah, neutral leaning.
How do you like people to refer to you? Neutral leaning, child, kid.
Yeah, instead of, masculine or feminine. We had that already, so. Yeah, you can like.
Oh, you can type your own.
Yeah, you can type your own. Sir!
No. Milord.
Milord! King! Boss!
Emperor.
I think we should just let it stay as it is. But
Yeah.
it would be funny. But considering how long this part is going to be, too much work, man. But it would be funny.
When I'm gonna play this on my own, I will definitely make some shit out of this.
Yeah. Alright. There's your ma.
So ma.
Yeah.
Just ma.
As you can see, her hair has changed a little bit. Her clothes have changed a little bit.
Yeah, well, they said it was random. You're not able to choose right now because it's a demo. So yeah.
Yeah.
Ma.
Ma.
It'll just continue to be ma.
Yeah, it's ma.
Either that or mum.
No, ma.
Yeah,
I like ma.
Yeah.
The
Choose the
sticker! The sticker do you want?
Sticker. Oh.
You just chose it. You've chosen it.
Oh!
It's outlined by white.
Apparently didn't see that.
Oh.
I thought it was already. Yeah.
Alright. Winter was a world of his own.
What?
The place she'd known had gone to sleep. Ma wished more than once that people could hibernate until spring the way bears did. Don't worry about it, it's an in-between.
Okay.
Snow on a mountain was worse than anywhere else in the state. It took hold of you whenever you went outside, trying to tuck your shoes straight off your feet.
Yeah, that's how it is in mountainous America.
That season, the cul-de-sac kids got rides to and from school. Tio's mom and Granny took turns. They would take you in the morning and get you again in the afternoon. This is basically, in between, it's basically just like an explanation of what happens, like, up until the next step.
Okay.
Just like, like general stuff.
I suppose.
Unlucky days, Mr. Lin would be the one who came at the end of the day, and sometimes your own ma could do it. Happy fall, y'all!
What?
What?
Unlucky days?
Unlucky days, Mr. Lin would be the one who came at the end of the day. Because he's cool, I don't know. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Then there was that one time there'd been a huge misunderstanding, and the person who pulled up in front of your school was Mr. Bauman. It was a nightmare.
I mean, I suppose because he's not sociable.
Yeah. The ballet recital thing happened. Chio stole the whole show. No one else could follow along. It was like the other dancers hadn't been told what was gonna happen next. Maybe they hadn't been. It seemed like Chio made some of those moves up. As Chio does. The other Mr. and Mrs. Bauman came to visit for the first time for their daughter's favorite holiday, Christmas.
Plymouth. Mary Chrysler.
Yeah, Mary Chrysler. Their parents showed up in Golden Grove with bags over their shoulders and glasses on their faces. Tamarack looked just like them, and she looked miserable.
She doesn't like her parents.
Yeah, maybe she just... I feel like her parents never had time for her. Probably.
Maybe. That's possible. It definitely seems like she could have been, offloaded.
Yeah. They left after New Year's. Only those two. Tamarack didn't go with her mom and dad. She stayed with her Oba and Opa. There's definitely some drama that needs to be fixed throughout this game.
Mm-hmm.
It
wouldn't be interesting if everything was just happy times.
It is also like very realistic things you sometimes go through, But that year wasn't so new anymore. You graduated elementary school.
No, not Arto. Tap.
Ma brought you to the diner table to celebrate after your first day of middle school. So you always did. The two of you eventually reached regular status at that establishment. It helped that Yusuf, the friendly manager, he's a manager, that makes sense, became the new owner when the original one retired. Now he's the owner.
Oh, he's the owner, okay.
He recognized you and Ma from the beginning. Yusuf had been earnest when he'd said everybody in town were basically neighbors. He might not have been next door, but you couldn't help getting to know him. As much as you could know an adult anyway. Fair enough.
Okay.
Days, weeks, months, the time took a rest on your shoulders, and they kept coming. Feel old here?
And they keep on coming, and they keep on coming, and they keep on coming.
It goes on and on and on! A couple more years and you weren't even a kid anymore. You emerged from a pile of torn off calendar pages as a teenager!
I guess you didn't even recognize what I was referencing.
No.
All-Star.
I don't fucking know All-Star. The only thing...
Well, at least you know the beginning.
What's the beginning?
Somebody once told me.
Sorry, I hadn't put two and two together. Sorry. I don't know the name of that song, I just know it starts. That's how out of the loop I am. I was just about to say, the only thing I know from that is from the Life series. There was this task where Joel had to say 3 different lines from it. And some of the things he said was, "My world's on fire, how about yours?"
In All-Star, there is a line about how the years keep coming and they keep on coming.
Coming.
Yeah, so.
I was just referencing Xenoblade Chronicles.
Yeah, I know.
You know, because I keep saying it because it's so fucking funny. The way she said
Well, at least you think so.
Yeah, I find it funny because of the way she just keeps saying on and on and on. It's a fucking meme in the community.
I don't know why I have an issue with you saying meme.
Okay, it is a meme though.
Yeah, I think I just have an issue with the word meme.
Okay, I don't know what else to say though.
No, I know. It's getting better, honestly.
Yeah.
It used to be a lot worse.
At least it's not a certain game's version of meme. Yep. That was funny.
That was just
wrong
weird.
In using that word, but it's just funny today.
That's just weird.
With Chewy, how they use the word meme there.
Anyways,
come on. I have already read it.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
I have.
Not.
I have read it. I read The Same Teenager.
I do not believe you.
Too bad. Continue. I'm not gonna read it again. Add 1 extra year and you graduated again. At 14 years old, you were about to begin high school.
Oh, so we're not at the start of teenager. Okay.
I'll be 14. Early teenagehood.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what you're supposed to be. You're basically grown up. You could do whatever you wanted. Rules didn't matter anymore. What was that?
Pearls. Hey.
Tell her.
Pearls.
Hey.
Stop. Yes. Fuck rules.
Life might have changed rapidly for you, but it seemed like once you hit certain points of being old, stuff stayed consistent much longer.
Really? I wouldn't have noticed.
Ma and Mr. Lin had the same jobs. Mrs. Bauman kept on being retired. Mr. Bauman continued to pretend he was retired while working on the side.
It's not illegal, I suppose. So.
But that wasn't the only way to
Pearls.
go.
Pearls.
Stop.
Pearls. Hey.
She's like, what? Mrs. Lin had new opportunities ahead. While her only child prepared for 9th grade, she was getting ready to rejoin the workforce. You met brand new people as you got older and the limits on your life faded. Serenity, Vayanka, I assume is how you pronounce that, and many other schoolmates.
Or Vianica.
No, because it's at least Anka. Cannot be Vianica.
Oh!
No N. There's no A after the N.
Nope, I don't know. Bianca.
So Vianca it must be.
Bianca! Like Bianca.
Yeah.
So Bianca.
Maybe Bianca. I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
These are not names we hear over here much.
Nope.
Yeah, where did she go?
I know Bianca, but...
Yeah, but it's still not a name you hear over here often.
No, I only know one person, I think.
Yeah.
Named Bianca. Or knew. I should say.
You know of one person.
I don't even know if they're still alive.
No, but you still know of one person.
I suppose. I knew of. Possibly.
Yeah, whatever. Hello, Pulse. She's on the ISS. And now Polo's over there, too.
Never gone to space.
Okay, are you hyperactive, gentle, spunky, or polite?
The fuck does spunky mean?
The only thing I can
Are we dirty?
The only thing I can think of is the candy spunk. Which is technically spunk, so that's different.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how to translate that for you.
No. Is this... Well, you don't have to translate it. You could just explain it, you know.
And I don't even know how to do that, because it's just like a feeling I have in me.
Mm-hmm.
But I can try.
I've definitely heard of it before, but I'm always like, spunky. That sounds dirty. Like actual dirty, you know, like they're full of dirt.
Well, in Australian it means sexually attractive, so there is that, but normally
That's not what I was looking for.
No, but normally it means courageous and determined. It's slow that they had like an Australian dictionary for that too.
Well, yeah. You know, Australia. They weed.
Yeah, they are weird. But that's Australian for. But yeah, it's courageous and brave. Tamarack social circle expanded too.
No.
Really? You could fill several novels with memories of a little girl in her neighborhood and her own, with you, with Chiyo, or both of you.
It's not what I meant. When I said no.
Okay.
I was like, no. Me only. What?
She pulled something off, I'm sure.
Oh.
And she was still around, but Tamarack had a lot more to consider these days than if she should be in her backyard or the forest clearing.
Oh.
Hello!
Bonk.
Landed on you.
Oh, careful, Apollo. You almost fell.
Yeah.
What's up? You want scratches?
Yeah, always want squishes. Because everything's so itchy.
Okay.
Bye. There were also people you didn't meet.
Ah.
Landed on you again.
He suddenly jumped up on my head. I wasn't prepared for it.
The infamous boys club disbanded a long time ago. I mean, I imagine there'd be a few reasons for that, but sure. Jill, Lynn, Ren Murray, and Baxter Ward. Ren went by Ren only and had for a year. Calling him by his full name was strange. Not even Ren's parents did that. The relationship between Chiyo and Ren was a knotted thread of history. Sometimes it tensed, sometimes it slacked, but it had yet to snap. I assume Ren is Darren.
Yes.
Yes. Just, for me, it's just talking about Darren, then suddenly Ren. I'm like, I assume we're talking about Darren here, or then Darren.
It said Ren Murray. You know his last name.
I think I read Darren Murray, sorry.
Huh?
I don't think I read it properly. Oh well.
No, you most certainly did not.
It was different when it came to Baxter. Their shared friendship with him ended. Officially. He dyed his dark gray hair to pure black and stopped coming around after a while.
Okay.
I mean, his hair is completely black with very white stripes in the other game, so... The age gap between him and the rest of you was a chasm that couldn't be crossed anymore.
What is he, what is his name? Is it Soul Eater?
Black Star? No, you're talking about Kid, right?
Yeah, Kid.
Death the Kid?
Death the Kid. You know, black hair with white stripes.
Yeah, not quite that way, though.
No, but...
But, yes.
You know, the black and white stuff.
Yeah. Gio didn't remember the last time Baxter had been on Acorn Road. I mean, he does also eventually move away, so... It's kind of sad, but yeah, he's only really there in step 1.
Someone is biting my clothes.
Poor Louis.
No, that's a small one.
Okay, where is it?
You might have moved it yesterday when you were looking for the other stuff.
There. Look at this, Apollo. Yeah, it's a village.
Rip in peace.
Rip in peace, my boy.
Boys Club.
Yeah. After the group disbanded, when Chiu was no longer the boy who led a club named after that trait, Chiu began to realize something. They were the boy. Chiu wasn't sure what did they find with. Identified with. But they could say definitively it wasn't that. You weren't the only one who'd had to realize something like that about yourself.
Sorry.
You scared the shit out of him. He now has a feather.
Don't make me laugh.
Yeah.
It's just gonna increase the possibility that he's gonna bite me.
Yeah, I know. But now all people needed to know was not to call them by anything gendered. As for you, does everyone know, or was it ages ago? Was it recently, or have you not come out, or?
Yeah, recently. That's it, say recently.
Summer vacation didn't last forever. Days of sunshine grew short and cold. Gray clouds gathered on the horizon. You went back.
Yeah, I know.
Do you want to do something else?
Thinking a little more about it.
Okay. I don't think you have to think too hard about it.
Sure.
Did you choose the same thing or something else?
Something else.
What did you choose? We need to know.
You had made your own discoveries, and there, when school started, there was stuff, people you had to tell.
Okay.
Or something like akin to that.
Okay. Cool. And then fall settled over Golden Grove once again. The storybook-esque depiction of autumn went to the very root of the forest and the heart of the town, as the whole land glistened in its namesake color.
Well, this is not heart of the forest.
You mean the heart of the woods?
Yeah. Broke my heart.
It had been nearly 4 years to the day since you'd moved there, into the tan house with the white picket fence at the center of the cul-de-sac. The trees grew in taller and thicker. Ma got a chair for the porch, and the mailbox had to be replaced after an incident. But other than that, not much had changed with the outside of your house.
The incident?
Yeah.
No, so when we started this preview, it said in between.
Yeah.
We are technically in between the two of them, so that's what I was thinking.
Oh no, it's time-wise in between.
Okay. Yeah, see why I was confused?
I mean, I also know it because I played the other game where there's only one there's only one main character, right? That you can get a relationship with, except for the DLCs, but you know. Yeah, the biggest irony is that only 1/3 of the Boys Club stays male. That's so true. Only Baxter stays male.
He just leaves.
Yeah, he just leaves.
He's like, peace, I'm out.
Yeah. Just that one meme. Peace. Disappears. And then pops up in the other game.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm back! But one step. It's in step 3 he comes. But yeah. It's fucking funny. One might have said the building was worse for wear after nearly 1,500 extra days of weathering the elements, but for how old it already was when you got there, that was nothing. Nothing for a house pushing 40 anyway. 4 years of your life was closing in on a third of your existence, and that first third you could scarcely remember since you were a baby and then a toddler for most of it. So it worked out that nearly half of the memories you'd made and kept were from right here, in this house, in this neighborhood, in this town.
A house in the middle of the street. A house.
This is my final message. Goodbye, Baxter, probably. Yeah. You'd lived at this one place longer than anywhere.
Sounded like you hit her.
Yeah, no, it's just because she gets angry.
Yeah.
And you couldn't wait to get out. Ah! Teenage angst. What do you want to choose?
Normal.
Noble. You really only stop to think about all of what happened around the anniversary of your home.
Move.
Sure. Yeah, if you move. I don't know why I said home. I'm tired. Okay.
I want to go home.
Yeah. Give it a few more years and the start of fall might come and go without you registering the meaning of it even once.
Mm-hmm.
You've been down each path and road, seen every bush and tree, entered all the publicly accessible and even some not technically public buildings hundreds of times.
Okay.
That didn't mean the world was entirely static. There were shifts that rippled out and impacted your experience in small ways. He's just busy with his feather.
And biting my pulley.
Yeah. The transition of seasons brought about an entirely different atmosphere. There are sights and sounds and feelings that could only happen during a few months before they were gone for a year.
That doesn't make sense.
What?
They happen for a few months, and then apparently it waits a whole year.
It doesn't say a whole year, it says gone for a year, so it's an approximate, you absolute dingus. Stop cleaving the words!
All I'm saying is it's only 9 months. If we're going by the standard of, it is 3 months.
Stop cleaving the words when there's nothing there to cleave.
But...
No?
He's wrong.
No.
Yeah.
It doesn't say a whole year.
It's just a year. And
Yeah,
year is
a
wrong.
year, that's just an approximation. Just be happy they didn't say a couple of months. I hear a lot of people say a couple, and every time I'm like, okay, do you actually mean to, or do you just mean a few? Because people don't know how to use that word properly.
I think it's more of the case that the meaning is more or less changing.
No, people just don't know.
Words change meaning over time because people start using them differently.
Yes?
And I think that's what's happening with couple.
Well, it's wrong. A couple is two. Objectively.
doesn't change that it can change meaning.
Well, I can't know which one they're saying, so I have to ask them when they use that term. Every time.
All you have to think about is that it is 2, possibly 3, never 4.
That's not true. I've had one where they refer to a couple as 5.
What?
Yeah, and this is why I ask.
It's like half a year.
Well, it's not only when it comes to months. I'm saying in general.
Ow.
I was referring to general use of it, not only when it pertains to months.
Oh, okay.
So.
Anyways.
Other
They're wrong.
familiarities, yes, were lost to time for good, never to come back, but instead for their absence to eventually become old in their own right. You knew that acorns were beginning to fall along with the leaves, and that Bob's barbershop on Main Street closed 8 months ago, and that every day there was a new rumor on what was going to replace it.
I don't remember how that song goes.
Huh? What?
Well, it's tears, not acorns, but anyways. Your tears don't fall, they crash around me.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know songs.
No. You're also not the same type of person as I was.
Yep.
You weren't like an angsty teenager like I was.
No, but I did listen to some because my friends all went through at least an emo-like phase. So. Not like I didn't listen to it, but I didn't pay attention to it. Difference.
I had like punk, emo, hardstyle, different things.
Yeah.
You know, it was the time to try out shit.
Yeah. Nothing concrete had been announced yet, but any day now for sure. Mrs. Bowen was stubbornly convinced it'd be a restaurant. An Italian restaurant. The town needed one of those. She was...
Italian!
No, Italiano. If you wanted to say it in Italian, at least.
It's not necessarily what I was trying to do. I was just trying to pronounce it differently.
Okay.
With some sort of accident. Yeah, accident.
Accident, yeah, it was definitely a fucking accident. That's what it was. That's how bad it was. Yeah, that was less about what she thought would actually happen and more what she wished would come to be. She really want that Italian restaurant, huh?
Ow.
Stop pushing me out of my chair and everything. Circumstances were never as perfectly straightforward as stuff that was the same and things that were different. Or what you could be certain of and what you were
Yes.
believing in.
Exactly.
Yeah, Italian.
Italia!
You could have a piece of your world that had been ever present, something that hadn't gone away for a moment. Yet right before your eyes, it could stop being what you'd originally known. Hey!
Pearls?
Stop, Pearls. Oh. The example that had come to your mind that you had been imagining from the beginning was your left and right next door neighbors. Both Chiyoko and Tamarack were the same people you'd seen basically every day for 4 years. What?
That depends on how you look at it, I suppose.
What?
Chiyu's changed. Ow. They're both
Yeah,
fighting.
but sure, they've come out as non-binary. But that doesn't mean they've changed.
Help. She wants screeches and is like trying to bite me because of it, but Apollo is trying to bite me because she's getting close to my hand.
And now he's found your watch. And he's like, what that? It's shiny. He's looking at it. He's so cute, Apollo.
So, but there's also the idea of like Well, technically he's still the same person. It's still Chio.
He's still Chiyo. They just found out that they don't feel male, that's all. Still the same person.
Yeah. But it could also be understood as in they haven't changed at all.
Yeah.
But that's definitely not
You always
the
change
case.
in 4 years. You just...
Yeah.
You will always change.
Hmm.
No single one of those days did you decide they weren't Tamarack or Cheer anymore. Of course, they always were literally who they were. But after everything they'd learned and seen, and from the basic concept of getting older, the two were pulled into certain directions. Little by little. It couldn't be caught looking back a week or a month. Still, if you pause to remember them from your first meetings and compare that to who you expected to encounter that day, you could see it clearly, starkly. Having fun, Apollo?
He's thinking about jumping over
Yeah.
the descension.
Oh.
Wait, hang on, Apollo.
What's up?
Oh, okay.
Did you see something bad?
I thought that his talon had split.
Oh. No, he just has shit on it.
Yeah. My heart dropped for a second there.
Yeah.
I was like, oh god.
Yeah. No, he just has shit on it.
Yeah, okay.
From his feet.
Yeah.
It's okay.
You need to clean your foot, Apollo. Did you get this one?
Yes.
Yes, you did. Isaac, I can see clearly now the rain is gone.
There is no rain. What are you talking about? Oh, Apollo!
Must have been rain at some point.
There's no space for him. That's why he's panicking.
Yeah.
They had changed. First, the companion of your youth. I don't know how to pronounce the MX.
Me neither.
No.
I don't know.
Anyways, Chiolin. They didn't introduce themselves like that to people anymore. I don't know how you pronounce that. Whatever. Whether a person could spell their name or not wasn't their problem.
I've never had to before, so...
No, me neither. Someone didn't know that, then they didn't know, Chio, and why should they care what a stranger believed about them? The only part of themselves they made sure to spell out were their pronouns. They, them. Chio was born and raised in Golden Grove, a local through and through. The only part of themselves...
No. I went back.
Oh.
THEY slash THEN.
No! It takes way too fucking long. Fuck off.
No, but say to spell out. Apollo.
Eggy.
He bit my neck.
Yeah. And not really any kid in town. They were the one to take center stage, the one to reach out. Chio made themselves ever present in the minds and hearts of the community. It's also dangerous when he's right at your neck, going at your t-shirt. Mix? Maybe. Perhaps.
Don't know if the X is supposed to be, presently pronounced.
I don't know.
It's hard to know.
But we will go with that if it ever becomes prevalent in this game more.
It's kind of like when they put an X in instead of the H in pronouns. So, see Sim.
Yeah, see Sim. I don't know.
Oh, I'm also not sure how that's supposed to be pronounced.
No.
Haven't encountered it, so...
No, I've only encountered it written, so...
Yeah. I've never encountered anyone who has used it.
No. I know one from Nezumi who uses... what was set, I think. But again, it's written, and I don't talk to the person that much, so I don't really know how to pronounce the pronouns.
No.
No matter what you said or did, each person they crossed paths with will be as familiar with them as the gender they were assigned at birth. She wasn't sure about what they identified with, but they could say definitely it wasn't that. Deja vu. I've been to this place before! They managed to be free of that misconception. Chiyoko had no choice other than to keep explaining. Again and again. Person to person. They hated it. I could fucking imagine. Going around introducing themselves in a way so people who wouldn't immediately get it could still put things together. It was cute and everything when they were in elementary school. But when you're 14, it fucking sucks. Yeah, he is also getting a new tail feather.
Yeah.
As a 9th grader, it was embarrassing. A lot of what you believed in as a kid seemed to be just that now. Kid stuff. And at the tippy top of their list of Charlie's ideals was the very concept of trying. She stopped putting in effort with their classes. They started skipping ballet lessons and they did not go out of their way to make others feel welcome. Oof, that's a turnaround. No, they've rebuffed nearly anyone who dared wish for time in their presence. If Chu didn't already like someone, 0 opportunities will be given for that opinion to change. Despite going from the most approachable face in town to completely unavailable, Chu remained exceedingly popular in school. The chill that overtook their demeanor only made them cooler, apparently. So there's 2 different kinds of hair you can choose.
Oh, I thought it was randomized.
No, if they said right now it's randomized, but you can still get to choose. I generally like the longer hair until more of the 2 I've seen, but you can choose whether there's some accessories you want on or not.
I'll just keep it the way it was.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, the newly jealous me. We'll figure it out.
Base friends.
Best friends! You have braces.
Yeah. I would definitely say we're best friends.
Yeah. Friends crosses neighbors. That's what you can choose between. And then you have you to Chu and Chu to you.
Doting. They're doting us?
I mean, it's compared to kind of choices you made and the first step, usually. I don't know if it is here in the demo, but that's usually what it is.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah.
But so what? If Chu didn't want to go above and beyond to be friends with everyone in the world, that didn't make them a bad person. No, it doesn't.
No.
The fact. That just makes them an introvert.
It could possibly be that as a child they were performing.
Yeah.
And that is actually not actually what they wanted. She's down here.
Oh, so that's why he's there. Okay.
Yeah.
Everything makes sense now. Yeah.
So, you know, they just got tired of performing.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seemed like Chio was very calculating in what he decided to say to mitigate every kind of problem that was in this.
Could honestly have been something his parents have put on him.
Yeah, probably.
Them.
We don't really know.
So.
Yeah.
It's hard to know.
It's hard to know, yeah. Of course, the shift in their attitude hadn't changed how you felt. You and Gio had been close since you were 10. You still were. Gio had been there for you from the start and never stopped, even when it didn't come as easily for them anymore. You'd done the same in return. Gio knew that they could rely on you. The small circle of Gio's fond familiarity encompassed you completely. He's just happy. Happy and comfy.
And then he turned and his tail feather went over Pearls and Pearls got angry.
Yeah.
And now they're angry at each other.
They don't know how much they feel. Because you're more than neighbors with someone, you will get to make an extra choice about your relationship. Whether or not you're comfortable with automatic physical interactions. There are moments in the script where Gio and Tamarack can potentially show affection and closeness through touching without you initiating it yourself. But they will know you well enough to avoid that if you're the type of person who doesn't like it. You can determine if embraces and snuggling and everything is fine, or if you only accept more brief and playful interactions like a pat on the back. It's possible to want space under normal situations, but be okay with being comforted in difficult moments. You said it, so Chio and or Tamarack will never touch you on their own. Yeah, they did this in Beginnings and Always in step 3 because I was in a romantic relationship with Cove at that point, so...
Romance. No. It's not like I hate romance.
No.
I like romance.
Yeah. I mean,
for others.
In step 2, there's like a prolonged talk with Cove about like sexuality and relationships and stuff. Where Cove essentially says that he doesn't necessarily feel the same kind of attraction that normal people do. I think he said he didn't really care about the gender, as far as I remember. And then he gives a choice for what you would say.
Yeah. Ow.
About each gender.
Yeah.
So I can see it now.
Yeah.
Your tutor won't remove options to touch the leads from you. It only determines whether the lead believes you're fine with them touching you or not. Yeah, you can still initiate it yourself. So. So what do you want?
I think draped is maybe a little over the top.
Well, let you know hawks and stuff, I think it's what it's supposed to be.
Is that what it means? Because if it hawks, then yes.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Okay.
Now second, the childhood playmate, Miss Tamarack Bauman. She had become a young lady. Yeah, he comes out of demisexual, that's right. He's like, he can't really feel attraction unless he actually gets to know the person, that's right. There's a little bit of like
need
stuff
the
like
connection before the
he needs connection.
Attraction. Yeah. Okay.
Her reckless romps through the woods shifted into quiet nature walks. The neat clothes she carefully selected weren't suited for that kind of exploring anyways.
I saw that coming, honestly.
Yeah. I saw that coming too. It's a child thing to be like a little fucking squirrel. Stretch. Yeah, stretch.
Laying.
Yeah.
For so long.
And she was not okay with them getting full of holes like she was as a kid. Fair enough.
I don't have the money to care about that.
You also not going around in the forest all the time and getting holes from it, are you?
No. There was just more like, you know, it definitely seems like she just in general doesn't want to have holes in her clothes. And I'm like, I have a lot of holes in my clothes because I ain't got money to buy new clothes.
But that's because you've used them for years.
Yeah, that's also what I'm thinking here. That she's the same way. That she like even for like used clothes, she doesn't want holes in them. If there are holes in them, she will get new clothes, I assume.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
That's how I'm reading it.
Yeah. Just give me a moment here.
Achoo! 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 Achoo!
Shut up.
My Bono got scared of that. He's like, what the fuck was that?
I'm sorry about.
I think it was more me, honestly.
She approached most things in life with great delicacy, like she was living in a wall of glass. Yeah, that's kind of how I read it. It's more like she's more careful to not mistakenly get holes into her clothes. Not from wear and tear, but from like, you know, excessive wear. It is whimsically, as if she was always walking on eggshells. Tamarack joined the music program during middle school and had played the cello ever since. A feat that required plenty of patience and a ton of sitting around. But all those new opinions, priorities, and decisions didn't speak to any level of decisiveness on her part. She's still blunt! It wasn't just a loss of pure wild abandon only someone too young to know better could have. Tamarack didn't have a shred of the certainty she used to. Some days, in some ways, she could come across more like her almost 70-year-old grandparents than a girl not even a quarter their age. Then, other moments, she'd lean into typical teenage priorities more than anyone else in her class. And neither seemed to make her particularly confident. What bits and pieces were truly Tamarack? Maybe all of them, maybe none. She hadn't managed to convince most people that there was a clear picture they could accept and understand as her. Probably because she didn't understand herself either, but she couldn't bring herself to commit to what she did know. So 4 years on, and she'd yet to blend into the harmony of this close-knit community. If Tamarack was in a room, odds were good she'd be the least acquainted person there. Wherever she went, Miss Bauman carried herself with the presence of a visitor, never a regular. Yes, you can still have short hair, and then she can have long and like a braid. And then there's a headband and a ribbon. Okay. Well, you're currently set to crushes, yeah? So... you cannot choose beloveds until step 3, you absolute dingus. You can still be best friends and crushes at the same time, I think. No, okay, no, only when you're friends. Whatever. Apparently you're contesting, and you're contesting with each other, I see. And you're teasing and she's praising. You're accepting, she's accepting, and none of you are jealous. Is that how you want it to be?
That's Damon.
Sounds like Damien! What's up?
That's her face, like her eyebrows and stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's because you're crushed. But one thing was certain, at least. You'd be there for her. She'd be there for you too. The people in town were wrong. Tamarack wasn't a nobody. She was special. She'd always been special.
Oh.
Especially to you. Ah, okay. Well, best friends with one person and crush with another. Isn't that fine?
I want 2 best friends. I can have multiple best friends.
Yeah.
This is no monogamy in friendship. That's weird, honestly. Honestly, monogamy is, in general, is weird.
Yeah. Whatever.
I don't know. You should be with whoever you want and how many you want.
As long as everything is consensual.
As long as everyone's okay with it.
Yeah.
Everyone understands what they're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Best friends when you're crushing too, okay. Oh well, we're not. It's fine. No, you're not good. You can't go that far back.
Are you sure?
Yeah, no. I mean, you can, but I don't want to get you through that. Fuck that. For this preview, no. Yeah. I already read that one, by the way. She's the little girl who threw a paper airplane at you the first time she ever caught sight of you. Tamarack and you went through being newcomers, side by side. No matter how much the two of you grew up, your promise to care about each other remained unbroken. You wouldn't abandon her through whatever future unknowns you might face.
Destination unknown.
Yeah. And...
Okay.
this is about, like, your crush setting. Hello. Hey! That was why she was so special. You were over the moon for the gal. You chose you had a crush?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
You know, Like Damien.
Yeah.
He just doesn't know it.
I don't think it's that he doesn't know. It's that he doesn't want to admit it.
Yeah.
Subconsciously, he doesn't want to admit it, so he just blushes at Anya all the fucking time. Yeah, this is how about you see that. You convinced she liked you back! Alright. Neither of you might have
I
admitted
has chosen.
But
You has no choice.
Same. Okay. Okay.
Pearls?
You can't do that. Yeah, even Apollo's like, what? There's no way she didn't feel the same. Cool.
Yes.
You're close, in whatever way.
Yes.
There you go. Here's a short step too. Anyways, that was sinking further into your psyche than you should. You decided while shaking yourself out of a daze.
You can choose to be in denial.
Yeah, you can choose to be in denial. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, nope, that's all. She's just a good pal. Yep, totally. Totally. You're at home, sitting in a lumpy chair that tried its best to be a shade other than tan, which it was. You'd need a good card manticore of cream orange or pale yellow. The building creaked without anybody doing anything. A ticking and tugging tapped at the back of your head.
That's how things work.
Don't worry
Things
about
creak at times.
it. Yeah.
You know, everything changes because temperature changes.
Yeah.
Also, it's getting older.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And humidity as well.
Yes, that's true.
The place you lived was sort of the third member of the Desmond family. It had its own ways of being and long-time quirks, while still taking after the parent and sibling it received.
I remember in our first apartment, it was like sometimes it was like a clunk.
Yeah.
Because, well, it's concrete, so
Yeah.
suddenly it moves.
Yeah. In the time you'd lived there, you'd added a few of your own nicks and scratches to the house. Imagine.
Is that a saying or like literally?
What?
Aiko!
What are you doing, Aiko?
No scaring them!
You can't go after the Borbs. She just stares at you like, what? I didn't do anything, Mom. I didn't do anything, Mom.
But I'm so cute though!
Yeah. So are the birds.
You cannot do that, okay?
She does not understand.
No.
Cat brain does not compute. What do you mean I can't go after the birds?
I mean, at least she's not like super confident.
No.
So,
Yeah.
that certainly helps.
But at the same time, we can't really keep her out of the room where the birds are either, because she'll just complain.
Yeah. Luckily, she doesn't complain when we are not with the birds,
No.
and she is not allowed to be with the birds. Luckily.
No, it's because you're in a place you can't go to.
Psycho.
Yeah.
The bag.
Yeah.
Sorry. My soul just escaped.
Did you let the Smellington escape?
No, my soul. You know, the soul I don't have. Well, just because I don't believe in religion doesn't mean I can't believe that I have a soul.
It's also just the same.
Yeah.
No, it's because I'm accidentally bleeding.
You what?
I'm accidentally bleeding. It was itchy and then suddenly it was bleeding.
Dum.
Yeah.
And you...
Some of the old furniture was replaced with brand new old furniture from the local antique store and thrift shop. Yeah, brand new old furniture. Gotta love it.
It's new old.
Yeah.
It's old new old, or it's new old, or old new.
Yeah.
Mew mew. What are you doing, Aiko?
I don't know, still walking around right now.
She was doing something. I didn't. I couldn't tell what she was doing.
Oh, yeah. Couldn't even try to remember which came from
Pearls.
where. What are you doing?
Pulled out a feather. And gone was that feather. It looked like it might have been a feather that was actually coming loose, but maybe it wasn't loose enough.
Don't fall now. I have already read that.
Yeah.
As Stu once said, it wasn't like you could tell the difference between what was sold in those places. It was the same either way. Ancient.
I had to reread it.
Okay.
Just to get myself on track again.
Yeah. Your wandering gaze went down towards the decorative branches in the vase. A cold fire of brown-red leaves, another sign of autumn. There you kept going until you... Aiko? No! No! She has a lot of energy right now.
She does.
Until your focus was finally back to what you were doing. The tabletop was piled with books, packets, pencils, and stuff.
Where are the games? What the book games?
Oh. I think we're preparing for school.
Yeah. I know.
And it magically all had to fit into a single bag, plus leave room for lunch. You'd begun packing for school tomorrow. It wasn't any normal day of school.
Pearls?
Pearls keeps picking her fucking feathers. Stop that! You poked it out, you little shit. She's so busy, like, doing it. She doesn't even realize what you're doing. It was the first day, and it wasn't a normal start of a new year either. It was 9th grade. High school.
But we're short.
That doesn't matter. You're still 14. You're just short 14.
I mean, I guess you can be high in other ways.
Wow. Wow.
Yes.
You're a high school freshman.
You're a high school freshman.
No, we're not going there.
Pearls? Yeah, you need to stop.
Stop now. Yeah.
Pearls? Yeah, stop. You're pushing me.
Yeah, I know. Not impressed upon you what an accomplishment it was. You have to stop now.
Pearls! Hey! Stop! Stop!
I think maybe someone has to go to bed.
Can you put them to bed?
I
Or
was actually gonna ask if you could do it. 'Cause
Okay.
I'm still bleeding.
also, I suppose I am the one who has the easiest time of getting a polo in.
Yeah, that's true. The gate is open for you.
Pearls? Pearls?
What?
Yeah.
What are you doing over there, Apollo? Yeah, come on, you can walk over there. Good boy. Yeah, come on. He's unsure. Maybe because you're moving so much.
Yeah, I was stepping on something.
Yeah. He's coming. Oh, Pearls is coming out. He's up on top.
Yeah.
He's thinking about it. Now he's angry. He's just staring at you like, what? What do you mean I have to go back into the cage? Pearls, you can't come out! Yeah, come on! Yeah! Yeah! He started breeding you! Yeah! You're just the cutest.
I know my hair is a mess, Polo. I'm aware. You need to take a shower.
It's not like them training you is going to help with that.
No. But he just sees that it's a mess and he's like, I need to fix this. Okay. There we go. Wait, I forgot to put them to bed. Oh well.
Anyway. If the learning system was a triathlon, you were out of the water, off a bike, and lining up to begin the race.
Okay.
You wish you were that far in a triathlon.
It's more like the two first
Yeah.
ones were elementary and
Middle.
was the swimming part.
Emma wasn't especially sport herself, so she offered as an alternative that if this was a movie or book, the third act would be just beginning. That was the best part. Sure. I wouldn't agree, but sure.
That's usually when things can be going wrong.
Yeah. But it's the best part to enjoy, innit? Enjoyment-wise, a lot of the time.
Depends on the story.
If it's a good story.
Yeah, but not every story is good. Or, well, that's the wrong word. Not every story is about good things happening.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant best part as in the most enjoyable for you.
But all I'm saying is, depending on the story, this could be a complete shit show.
But as much as Ma hyped it up, your transition into the highest level of public schools wasn't as immense as it was for other 40-year-olds. You've been attending Riverview Peak since grade 6, already with its gold, black, and navy official colors, and beloved freshwater otter mascot. The district of Golden Grove was small enough that middle school and high school shared a building. Very common.
Sure.
Yeah, it's relief. You already know where things are. You crammed a 20-page schedule into the front of your bag, crushing it in the process. Because you're an absolute buffoon. The beginning of classes wasn't the only special occasion happening tomorrow.
Oh.
Golden Grove's middle and at the same time high school started slightly differently than its elementary school did. This semester, your first day of school shared the same date as your anniversary of moving here.
Anniversary.
That's what I had in my head. I don't know what I said.
Anniversary.
Anniversary of moving here. It's been 3 years and 364 days since your life became what it was.
Yep.
Then there was a growth. The house let you know you had company. Ma came out from the kitchen. She kept some distance, staying under the opening arch of the room, and gave the side of her light-washed jeans a pat. Her shirt was a fawn floral blouse. Ironically, she looked as fresh as a spring bloom. Good morning. Ma had let her hair get longer lately. Besides a trim every few months, it got to just keep growing. My brain's really struggling right now. That was new, though she still wore real opals wherever she went.
Cannot die on us now.
Right now, she was having a necklace moment. The stone hanging from her neck looked newly pried from a mine shaft. No perfect teardrop shape or flawless angles. It was natural. Le natural.
Yeah, let's give you a proposal here. If you die on us here, I will give you an energy drink. And I'll make you drink it.
If I die, I can't drink.
That's not what I mean.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean fall asleep or whatever.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna fall asleep.
Or get too tired.
You know me, I can push through an entire night even if I am tired. It's not that I'm tired, my brain is exhausted. That's the difference.
No time for that.
Oh, I know. Thinking of her, who she was as a person and who she was to you, you felt Do you love your ma?
Yeah.
We love our ma.
Yeah.
You and her was still the Desmond duo, taking life on as a team. In fact, that had only gotten truer as time went by, since you'd gotten old enough to be more of an actual help to her. It was cool. Okay. You release a breath, long and slow. People wouldn't be able to call you by the right pronouns unless you told people. You resolved to do it before school really kicked off. You weren't gonna wait another year, and bringing it up in the middle of the year was only gonna make it harder. Mom! Mom! Ma had to be the first to know. You couldn't hold it in for another second.
I mean, considering the relationship we have with
See, you're dying just as much as I am.
Considering the relationship we have with her, yes.
Yes. Ma, you have to hear this.
I'm gay.
That's not what you said. Oh, what is this excellent news?
No, it would have been funny if we'd chosen to just go straight over to like being a girl and just like we haven't announced anything or to anyone at any point, and then suddenly we just come out and say we're gay, and
you always like, but I thought you had a crush on Tamarack. Exactly. My pint. Isn't that how it would go?
yeah, exactly.
I'm all ears.
That's what I would find funny.
I'm non-binary. My pronouns are they, them.
Oh.
Yeah, you can always change it.
Ah.
Gender fluid, agender. You are. Did I just say that, Mom? God damn it.
I can't believe it.
I like her face, her expression's like, what?
That's one way to come out.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, I'm gay, but don't you have a relationship with this girl? Yes. Exactly.
That's my point, Mom. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my parents had no reaction.
Your parents were just like, okay.
At the time, technically, they were like, okay, I guess this is another one.
Yeah, well, face. One of those things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, well, I did have the tendency to be interested in things for a period of time.
Like most
until I
children
wasn't.
are.
Well, I wasn't exactly a child when I came out.
No, but generally as a child, you have a lot of hobbies.
Oh yeah,
come
but
and go.
even into like late teenage, early adulthood, kind of thing.
Exploring yourself, it's fine.
Yeah, I keep exploring myself.
But you should.
Mhm.
Ma pressed her palm over her chest. She had to. She wanted to keep her heart from leaping out of there. I think I'm having a heart attack.
Your mom just
Set the budget, please.
just dies.
And you're like, that's not exactly what I was expecting, but damn.
Just dies.
The child she'd raised for 14 years wasn't exactly the person she thought you were. Fair enough. Her shock lasted a split second. What remained in her wide-eyed expression was excitement. She cradled the hand to her heart with her second set of fingers. I have air in my colons. Sorry.
Just kept going.
Yeah, so I kept laughing.
Cradle the hand to her. Oh. I completely misunderstood that.
Oh.
For.
Dang it, that's lovely. Wonderful, actually. Yes, it is.
What do you mean by that?
The fact that you figured out who you are, I would assume.
I am being reminded of when I came out to my parents, and my parents were like, "Oh, we actually expected you to say that you were gay." So you could, be in a relationship with with your older sister's friend, so he could be in our family. Kind of thing.
On you, I'm also gay. I'm just trans as well.
I'm more bi than anything.
Yes, but you do have a preference.
Yes. Everyone has a preference.
Yeah, I know.
So it was.
But it was just like fun. It's like, joke's on you. I'm also gay. It's the other way around. And thank you for telling me. The words rose with real relief. She hadn't known it was coming, but passed a major parent test. You could have kept this from her. A lot of kids did. Certainly do.
I don't think we had the choice. Wait, no.
You did have a choice.
Sorry. I was thinking of the earlier one where we were like, have we told people...
Yeah.
Like a long time ago, recently had putting it off.
Yeah. No. Here you could choose to whether you wanted to let her know, whether you wanted to let you or Tamarack know first, or whether you said it wasn't that important, or whether you were doubting whether you should tell her at all. Those are some of the choices you had.
So I guess Opal can be considered transparent now.
Wow. Wow.
Yes, I approve.
Oh my god.
I love this. This is my kind of humor.
Yeah, it is really Ramona's kind of humor.
Yes.
Just like that stone bridge made of stone. That quote will never leave.
Nope.
It's been planted with a comment.
Yep.
Oh my god. Yeah, she's about, I'll be the one with the dad jokes. We also have Ramona. Ramona's very good at dad jokes too.
Why couldn't whatever.
What? You are.
No, that's not what I mean.
Oh.
This is more the whole, dad joke.
Yeah, that's what you call them.
I know.
They're just bad puns usually.
It's just a little weird.
Yeah. I didn't want to be the reason you couldn't be yourself.
Like Graham, for example, from Learning to Run, when he became an actual dad, people started being like, well, when he made the dad jokes, he's always made the dad jokes.
Yeah, he's always had the jokes. But now the real dad jokes because now he's a dad.
Now people are recognizing him for it as like, oh, now you're making dad jokes, eh? And it's like, I've always made dad jokes.
Yeah.
It's an issue.
It's an issue, but it's harmless, technically, for the people who are doing it. You're the best mom in the world. I'm such a good child to have. You're welcome.
Yeah.
That, and I was like,
yeah. What a good child you were.
You got to go and hug her. You wiped your face. This wasn't some big deal. You weren't emotional at all. No. I swear. What does that want to do?
I kind of just want to fuck around.
Do that.
Such a good child to have. You're welcome.
Your mom's like, you are, Damien. She brushed your cheek gently as she had done since the day you were born. But I wonder, this isn't a family-only bit of info, is it? Now, I can't go by any of the wrong stuff from before. Not so. I'll make sure the school faculty knows. None of the teachers will treat you wrong. I can give them plenty of pointers on being respectful. and if they still fuck it up, I'm gonna go over and punch them in the head and curb stomp them until they do. Isn't that how it works?
I'll give them a smiley. In case you don't know, a smiley, well, like kind of akin to a curb stomp.
Yeah.
You put the mouth on the curb and stomp on their head to give them a smiley.
Yeah. Brutal.
I first heard about this when I was 16 from my girlfriend.
Wow. Whoa, why did she learn that?
Well.
I don't want to know. It was rhetorical.
No, actually, it was just more like because of the community she's usually been in and the kind of relationship she's usually been in with people in the kind of underground rapping scene in Denmark. That's why.
Okay. You'd done your part of the job. It was her turn next. Ma rolled her shoulders, already prepping for a phone call that was more important than any company mindset meeting. Got that fucking right.
Mindset? Okay.
Don't worry about it. Thanks, Ma. You're welcome, dear. You tied with the bag in front of you, flicking the zipper. What now? Ma knew. Well, I did have something I wanted to talk to you about. It isn't nearly as important as yours, though.
What, you're gay?
What is it? Tipping her chair, Ma's smile went lopsided. I've been wondering what color you might want for a cell phone! Fucking finally! That didn't even happen in step 2 in beginnings and always. Oh my god. We fought with Lizzie over the fucking phone all the time. Swear to God.
I mean, we're a single child here, so...
Yeah, but still, it was, you know, a home phone that you had.
Oh, yeah.
You know...
A landline.
Yeah, it was a wireless landline.
That's still a landline.
Yeah, I'm just trying to explain what it is.
I know.
Because what I had as a child was not that, so...
Nope, we didn't have that either. It
was cabled and talked and recorded and everything.
They were wired.
Yeah.
And I was used to that.
But yeah, the main character and Lizzie just fought over the fucking phone because Lizzie always wanted the fucking phone. She's a little shit. Or technically she's an older shit, but she's your big sister. But she was she was that like 16-year-old teenager when you were 14, basically. So she was an ass. And then she mellowed out in step 3. She became the best sister you could ever have.
How about we stop talking about this?
What?
Yes. Okay, good. I'm glad we agree on that.
What? I didn't read that one.
You didn't? Okay. Sorry. There you go.
I would love if she was ace. I would love that. You look at the Elsa chat message, you're like, what do you mean?
Huh, I haven't thought about that.
No.
Honestly.
It's not like she's in a relationship.
Not that you can't be in a relationship and be asexual, but...
No, but it's more like she doesn't seem interested at all.
She might just be aroace.
Yeah.
Honestly.
A lot of people say asexual, that often aroace is what's implied, but yeah.
That's wrong.
Just because people don't know any better. Anyways, a cell phone? Never had a phone in your entire existence, and your same-age neighbors already did.
Oh. Huh.
Chiyoko got their phone at 11, as soon as they were in middle school. Sounds about right with Mr. Lin, honestly. It saved Mrs. and Mr. Lin a bunch of hassle from all the people who called the house or their own cell phones only to ask about Chiyo. Yeah, exactly. It's your problem now, Chiyo.
Yeah, if you had like stayed the same as like a child,
fucking phone would go on
for when like they would social media would become a thing, they would be the one with notifications all the time.
Yeah, literally.
Maybe they still will be, just won't answer them.
Yeah. I mean, they are still popular at
exactly.
Because apparently it's cool to be all, cold and aloof and stuff.
Yeah.
No, these days you ignored practically every call they got, including from the parents, of course. Send it in a text if you want a response. That was their way of life. Mood.
I feel ya.
Yeah.
Honestly, if it's important, send me a text.
Yeah.
Or leave a message, honestly.
Yeah.
Then I'll maybe write to you. Don't call me.
Yeah, just don't. Tamarack's mom and dad borrowed her one when she was 13, officially a teenager. It was a sore spot in the Bauman family.
Fuck.
Wrong button!
Now, twitching finger.
What do I know?
It's usually always a twitching finger.
Not always.
No, but most of the time.
Yeah.
And yet you keep being wrong.
Yeah. Well, I'm more than a twitch. It's just, when you hit the wrong button. You hit a button you shouldn't have hit. That's all. Mrs. Bauman, the elder, didn't think that gadget was necessary. They're more of a distraction than anything else, she declared loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear.
Okay. You know what? You can use the keyboard for this. I don't care anymore.
This town was small and safe. She wondered what the younger Mr. and Mrs. Bauman thought could even happen. After her husband reminded Mrs. Bauman that Tamarack's main way of communicating with her parents was over the telephone lines, the fighting stopped. Fair point, actually.
Yeah?
Good on you, Mr. Bauman.
Wait, what? No. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a husband that reminded her of it.
Sorry. I could try using one. I didn't really want one, but okay.
Wow! I thought I'd have to wait until I was 30! Roll your eyes. Yeah,
Screech with joy.
Old people being old people. You don't need this gadget. I'm like... You put your fist into the air. Cell phone! Cell phone! You gave mouth thumbs up.
You rolled your eyes. Amazing! It only took a million years.
Wow, what a teenager.
Oh my god. It's like, I think this is gonna help.
Yes. I'd appreciate it if you would bring one around with you. I'd like to have a way of reaching you.
Oh, yeah, no, I was gonna make a joke.
Okay. It was just because you sat there for a long time, so I was wondering if you were like, wait, what did it say again?
No. I just thought we had a special connection, so, you know.
Is the phone really necessary, Bob?
We have telepathy.
Sure.
Right? That's right.
Yes.
Telepathy. What is the wrong way? What is the one where you can move things with your mind?
Telekinesis.
Telekinesis. Thank you.
I've been saving up. Phones get pricier every 6 months, and then there's the monthly fees and so on. You have no idea what's coming, my lady.
So this would be in the zeros-ish?
I would assume.
Yeah.
Until we see the phone, it's kind of hard to know.
I wouldn't exactly say they're expensive at this time, but...
But she's also a lone mom.
No, it's not so much that. It's not so much that. It's just more like... But I guess maybe for the time, it was,
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah. It's the same thing with the whole debate on how expensive the Switch 2 games are gonna be.
Not to mention the price hike on the Switch 2.
Yeah, but I saw specifically people complaining about the price tag on the Switch 2 games. And I'm like, yeah, but inflation though. No, literally.
I know, but still.
I saw someone post something where they asked their economy professor, and actually.
You mean economics?
Yeah,
professor?
Economics professor.
Okay.
And that professor literally said they're actually losing money on it. Because inflation is that much.
Maybe.
Also because the reason why it's so high in dollars is because the Japanese yen is shit right now.
Not to mention inflation is made up.
Yes, but it still happens.
By people who want more money.
Yeah, but it still happens. And you need to factor that in, and then you need to factor in the fact that the yen is shit. So even with that price hike, they actually earn less money than they did before. So it's not because they just want to earn more money. They have to.
No, I'm not saying Nintendo is the one.
No.
Are the ones.
It's just I see a lot of people complaining about Nintendo during the price hike. I'm just like, from what I can understand, it's not, out of pure want to earn more money. It's just because it's just that much more expensive to make.
Yeah, I understand that. It is just because it is not that long ago that we saw the price hike to 70.
Yeah.
So the 80 already being here, and we are expecting GTA 6 to be $100 when it comes out. Not necessarily, well, definitely because of, inflation, but also because it's gonna be a ginormous game.
Yeah. There's also that.
The price of making that game, insane.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, we don't have numbers yet, but
But that's
it is gonna
games
be
are gonna cost because of inflation.
Yeah, it is gonna be the most expensive game we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Is what I'm assuming. So.
Is there? I just see
by a large
complain about
large
the
margin.
price hikes, and I'm just like.
It sucks.
It sucks, but it's not the company's fault. It's just that much more expensive.
No, but it sucks.
They're not actually necessarily earning more money on it by having the games that expensive.
It sucks, especially because none of us are actually earning more money because of inflation.
No,
we're only
not
losing
that much, no.
Far from enough compared to inflation.
Yeah.
We're only losing more money because of inflation, and that's why it hurts so much.
It is.
So that is why people are upset, because if people's income had actually followed inflation, it wouldn't have been that big of a problem.
No.
But they're not.
The problem is people are blaming Nintendo, which is what I see as wrong.
Yes. Well, for a lot of people, they aren't seeing the bigger picture.
No.
They're just like, well, Nintendo is the only ones doing this, so therefore it's Nintendo's fault, kind of thing. I can see where they're coming from, but no, it's not Nintendo's fault.
I'm just like, it's just how it works.
Most people just don't know where they need to put where to put the blame.
Yeah. Anyways, I have not read this one.
No.
Ma didn't expand on this, so on, steadily pushing her hand in front of her. Her child knew the value of $1 already. You'd never had the chance not to. But you're in high school now. You should have a phone.
I actually got a phone earlier than that.
Yeah, so did I.
Well, you got a phone earlier than I did, but you're also younger than I am.
Yeah.
So,
by a couple of years.
Yes.
Give it a tick.
Though I think my sister and I, did she get one earlier than I did? Or, well,
what are you doing?
Because it took dumb and was like bad word.
hydrate, redeem every hour just to realize you don't have Twitch affiliates, you don't have redeems. No, I don't. No, we don't. We need more followers and no more people to come watch. That's all we need to reach affiliate.
Yeah, we're not too far from it, honestly.
We need like basically double the amount of followers that we have, and we need, I think it's an average of like 3 people watching a stream.
Something against that.
Yeah. Because we're streaming enough, we just don't have enough people coming in.
Nope.
That's all.
Yeah.
But we appreciate that you're here. Very much. It's nice.
I like having people to talk to.
Yeah.
Maybe we got phones at the same time.
I got phone when I was in 3rd grade.
I got it in 5th grade.
So about the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't remember if my sister got it in 5th grade or if she got it in 7th grade.
Yeah, heights.
It sometimes looks like a mouth.
I mean, it's also because my character has a similar mouth.
Yeah.
Because I kind of made our avatars half cartoony. As opposed to more realistic like I usually do my drawings.
But yes, I do realize that it is just the heart. It is not the mouth. But it also just looks happy. It looks so happy.
It's happy.
Look at how happy it is.
Yeah. Jesus. High school. That was the Desmond family's milestone for gifting their youth with a phone. Each household on the street had a different answer for the same thing, because that's how it works.
Hydrate redeem? Is that the channel points? Is that it?
I don't fucking know, and I haven't looked too much into it because we're not affiliated. The only thing I looked into was if we could have any emotes without being affiliated. The answer is no.
No.
So,
yeah.
Because I have emotes, because I've made some.
Yeah, we have come up.
I've made some before we made the Discord for the Final Fantasy. I was actually wondering if we should make a Discord for this as well.
If it's needed, we can always make one.
Yeah. It can't hurt, at least, I don't think.
No.
It's more direct chatting than social media.
Yeah.
That's all I think, at least. And it's not like it costs anything.
Nope.
It's a thought.
Have you gotten this one?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Of course, I'm taking you to the store with me. I'm not going to choose it for you. I'll have to sneak out of work a bit early for this. We'll need to go to the next town over to get the best selection.
Flip phone.
And I want this done before tomorrow. Before you know, you go to school.
Wait.
How early is early? I'm seeing Chiyoko and Tamarack today. I can't wait for some other time either. It's very important. I gotta tell them I'm non-binary. The thing I just told you, Mom. Derek had been on pins and needles waiting to talk to her parents before the start of the school year. She wouldn't so much as look at a phone until you were there. Okay, there's something else, but also that!
What? She wouldn't so much look at a phone until you were there?
I don't think she wants to talk to her parents without you being there. You have a crush on each other.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if she needed that kind of support.
It seemed like it, considering she was miserable when her parents were around.
Yeah, but
it seems like she has a very.
I wasn't sure if she had confided in with us in this case. So nice, she has. It's nice.
At least she has.
Yeah.
To the extent where we, at least know that she wants us to be there.
Is you becoming a need?
And you had left their house for days. You had to go over there and make sure they weren't dead.
Nice.
Nuts. What?
Please don't.
What?
Well, here's hoping in the full game where you're not gonna have to deal with suicidal thoughts.
I mean, beginnings it always hasn't been that deep, and I don't know.
Could be foreshadowing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more just, at least from what I know from like the feel this game has, that it's more like Chiyoko has just trouble with really figuring out who they are and making people accept that, and that's why it's making it hard to be outside.
Yeah, I understand that, but
I think that's more it than Sweet Slide or anything. Like
I could see it go it that way.
Yeah.
So, but let's hope for the best.
Yeah. We won't know, but I do know that they're good at putting in like warnings on the Steam page if there's anything like that.
Okay. So. Otherwise, we'll just beat it out of them with hugs and stuff.
This doesn't mean you've got to flake out and see your friends. I know you want to see them. I'll swing around to pick you up late afternoon, early evening, thereabout. You'll have time for it all. Alright, cool. Getting a phone didn't excite you, but if it wasn't gonna get in the way, you weren't going to complain. Hello, Moth. You joined our stream? Thank you. Now fuck off, kindly. Respectfully, fuck off. Thank you, dear.
Would you fuck off kindly?
Yeah, respectfully, exactly.
I was more thinking of a popular phrase from original Bioshock. Would you kindly?
Oh. What do I know? I haven't played Bioshock.
Me neither.
Nice!
I played Infinite. The third game.
Either.
The third game.
Yeah.
I pirated it.
Of course you did.
At the time I didn't have money.
No.
Or did I? I don't know. Anyways.
At the time you were a dumb teenager.
With a computer who couldn't run it properly.
Yeah. Mustangs came with a laugh. She should not be having that much fun. How dare she? Take care. You too. Good luck with your job.
Must suck.
Whatever it is you do.
Me neither. Yeah. I know a lot about the Bioshock lore and whatnot, but I haven't, and for that reason I haven't played it.
No.
I mean, I do have the two first games, I believe, because of Amazon Prime. You get a lot of free games there.
Yeah, you get a lot of free oldies.
And the nice thing is that you get to keep them forever.
Yeah.
Depending on where you get them.
Yeah.
I think if you get them on the Amazon Games platform or whatever it's called, it might only be while you're subscribed. But these, I'm pretty sure I got on Good Old Games, which means they're mine forever.
Nice.
And without what's that called? It's not microtransactions. It's the online verification of games and such.
I don't know.
You know, making sure it's a genuine copy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I forget what that's called.
I don't know.
But yeah. Which means I could technically share it with anyone I want.
You wave my arm with a wide arc of your arm. Very unnecessary. Don't do that. You're 30.
Shut up! No, it's just uncomfortable in my hand.
Yeah.
Because of, the blood flow and whatnot.
She threw on a yellow cardigan, the most vibrant piece of clothing in her entire wardrobe, and went out the front door.
I have become way more vibrant with my years.
Yeah, you went from black to flowers. Basically.
Flowers and colors.
Yeah. I have also become more colorful in what I wear compared to when I was younger. You couldn't hang around much longer yourself. With a whirlwind of motion, you shoved supplies into your bag. I'm done now! You knew what you had to do next. You had a schedule. You and Tamarack weren't going to casually be in the same place at the same time.
I'm fine.
Yeah, right. Over the years, you'd learned how to balance seeing both of your friends. Alright, it's basically just asking, do you want to go see Tamarack first or Chew first?
Tamarack is probably best. She is currently in a perpetual state of waiting.
Yeah.
Chew doesn't seem like they have any expectations as of right now, so...
No. You're just like, I haven't seen you for days. What are you doing?
So
Are you alive?
So I am of the mindset that it can wait.
Yes. Soon your pack morphed into a balloon of compressed knowledge. Years worth of reading and pens and junk forced into a single spot. The simple strain to keep it all in. I know that feeling. Definitely had a bag like that too. A few, actually, because some of them broke. The sheer amount of books we had.
I don't remember it being that big of a problem. I mean, it was certainly heavy, but...
We had a lot of thick books. Oh my god.
At least, like, when we got to HGX, we got, like, lockers where we could put our books.
Yeah.
Didn't have that at HF, but then again, we didn't really have many books.
No, because a lot of them were like iBooks, right?
Yeah, exactly. Digital, so that was nice.
You knocked on the top. It felt like a solid mass against your knuckles. Well, you'd worry about how you'd carry it later. It's a later day problem. You left it there and left the house. It was cold. Obviously, it was cold. That didn't stop you. You were focused on your mission, pressing ahead step by step. You cut across the lawn, went through the gate, and stood inside the cul-de-sac. Yep.
Cut across the lawn?
Mm-hmm.
What?
I assume it's because it's like
what?
Stone path. It's not like a pavement.
Is that when you meet you first?
It's only fair. True. Though it's that why we didn't know what we were doing. But yes.
Well, I assume in step one it could have been anyone we met first.
Yeah,
too,
exactly.
So.
But we didn't know what choice that would implicate. It didn't say.
We were just doing stuff, and then
Suddenly
popped
Chew
up.
was there, and then suddenly after that, Tamarack was in a pile of leaves.
It's like Chew appeared. We figured out where the paper came from,
But not
the paper airplane.
Yeah.
So then a mystery arose, and we went around, and poof!
Yeah.
Suddenly a squirrel.
Yeah. Came from the leaves.
Yeah.
Yep. So there you headed left. The great ports of the Bauman's was stop number 1.
But it's to the right.
No.
From our perspective.
Yeah. Wow. You reached the front of their house and rang the bell.
Also, doctor's right. Or doctor's left? I don't know. How does that work?
Still.
Yes.
Yes, for doctors, right is left, left is right. You're right on that.
Right is wrong and wrong is right.
No.
Yes.
So much air. And I sneeze and everything just gets fucking pressurized. Give me a moment.
Isn't that often you get those? A sneeze and a fart.
Yeah. At least it's not fucking vomit and diarrhea. I'm saying.
Or period.
What?
Or period.
Yeah. I've had vomit and diarrhea at the same time when I was in the Philippines. Poisoning.
Well, at least it wasn't explosive vomit and explosive diarrhea.
No, it was almost explosive fucking diarrhea.
just continuous streams out both ends.
Yeah. Every time I vomited, diarrhea came out because it was pressure. It's fucking hell. It was the worst.
Did you get food poisoning or something?
Yeah, I got food poisoning from the fish or something. I was ill the entire day.
I could imagine that happening in the Philippines.
It's funny because my mom had the same thing. She was fine. So. Yeah,
but it's, yours could have been either prepared wrong or maybe there was something wrong with it before it was prepared.
I don't know. I had a tuna steak and I got ill the next day. That's all I fucking know.
Yeah.
With fever and everything. At least
quality control maybe isn't as high a priority in the Philippines compared to Denmark.
Yeah.
So.
But at least they know service because we were white and therefore we had money and therefore good service. Also because the hotel we went to.
Does that mean good service? Honestly.
Yes, because we were already this was already supposed to be an expensive place. It just wasn't expensive for us.
Yeah, but still, it's just like if they treat you well, give you good service because you're white, because they're expecting you to have money, that's not good service.
But they
that's called taking advantage of.
Well, we didn't pay for it, for the treatment we got.
No. Well, then we could maybe shift the blame over to you. Huh? Being like, maybe they were expecting something and you didn't give them any.
No. Our uncle made sure to tell us when we had to give them money. They take advantage of us being white when we have to put luggage up on ferries and stuff. They just come and take it and put it up for us and expect a few 100 pesos in return. That's how that works.
A few hundred peasants.
No, pesos.
Yeah, I know.
Which is nothing, honestly. It's 20 crowns, whatever. And you can't stop them, they just do it.
Oh, a little over $1. Almost $2 actually. But for some reason. Oh yeah.
That could happen, yeah.
I also looked over at the wrong house at the beginning. I was like, no, wait, it's the other house we have to go to. Yeah,
it's the gray one.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, I didn't have that problem, even though as studying medicine, I should have that problem all the time because left is right is left. It's confusing.
It's just for some reason it felt like Tamara's house was, well, they were in opposite places from this. That's how it felt like to me, but they're not.
No.
What's I saying?
Oh well, and that's okay immediately. It's fine. We'll just continue.
Yeah. Is that even comfortable?
Probably not in the long run. Ow.
Get your foot out of there. Is it tickling you?
No. It was just like, get out of there before you're in the way. I'm coming. Hold your horses.
Did we did we do a Tamarack?
It's just like, no, it's okay. Sometimes they're sleeping. You remember we were told that. I think Opal told her that she didn't have to do it. She's like, nah, it's okay. Sometimes they don't hear it, so I keep ringing until they come.
It was funny.
Yeah. A series of thumps followed the shout. You didn't have any horses. You chuckled to yourself. The door swung inwards. Wafts of perfume and a long, worn-out breath escaped through the opening.
Well, that's different.
Fancy.
Yeah.
Fancy, milady.
Mm-hmm.
That trip down the main hall got longer every year as the woman in front of you would swear.
Oh, fuck.
What?
Never mind.
Okay. Sure.
Don't worry about it.
That was your grandma right there.
Yeah.
And she was still granny to you.
Still Granny.
Yeah. She dressed as glamorously as ever, with a poofy blouse and statement belt buckle. That golden double loop acted as her anchor. She always needed something to keep her grounded.
Gilf.
Yeah. I suppose.
I'm sorry. She looks good in
She
those
does
clothes.
for her age, yes.
Those clothes. She looks damn fine. That's all I'm saying.
So it's Granny could never be too old to get dolled on.
Nope.
It didn't matter that her knees didn't work the way they used to, and the last hint of blonde had faded from her hair.
You know, that's just hurtful.
What do you mean it's hurtful? Oh. Well, you still have color in your hair, even if it's slightly gray. She has no more blonde in her hair.
No. All I'm saying is that way before I reach the age that she is, I'll have completely gray hair.
Yeah. That's just how genetics work sometimes.
It's not like that with my parents. And it wasn't like that with my well, okay. Actually, I don't know about my mother's side, but as for my father's side, that wasn't the case.
Have you heard of de novo mutation?
That sounds like de novo. That
No, it's not the Spanish word de nada.
no, that's not what I'm saying. no, it actually sounds like the name to a anti-piracy software used for games. I think it's called de novo.
Well, de novo is 2 words too.
Okay, well this is one.
It's
It's a name.
it translates into from new. So it basically means a mutation that has happened for you. Your parents don't have it, but you can pass it on.
Thank fuck I'm not.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's sometimes what happens, But there's always the also other factors into gray hair.
I know.
A bad mental state can also accelerate it.
You don't say.
Pure white strands framed muted red colors. Granny leaned her cheek into the doorframe. She shared a smile for hello. I didn't know you and Tamarack had plans, but that's good. Perfect timing. I've told Opal repeatedly how lucky she was to have such a kind-hearted child. I say the same about Tamarack. I suppose because she knows she has to call her parents.
You mean that Tamarack is a kind-hearted child? That's what she means, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
That's what I get.
Okay. Sure. Let's go with that.
Lord knows there's some true rabble-rousers out there that... Jesus Christ! She's getting old!
Damn youngins.
Yeah, damn youngins! Get off my lawn!
Old lady shouting at Cloud.
Yeah. She stopped herself and shook her head. The ribbony bit on her shirt flapped like a flag of surrender. It doesn't matter. You're not here for me to talk your ear off. You're here for your friend! Yes!
Friend!
Tamarack's in the backyard of all things. I suggest you go right around the house. That'll get you to her.
What? You don't... What? How? How does that make sense?
What?
Go around a house and you'll end up at the back end of the house?
No, she's in the backyard!
No, I'm making a joke here.
Okay.
I was more like,
what are you talking about?
go around the house and you'll end up in the backyard? What the fuck do you mean? That's not how physics work.
Oh my god, absolute fool.
What?
It was a bad joke.
It was just... She's saying it as if it's not obvious that you would get to the backyard by going around the house.
Great plan. If you cut through the house, you might reach the other side with one less ear.
I suppose that's also true.
Yeah. Have a good day, Angel. Go get her. Granny shut the door behind her. You turned the other way and hopped off the porch.
Nice.
Well, at least someone found it funny.
Yeah.
That's always something. Someone will find it funny. The Bowman backyard, huh?
I mean, it's not my fault that you don't have a good sense of humor.
What are you talking about? I have an excellent sense of humor. It's entirely intellectual compared to yours. Yours is fucking stupid.
No. I'm just thinking of the 14 meme. The laughing and then stop.
Just stares at you after they're done with the fucking emote. I love it.
It's so great. Suddenly just intense staring after laughing.
Like basic stare, it's just so intense. And they just start looking at the character afterwards too. It's so fucking funny. It's like, it's so funny. No, it's not. The kind of feeling you get from it. I love it.
Did you finish it?
No, I did not.
Okay.
You saw it all the time out windows and from your own yard, but it had been ages since you'd stepped foot in there. You didn't because Tamarack did. Though it would be kind of funny if one day you just kicked back in her own backyard without her.
Considering the relationship you have with her Omi and Opa, wouldn't be too weird.
No. Tamarack had gone over every inch of that patch of earth 100 times. There's no magic left to find. Sure thing.
Depends on how much it changes over time, but okay, yeah, sure.
She'd outgrown her childhood playground like a growing tree in a too small pot. You shimmied between their mailbox and the bushes guarding your house. Mark kept those trimmed. They weren't as wild as when you moved in. That didn't mean they were small, and you weren't a kid anymore.
You couldn't have gone through...
Apparently not, no.
Okay.
No. Don't worry about it.
Apparently Damien is an idiot.
Kinda on point though, isn't it? He's
an
idiot.
Yeah.
Sure, he passes his test with flying colors, but other than that, he's a fucking idiot.
No social understanding.
No. Because he realizes his dad. Leaves tickled your chin as you passed by. Branches brushed your chest. Your house just loved to make things more annoying.
Says
You're
the
an
one
absolute buffoon.
Says the one making things harder for themselves.
Yep. You got through the gap and rounded the corner, and there a path opened onto the edge of a far-reaching forest.
Not to mention you could have gone the other way around.
Don't worry about it. The line between the woods and the backyard was clear. Mr. and Mrs. Bauman made sure the land they were paying for stayed in tip-top form.
Tippity-top form.
Tippity-top.
Tippity-toppity-tippity-top. Sorry.
It didn't matter the people living there only enjoyed its beauty. Shut up! God damn it! Only enjoyed its beauty, maybe a couple times a month. What if a guest saw the grass with a less than flawless form? How very retired American.
How very wrong of you. Nature is supposed to be nature.
Not an American, isn't it?
No, I know. It's not supposed to be fine kept.
In America it is.
It's wrong.
Yeah. That concern for others didn't mean they were going to replace perfectly good patio furniture. It'd been 4 years and they still had the same table and chairs.
Yes?
Yeah.
I think, like we still have the original table and chairs and bench, as it is. From when we moved into the house we live in, which
that
we
you
did.
lived in. The parents live in.
Yes.
Just to be clear, we don't live in a house.
That we moved into in 98.
Yeah, 98 is what you keep saying at least.
That's what I think. I'm pretty sure we moved in there in 98.
That's what you keep
I'm
saying.
pretty sure it was before I started school. But whether it was 2 years before I started school, I don't know. I think it's 98.
That's what you've told me all the years.
Yeah. But, you know, I haven't asked my parents about it. So I have to go off my own memory, and you know how that is.
Okay.
The only difference is that they have been painted white now.
Yeah.
So.
And you bet money those were already old when you first saw them.
Which makes them look more old.
Sure.
Honestly, because before they had a nice brown color to them, and now that's gone.
I would argue that brown makes it look older, but to each their own.
It was a nice brown color.
Doesn't matter.
Honestly. Because, you know, wood.
Yeah.
It was a natural wood color.
Doesn't matter, honestly. Prefer white over wood any day. Also because wood is so hard to, like, keep.
What is wrong with you?
What?
What is wrong with you?
It's too much.
Why are things not allowed to be natural?
Because it's hard to keep! Hard to maintain. What are you looking at?
I know this is
That's not
really
wood.
not how it looks, but
No.
our floor.
Yeah, but that also gets maintained every time someone moves out. It needs maintaining.
Mm-hmm.
That's just lacquered.
Yes, I know. I know that the table I have looks old,
That's low as fuck.
but it is also very old.
Yeah. And heavy.
But it's sturdy
Yes.
and it works.
Yes. I didn't
And
say
it'll-
that, but I would prefer if we painted it white. That's all I'm saying.
Don't you fucking dare.
We talked about this. You already agreed to it.
Not anymore.
Okay.
For now, maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I thought you were fine with just having a cloth over it.
I would still prefer that if it was white, so that at least the stuff you can still see is also white.
But I like the color.
I don't.
It's nice and homey.
It's old.
It's nice and homey.
Old.
You're old.
No, you're old.
Shut up.
You're older than me. There's something new there, though.
Doesn't
The
mean
bag
you're
sat
not old.
nicely on the tabletop. What?
Doesn't mean you're not old.
No, but if you say I'm old, that means you're old. Tamarack's childhood messenger bag had joined the Bauman's collection of antiques that were to be seen, not touched, before it fell apart completely.
So you just want me to be factual?
No, but it's funnier when it's factual.
Okay. Your grandparents are old.
Yeah. I agree with that. They also have furniture that's old.
Here we go. Necessary.
Some of it is.
Yeah.
Tamarack's childhood messenger bag had to join the Bauman's collection of antiques, that were to be seen, not touched before film. No, I've already read this!
You have?
Yes! There was something new no!
Yeah. I was just. Take it easy. Easy. Calm down. Calm your tits.
No!
Tits just flying around.
The new pretty bag could hold just as much as the original. It was also mostly brown again. The strap, top flap, and bottom support all were, but the center was still pink.
What?
I think the top.
The strap, top flap, and bottom
support were all brown.
I need to see this before I can picture it in my head. I do not understand what they mean.
Okay. Mrs. Bowman got it for her lovely young granddaughter, and she had assured everyone that Mr. Bowman helped. You shifted your focus over to the charmer.
The
tire!
The tire?
No, I assume she's over there.
Oh!
It took you so long.
Oh, you mean her?
Yes!
As a charmer.
Yes!
I was like, for a second there, I was like, why the fuck are you calling the tire a charmer? Is it called a
Tamarack's there?
Is it called a charmer? Is there something else that's supposed to be called a charmer? I don't fucking know.
Oh my god.
I don't know, okay?
There she is. You gulped. Still
Gulp.
sitting on the tire, is he?
Gulpudis.
Yes.
She's all flustered.
Yeah. Under the shade of a tree in the gloom of a cloudy day, she's still dazzled. You'd never been able to ignore it. Tamarack sat motionlessly on the tire swing her grandparents had made for her. She had her arms wrapped around the rope, tied in a bow. The tips of her pink boots dragged against the ground. That was where she was staring to at the dirt. Her ear bangs covered a third of her face. Tamarack's hair had gotten so long, it grew faster than the rest of her did. She pretty much always kept those coppery gold threads contained in a braid.
You know, that's just hair for you.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Don't worry about it.
But I do worry about it. Holy shit, someone's won.
What?
Someone's won?
Yeah. She hadn't bothered to put on a coat. A purple knit sweater over some kind of lacy trimmed shirt was enough. That's pretty fucking usual.
No wonder I'm dying.
Yeah. Do you have a nickname for her, or do you just want to call
I
her
do
Tamarack?
not have a nickname for her.
No.
So we're just gonna...
Yeah. Seems like this was a glasses day. White frames rested against her nose.
Wet frames?
Wide frames.
It sounded like you said wet.
I said wide, but probably because of my nose it sounds a bit weird.
Maybe.
When Tamarack had to get braces, she insisted on having contacts too. She could not live with both of those at the same time.
But I like your wet glasses. I like glasses.
And she said sorry if that hurt your feelings. She didn't mean it in that way. You could have glasses and braces. Oh yeah, right, because we have glasses and braces!
Yeah.
Whoops! There was something wrong with that when it was her! I forgot!
Funny.
Yeah. But Tamarack didn't like wearing contacts either. Contacts were only worth the annoyance if she was going somewhere with lots of people.
My sister wears contacts. She doesn't want to wear glasses.
I know some people who don't.
She's about the only person I know.
Anders
think-
wears contacts too.
I didn't know he wore
He
contacts.
does.
I didn't know.
He has -11 without. So he's pretty much blind.
Well, it's never come up in conversation, so
No.
I wouldn't know.
Ole also wears contacts.
Have I seen them with glasses before?
No, he's always worn contacts.
So how would I know?
No, I'm just saying, you do know people who wear them. You just didn't know that they, wore contacts.
I was also trying to get to that point that is like, there might be other people in my family who also wears contacts. I don't know.
No, but those at least do. I know that much.
Because you can't exactly see when people are wearing contacts unless it's those cool-ass contacts that I wanted when I was a teenager, where you would change your eye generally just shy. With the contacts.
Yeah.
I was one of those.
I think... Does Rasmus still wear glasses, or does he wear contacts now? I think he wears contacts now.
I was more of the impression that he would be the kind of person to technically wear glasses, but forgetting a lot that he has to wear glasses.
I just know he's wearing contacts is when he used to go hunting. Because you can't wear glasses when you go hunt. I at least know that I know that he's worn contacts before, because when we put HTX, there was a one point where he told us that he forgot to take them out one night. So.
I think I remember that.
Yeah. So. I think he mostly wore contacts when he did like martial arts and hunting and stuff. So I don't know if he does it on a daily basis. I can't remember if he's wearing glasses normally anymore, because we don't see him that often. Because he lives so far away and has a job.
Damn teachers. Or should I say damn children? Keeping him away from us?
It's what he wants.
I know. I can still blame the children.
Okay. You walked over to the rock pathway. She heard you coming. Tamarack glanced up. Tamarack's tense features couldn't stop a smile from spreading over her cheeks. Just give me a moment. I have air in my esophagus. Damien!
I don't think it would be that light anymore, honestly.
I still think it would be light. I'm trying to do a more mellow version, but it's hard with my nose clogged. Still think it'll be high pitched, just more mellow.
You think?
Yeah. Because she's generally become more mellow. She's also only 14.
Suppose.
Yeah.
I suppose.
I suppose.
I need something to drink.
Well, I assume after these 2 visits that the preview's over, but so just kind of have to get.
I would assume so.
Just have to get through it.
Yeah, we can take a break after this visit.
Yeah. You felt complete. You missed her. You glanced around with plain of confusing. No Damien's here.
Miss me?
Yeah. Did you miss me?
Shut a finger gun.
Yeah. Hey!
That's cringe.
No.
Just a little bit.
For a 14-year-old? No. No. Trust me, it ain't.
What kind of 14-year-old do you know?
I mean,
I certainly
back then
don't.
it wasn't when you were 14.
Yes.
No, it wasn't. That's for fucking sure. I knew a lot of people who did. When they were 14.
You knew a lot of cringe people.
Apparently so, even though they were very popular.
Just because you're popular doesn't mean you're not cringe.
No, I was say, a lot of people from my class did it to each other, so I wouldn't really consider it cringe at that point, but then again, what is 14-year-olds if not cringe, I suppose? She lurched forward with a burst of motion, reaching out towards you. The tire she dangled on swung with that energy. You didn't know it before she could fall further away than where she'd begun. What do you want to do? Ay. You grabbed her hand. Your palms smacked together. She twisted her fingers around yours. Tamarack became suspended diagonally in air. Gravity tried to pull you apart, but you ignored the law of physics for her. Fuck physics! Sure thing, Bubby.
Oh, yeah, I missed that word.
What?
That's why I was confused. No, never mind. Everything makes sense.
Okay.
There was just the fact that it said that law of physics.
Oh, yeah.
I heard as if you said the.
I probably said the law of physics. Don't worry about it.
That's why I was confused that it wasn't laws
Yeah.
of physics. But it says that, so it makes sense.
Oh, you liked her so much! You made it! Ah, my fucking nose. The brain floated in the breeze. Of course I did! What?
Just that we still have that voice.
I don't know what else to give.
I don't know.
Are you ready to talk to your parents? She nodded, her jaw set firmly. I'm gonna call my mom. I'll do it fast. Mr. and Mrs. Bauman, the younger, you'd met them. They wanted to see Tamarack's friends the first time they'd visited.
Interesting.
Okay, how much have you seen them?
Always with Tamarack.
Tamarack gripped your hand hard. Narrow eyebrows, shoved her eyes nearly closed. Yeah, shoved her eyes nearly closed. Tamarack plucked her naturally bushy brows. We have enough to worry about already. High school is starting tomorrow. Who knows what Mom might try to bring up if I had the call by myself. Her words came out frazzled and emphasized in a bunch of different places. And she sighed. Tamarack unpeeled one of the tightened fists and adjusted the crook of her arm to make sure she didn't fall right out of the tire. Thanks for letting me drag you into this. Tamarack sighed again. Her head drifted lower and lower until her chin rested against the rubber. Despite the unsteadiness of her position, she was now secure. You clutched your throat and faked dying. This situation sucked. Tamarack would do that herself if she wasn't nervous, so it was up to you. It made her grin. A real grin, with her lips parted and everything. Ever since Tamarack had those braces put on, she almost never smiled with her teeth. Oh, she does have braces on! I see.
That's why she didn't want glasses.
I know! I just couldn't see it properly, okay? You knew how...
Are you blind?
It's not really that obvious right now in the artwork.
Oh.
You knew how self-conscious she was about them. But that rule went away when it was safely just the two of you.
I mean, you are blind, but, you know.
Yeah, I am blind. Legally. But...
It's not legally blonde,
Damien.
it's legally blind.
Yeah, legally blind, motherfucker. She rolled her face over, squishing a cheek into the grooves of the tire. No effort was being expended. My phone is in the bag over there. Leggings don't have pockets. Oh yeah, I know the struggle.
Yep.
I know the struggle, man.
Mm-hmm. At least today,
Even my pants don't have pockets.
at least today you can get leggings with pockets,
Yeah, or skirts with pockets.
or dresses with pockets.
Yeah, great. But pants don't have pockets.
They're far and few in between,
Yeah, but they exist.
and typically a little more expensive.
Yes. They also use
But
more
they exist.
fabric, technically speaking.
What?
They also use more fabric, technically speaking. And a little bit more time. I'm not saying it justifies it, I'm just saying technically.
It's more the kind of work that goes into it, like the kind of workers that are used for these kinds of clothes typically, where it's not as cheap workforce compared to the typical clothes.
Yeah, I know.
So
Sorry. So much fucking weirdness.
it's not your fault.
Oh. The worst part is it can take weeks before it's over.
But you could also ask me to mute the microphone if you want.
No, unless someone feels uncomfortable with the sound, it's fine. She kicked a leg towards the table 10 feet away from her. The swing weakly twirled her around. Tamarack attempted to keep eye contact with you during the spin. Could you get it for me so I don't have to climb out of this thing? Please?
Oh, she's just like you.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You also gotta pamper her so much.
Yeah.
I don't want to get out of this swing here, you see.
I get so many things for you.
Not that I don't do things for you.
No. But it's just, you keep asking, and what am I supposed to say? No?
You could say no, and I'd be like, oh, okay.
It's just typically, it's like, you know, stuff like getting something to drink. Yeah. No, let's not go there. And if I wouldn't do that, you wouldn't get stuff to drink.
No, probably not.
Or stuff to eat. You know.
I mean, sometimes I also force you to eat.
Yes.
Because you also have days where you're just mentally so unable to think about food.
Yeah.
And that's when I get the food in here, so we each have our own thing. But yeah, one of the choices, oh, you let me see inside your bag? I've always wondered about its mysteries.
No. Is it really okay for me to look inside?
Fine. I do too much for you.
Yeah.
Aw, look at just hides on it. Thank you. Her hand slipped through yours. Fingertips pressed across your palm. You shivered. Oh no, she touched you. What? Your mind just goes weird places sometimes?
No. I'm just touch-starved.
Oh.
I can't do anything about it.
Tamarack stayed sitting pretty while you fetched her needed tool. Brandon's throne was the green drawing room chair, the tie swing was Tamarack's.
I heard tie.
Oh.
Swing.
Tie swing. Tire swing. I'm snotty!
No, I don't think it was you. It's just me. Tie swing.
Sure.
What about a tire swing is tie?
You undid the flap of her bag. Inside was a smudge-free smartphone. Okay, so there's a smartphone. The screen winked at you with a glint of light. It was ready to be collected. So it's not the zeros, that's for sure. It's more like the tens.
Well...
No, it's the tens the smartphones really came.
Well, unless you just, have an original iPhone.
Suppose. I don't know.
I remember that someone in my class had a iPhone 3G, I think it was called.
Yeah, it's 3G.
In 8th grade, so... Which was 2008. So...
I don't know.
Or maybe early 9. I don't remember exactly what part of 8th grade it was, but I remember it was 8th grade. They had all those cool ass apps on the phone, like the toilet paper that you could roll, the beer you could drink.
Yeah, I know that one.
No, the toilet paper didn't roll forever. It was a contest of seeing who could empty the roll first.
Yeah, I know.
So
I know them.
all those kinds of things.
Wait, that shit.
Also, I think fairly shortly before Angry Birds became a thing.
Yes. Anyways, let's continue.
Yeah.
So we can actually finish this at some point. You
We
grabbed
will.
it. In a second, you need to lift the phone and close the bag. You took stock of Tamarack's stuff. A lip gloss, hairbands, her wallet tucked into a side pocket, a white box. Probably a first aid kit. There was an opened bag of something from the corner store tucked into the corner. It could have been chips or cookies. You couldn't make out the logo. Dang, nothing juicy. Wow, Damien. Hey, come on! Coming! I'm coming! He stepped away from the table and passed Tamarack her phone. Thank you. Tamarack scrolled across the screen and then she typed. It has stickers on it. She put her phone to her ear and waited.
Definitely doesn't look like an iPhone.
From the art style alone, it could be any kind of fucking phone.
Well, it's just you know, early iPhones were
I know
only
how they
black.
look, but honestly, it could be any fucking phone.
Yeah.
I think the art style doesn't really tell anything.
It looks way more modern because it's so thin.
Yeah.
That's the confusing part about this. But oh well.
She put her phone to her ear and waited.
I suppose maybe it's possible that the first part, the prologue and whatnot, was in the zeros, maybe late zeros.
It could be.
Don't know.
I don't know. I assume they at least chose an era where they got a phone as a smartphone, because the people who are gonna play it are gonna know what smartphones are, not necessarily any other type of phone. Oh.
But I wanted a flip phone.
It rang repeatedly. Mrs. Bellman, not Granny, did answer. You guessed she had anyways. Tamarack's face was suddenly covered by a stiff mask of the real thing.
She looks fairly happy, but okay.
As that wasn't enough of a clue, she started talking. Hi, Mom. Thanks for doing this. Damien is here too. We've been hanging out.
Well, you're suddenly hanging out.
Literally.
You're hanging in a tire swing.
Yeah.
Tamara
Sarah stuck her phone in your face. Any closer and your nose would have ended the call for her. What's up? See? Mrs. Bellman couldn't see anything. She heard it. You know, that's how it works, Tamarack.
You're not doing like FaceTime or whatever?
No. My mom says hello to you too. Mm-hmm. And so your role in this ended. It was a job well done. The rest was on Tamarack. She bobbed her head while you listened to a list of generally pleasant replies. Yep, that's right. Don't worry. She couldn't say for the New Year check-in. The big day of class hadn't happened yet. Tomorrow it could be a perfect afternoon, or the building could explode. Who knows? What is this, Higurashi?
No.
From this side of the conversation, you got to hear her mom never stray from the safe subject of school, which meant there was even less to discuss. The closer Tamarack got to getting to wrapping this up, the higher her pitch got. I love you! Tell Dad I love him too! Bye! Gotta go, bye!
Tell Dad something. Bye!
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 I gotta go now, bye! As the ghost would say. Something really scary now, I'm gonna go, bye! Tamarack tapped the red button on her screen with a thumb.
See, I'm the kind of person where it's like, if I'm in a conversation, even if I am the one who have called, I will always let the other person, typically my mom, because I typically don't really call anyone else, unless it's, you know, customer service, but then...
Or me, because you need me to choose something, or you need my opinion on something in the store.
Yeah, and even then, I let the other person...
And even then, you let me do it, and I'm just like, oh my god, are we done? Every single time.
I don't know how to end a conversation on a phone. I'm sorry.
I guess not.
I am very awkward with those kinds of things.
I suppose.
It's easy to start it with you.
Yeah, we also know each other.
Yeah, I don't know how to end it.
No.
Which is why sometimes I end up talking to you until I step in the door
Yeah.
of the apartment, so.
Yeah. It's the entire fucking time. Store and home again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what happens. Then she collapses all over the tire. It was like that one painting with the melted clocks. The teachers and YouTubers like to show. Oh my god, YouTubers!
Okay, we're definitely in the tens now.
We're definitely in the tens, that's for fucking sure.
Yep.
Tamarack's limbs were practically dripping off her. Alright. Seeing her that way was wrong. She looked so out of place. Couldn't help but pause there and acknowledge how wonderful it was that Tamarack was still here. Living with her Oma and Opa was meant to be temporary, and it had already been nearly half a decade. I assume it's because she told her parents she'd rather stay here. You know? But
What? No. What makes you think that?
Her parents kept in touch, and they visited. Sometimes more, sometimes less. That inconsistency meant there was never a sense of normalcy around them, no matter how many months went by.
I know how you feel.
Soon as things were calm enough that you thought Tamarack was gonna be in Golden Grove forever, her parents would become so re-involved, it was as if they'd be packing her bags any day. You live with a thorn stuck in your chest, one that dug in deeper with each passing season no matter what, and every so often got jabbed by the unexpected. Maybe that had something to do with why Tamarack came across like an outsider. People were holding their breath around her, bracing for when it would be a false alarm, or when it wouldn't be a false alarm, sorry. For when she'd be gone. And you knew for sure that Tamarack struggled with seeing her own presence in that light. She'd told you about it. How much longer would Tamarack Bauman be living next door? Slowly, Tamarack disentangled herself from the tire swing. One leg coming after the other, not letting go of the rope too soon. Nobody needed her to faceplant right now. The swing did as it was made to do, swing, but Tamarack got onto her feet. The first thing she did with her freedom was return her phone to the bag. She stood with her back to you, staring at herself for any sudden movements. Her parents would never call back. They wouldn't. They wouldn't text so soon after a chat either. But what if they did? But they didn't. Tamarack twisted her head to the side. You could see her face again. Part of it, at least. A few inches that weren't covered by her hair or shoulder, or weren't completely impossible to make out from your point of view. She smiled. That was enough. We did it! Yay!
Okay, so that's a little weird. The other image we saw of her, where she was on the swing, she looked a lot older, honestly.
Yeah. Arts.
Yeah, I know.
It's usually the different people who do sprite art and who do CG art, so I'm not surprised.
No, I get it. It's just, that's probably why I wanted you to have a more...
Yeah. I mean, I do think she's a little bit more mellow.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But I still think she should have a light voice, honestly.
Okay. Here she looks almost like a child.
She hasn't grown that much in height.
Like us.
She's also short, so...
Yeah. She looks a little more chubby, maybe?
Maybe a little
Or maybe
bit,
the same.
But it might also be because her hips have been developing. It's hard to know.
I was looking at her face.
No, I think her face...
dirty person!
I just looked at her figure, alright?
Oh my god, how dare you perceive her body?
Jesus Christ, okay. Not allowed to as a doctor?
No.
Okay. It's gonna be hard to do doctoring if I can't perceive their body. You know.
Well, I would say that you wouldn't have to, but you most likely are gonna have to do it at some point. But when you get your job, on the other hand, you will not be perceiving anyone.
Yeah, just like I wanted.
But cells.
I will perceive the building stones of a body. I suppose. Damien and Tamarack can bust the Stillwalker's kneecaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You will be looking at the powerhouse of the cell.
Yes. I mean, no, probably not.
No.
Honestly, you can't see it on a normal microscope. Maybe on an electron microscope I would be able to.
What was it called? Mitochondria?
Yes, it's a mitochondria.
Yeah. That's apparently the only thing most Americans remember from biology is mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell.
Yeah. Which actually also carries some DNA. To be passed on from mom to child.
Too technical, who cares?
Wow, too technical. This is not even medicine, this is biotechnology. But whatever.
Oh yeah, but even then, for most people it doesn't go further than just biology.
Yeah, I know. I didn't have biology, I had biotechnology. So.
I don't know. Also, what doesn't really have... I mean, I get that your point with it was that it was something that was gonna be passed on, but doesn't everything have DNA, more or less?
Well, every cell has, yes, but it's usually always in the nucleus. The mitochondria is what we call an organelle, so it's inside the cell, it's outside the nucleus. It has its own DNA. Which is
so it's not part of the nuclear family? Jokes! Got him!
Psych!
He's nuts!
Oh my god. No, it's not part of the nuclear family. Thank you very much.
Okay, what were we doing?
She said we did it.
We did what? Oh, talk to, yeah.
Made the phone call to your mom and got through it. Without any problems. Thank God. You have 2 pages, by the way.
Yeah, I was just looking at them.
How come your mom and dad just don't just come to Gold Grove?
Probably because of work or something, I assume.
Bullet dodged, you nodded.
Well, there's also another one was like, bullet dodged, huh?
Wow, we dodged a bullet, huh?
Nice work.
Nice work, Tamarack. You too. Mr. and Mrs. Bauman, the parents.
Da da da. Aiko.
Aiko? Was that other birds?
Yeah, that's Aiko.
Okay.
It was the clothing rack.
Naruhodo.
Why are you going at the clothes? Aiko.
Hey, that's my sweater! Hey, stop going at my sweater! You can't put your claws into my sweater! No!
He's like, ooh, attention.
Yeah. She did it together. Just because she's like, I'm not doing anything.
Yeah.
Couldn't have a sweater with your claws, you little shit. We all can't open it.
Yeah.
Also, just because her claws are always sharp, so whenever she puts her claws into something, there's a 50% chance she will ruin it.
Yes, because it is very, well, almost...
Doesn't matter what it is.
Almost impossible to cut her claws, because...
Hi!
She'll just put her claws into you.
Yeah, or bite you, and she struggles so much, she just can't cut them, it's not possible.
No.
She doesn't even like being held, so even then it's just a problem. You don't even get to the cutting part before she's already trying her best to get out.
No, generally the only times where she wants to be held, or accepts to be held, is when it is late and I'm going to bed and she is just tired and just goes with it.
Yeah.
Or...
Most of the time she goes, and doesn't want you to lift her even then.
Though I'm not sure I could call this holding her, but I suppose it is kinda when she goes onto my chest and wants to lay there.
Cradling her.
Yeah, like cradling her. But that's different.
It's different because she's laying on you at the same time. You're not like
She's on my chest and
you're not pulling her off the floor and stuff. So it's a little bit different there.
No. Yeah. I'm just supporting her so she doesn't fall down.
Yeah.
From my chest. That's it. So.
I guess you could separate the Mrs. and Mr. Bauman you knew from the ones you'd barely seen by calling them Dr. Bauman 1 and Dr. Bauman 2. Oh, yeah, right. That's why. Tamarack's mom and dad were both PhD holders and researchers. That's why they're so fucking busy.
Yeah.
Probably why they have neglected her a little bit, I would assume.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. She seems
Considering
like she's
they're
a child who's been neglected
both
from an early age.
Considering they're both researchers.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah. And they were in the process of getting that when we met her, so they were fucking busy.
Hmm.
They mentioned they were in the process of getting that when you met. At this point, they'd gotten the degrees. You wanted to like them, though they didn't give you a lot to work with. Is probably what I would say.
Hmm.
Tamarack talked at the end of her shirt. You've been quiet for a while. Oh! She made a beeline for the swing. Tamarack darted behind her and held on with both hands. She pushed it towards you. It was the second time she'd done that. Yeah, I probably had her too early compared to where they were career-wise, at least. I don't know how old they are, but... What?
Oh, nothing.
Okay.
I'm just coughing.
Okay. I thought you were commenting on something I said. I'm like, what?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Not at all. Nothing at all!
You know.
What? No. What? No, I'm not sure what you mean! Fucking with me.
Your parents.
Well, they knew what they were doing.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because my mom's education let her do a lot of it at home.
Okay.
And my father's education was literally just work.
Okay,
Because he went into the military immediately.
It just doesn't feel like it, especially considering how long they waited to get your sister.
Yeah, no, like, they've never really neglected me for anything, that's for sure.
Well, that's not what I'm saying
No.
necessarily. I'm just saying that they might have gotten you a bit too early.
It was a very calculated move on their part that they wanted me there. I know it sounds a bit weird, but... I think
I just imagine a bunch of papers and calculators. Okay, so if we do it like this, and we do it here and then there, and this day, then she'll be born there, and we'll have everything be perfect.
I mean, technically, they would have had to, like, do it close to her birthday. Because my birthday is, like, 9 months after hers.
Yeah.
Kind of funny. They did, like...
So what, it's a birthday shack?
I don't know. I know they did it in the new year after they finished high school / college. So they were like 19, 20 around 1920 at the point.
Time. I would say time. I wouldn't use point.
At that time, yes. Sorry. But yeah, it's also because they knew career-wise that it was a thing they could do. You know, because my father literally just went into the military. There wasn't really much of an education for him because he's a tech person there. He's not a soldier, so I mean, he's technically a soldier, but he's not allowed to wield new weapons, so he's not really going to go out into the field anymore. But he does have a military rank. He's not a civilian there.
Nope.
And...
Which is why I was scared as fuck of your father when I first met him.
He's the most chill person.
Oh yeah, but I didn't know. And I knew he was in the military, and I was like, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Yeah, no.
You know.
Yeah.
what you expect from military people.
Yeah, no, that's
But no.
American military people, mostly in my experience.
Mm.
But it's also just, you know, he's been offered to take a higher education in the military.
Like he wants you.
But he's every time he says no.
Yeah.
He has the highest rank he can have,
which
you just automatically get when you've been in the military for like, I don't know, 6 years, I think. You just automatically
For forever.
It's 6 years only. You automatically
Oh,
get that
yeah,
rank.
but...
And now he's had the rank for forever. And then he took a course education at some point to get a little bit more salary, but because he's worked there for so long, they can't fire him without paying 3 years worth of salary to him. So he has a very secure job doing what he's doing. And he only really deals with education when it comes to the military, so...
You know, it's funny to think about, because, you know, he's in the military. It sort of just makes sense that you would be able to have a secure job if you're in the military.
You generally do have a secure job when you're in the military.
Just not in America.
No, that's because it's different in America.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, they could ask him to move to a different... what do you call it in English?
Region?
No, I think in Danish it's concern.
Oh.
I don't think it's called concern in English. So.
No. Scheiße.
You know those military hotspots? I don't know what to call them. I don't know what to call them. But it's what you normally work.
Is it anything other than just a military base?
I don't know.
Honestly.
It's you know, it's a local military base, but yes.
Yeah, but it's still a military base, and they have different bases around.
Yeah, I suppose that's what you
the country
probably call it in English. I don't fucking know. But yeah, I mean, again, they could ask him to move to a different one, and he would have to comply.
Yeah, but
to keep his security, but the place he's hiring, you know, there's been a lot of like problem the last like 2 decades of military bases closing down because they're small. But the one he has always worked at and always will continue to work at is probably one of the most safe and secure places to work because it is the biggest educational military base. It's where everyone goes when they need to do some military training. So therefore, it will never close down.
They have the perfect playground out there.
They have just fucking plains and forests out there, and they have such a big area. You don't even... Sometimes we just walk around out nearby, and you can easily do that. Sometimes you just enter into military area, and you're like, oh, fuck! Yeah. You don't even know it. It's so big. Sometimes you're just on the road. Out Burst, most of you know what that is, right?
I think so.
Sometimes you can just see a fucking tank cross the road, like, hello there. You're allowed to ride on that bike, on the road, right? But technically it's still military area on each side. But yeah, they have such a big area, they're never gonna close it down. So.
And those fake houses.
Yeah. So it's a very safe job that has, and he's not going to change. Also because he has some days where he has to work like 24-hour shifts or for a little while, but then he can just take time off later. Or actually, he has to take time off later because that's how it works in Denmark.
Yeah.
One of the good things about Denmark, like you get like an average of I think 6 weeks of vacation each year, where you work because it's mandatory by law. And your working place, no matter if it's governmental or private, gets angry if you don't take them because your boss is gonna get in trouble if you don't take all your vacation days.
More or less, it'll cost them money.
Yeah,
if you don't do it.
So they're like, you haven't taken them yet, you better take them because you can't get it paid out like that. It doesn't work that way.
It's like next week, you're taking some time off.
Yeah, you have to basically take time off. Or like in fucking Japan, where they get maybe like I think Tetsuo-san said like on average, maybe like 26 days or something in Japan you have. But most Japanese people don't even take any. And if they do, it might only be 2 or 3 days. So.
And then you have America, where, what? 1 week?
Vacation? What's that?
Yeah, more or less.
And yes, these 6 weeks are also paid vacation, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
That's an important thing I just want to mention. It's, since you're forced to do it, they're paid vacation, yes.
Mm-hmm. It's not like you don't get money when you're...
No. Poor America. No, I have not read that. Here, you can have a turn. It doesn't have to just be me who uses it. Tamarack wielded the tire like it was the steering wheel for her life, and like it somehow controlled your future too. Look at that smile.
Oh, she
still has a little bit of spunk in her, huh?
She knows she has me in her pocket.
Yeah.
Well, in her bag, I suppose, because she doesn't have a pocket.
Like figuratively speaking, yes.
Yeah.
I could push you, or she leered at you from over the tire. I could spin you.
Holy shit.
Holy shit! What a revelation!
No, what a revolution!
Vive la revolution!
Not that kind of revolution. You know, spinning.
I know. I was making a joke.
That's what I keep telling you. You have bad humor.
Your humor is just as bad. You just have different kinds of humor.
No.
Yes.
Mine's good.
No.
Yours bad.
It's not. Spinning a tire swing? What a wild child. Woo! Swing me!
Spin me!
Spin me! I will, but you gotta sit down. She kept her hold strong. I've got it. Get in. You climbed on top with both your legs dangling over the edge, or you climbed on top with your legs crossed around the rope. You sat in the center, or you stuck your head through the tire and lay on your stomach. Woo!
I was like, why would you sit on top of it? First of all, Damien, you can't reach that far up.
Technically, you can climb the tire.
Yes, I know, but Damien, you're too short for that.
I was definitely the kid who would put my stomach on it. It's gonna be just like the first ride on the tire. Oh yeah, Ray, you did that too. No, not exactly. It amazed you how low to the ground it was. You weren't tall by any stretch, but the tips of your toes were still dragging in the dirt. It's very low. You folded your legs back and squeezed your butt. Hopefully that'll let Tamarack move this thing. Tamarack cocked the tire to the side. Your head jerked. Whoa. That was your only warning. Damn. Then she snapped the swing. You did a 360 and she hit the tire again, and again, and again! Tamarack kept catching the edge of the tire, propelling you into a propeller motion. Your wall was a blur, your cheeks pulled away from the rest of your face. A buzz went through your body each time her palm made contact with the rubber.
I don't think so, but okay.
The energy you and her were generating could power the whole neighborhood.
Yeah, I know.
We're 14.
Slip my shoes.
Hi, Tamarack. Bye, Tamarack.
Faster.
Hi, Tamarack. Bye, Tamarack was also a choice.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
For a moment, all your cares were shaking out by your ears. But it couldn't last forever. Soon Tamarack had to catch her breath from so much effort and a lot of giggling. You become a spinning coin, just about ready to reveal if you were heads or tails. Soon the dizziness cleared from your head. In this quiet space, you had a thought. Were you ready to tell her?
It's not a bit early to pop the question.
Oh, not that kind of question. Absolute fucking buffoon.
No, it's also not a question.
No. You told her your wonderful reveal. What?
Your wonderful reveal.
Yeah, that's what it says. Wonderful reveal. I guess it's because of your mom.
You had a note prepared for this and handed it to her.
You also like, nope, Tamarack would find out with the rest of the town, which would be never. Blurt it out. Tamarack! Yes? Look at her. It's how I came to stop your reveal. I'm actually non-binary. My pronouns are they, them. And she gasped. She slapped her hands over her mouth. A lumpy formed in your throat. Or a lump. A lumpy, sorry.
A lump formed in your throat.
Yeah. Sure. We'll go with that. She leaned forward so near to your face, your noses nearly bumped together. I mean, it's not the first time you're gonna through with this reveal. You literally said it earlier in your life. Tamarack had done that ever since you were 10, but right now it made your heart clench. Her fingers came undone like pulling the ribbon off a present. You can see her mouth again. Wow! The single word Tamarack sent birds fleeing from the trees, giving you and her more privacy. Well, as long as her grandparents didn't come storming out to see why her granddaughter was shouting to the high heavens. This is massive! Her hand shook up and down with increasing energy. She didn't know what to do with those things. She has too much fucking energy. She's hyperactive as fuck.
She's still a squirrel at heart.
Yeah, but she did need you to understand how major your own news was. She finally realized what to do with her hand. Latch onto your arm and absolutely not let go. Tamarack Bauman was born a girl. She always had been a girl, and she might always be a girl. She wasn't your family or teacher whose job required them to be nice. Nothing in her life meant she had to support you. But still, she did. I knew you'd get it! You can give it 2 thumbs up. Oh god, you can say I love you! Oh no! Oh no! You can also hog her legs.
Anyways, I'm going to bed.
No! You gotta make a choice right here, right now. We're doing this. We agreed.
I should put the birds to bed. They should sleep.
You can do that when we take a break.
Classic.
Yeah. It surely is a classic, yes.
I don't wanna.
You have to make a choice.
I'm scared.
Of what?
I know that's not how the game works, but...
No, that's not how the game works.
I know! I know!
You know, you can always go back and make a different choice if it's not the outcome you want.
It's making me nauseous.
You get it over with. Is it because you want to make the choice but you're afraid? Then just click on it! You want me to click on it for you? Hey, Jesus. You're not giving me an answer. Please. Please. Yep. Answer.
I don't know.
That's not an answer.
No. I'm sorry.
How are we gonna get past this choice?
I don't know.
It's gonna be hard. I can't even make the choice for you, apparently, so.
Never said that.
I asked you if you wanted me to choose it. That's what I said. I'm pretty sure. And you said, I don't know. Oh, Jesus, my nose. How can my nose produce this much mucus? It keeps going. The fuck?
No. You tell me, doctor.
I don't even know why. I know it comes from your sinuses, but the fuck?
Does it make you dehydrated?
No.
No?
No, I don't think there's enough for it to be dehydrated. Also, I don't think there's a lot of water in this mucus.
Well, I was just thinking it had to be made from something.
Yeah, I agree. Never heard of being dehydrated from snottiness, at least I don't think it's...
No, it doesn't. I didn't mean to that extent. I was just like, it would be dehydrating you, not like you would become dehydrated, but it would still be dehydrating you.
I mean, you get dehydrated just by existing because your skin exudes water, so whatever. It's negligible.
Fine.
You pee out the liquid you don't need, essentially. So if you pee at all, you're not dehydrated, and it's not going to be a problem.
I'm very bored.
Yeah.
And I'm dying.
Yeah, well, we have to finish this, so you have to make a choice. Or make me make a choice, I don't care.
I'm not sure what I expected.
What do you mean you're not sure what you expected?
Well, it was just when it came to the crush stuff, it was.
Oh.
We didn't have to, engage in a conversation about it.
Well, technically, in step one, you did develop the crush because of a choice you made.
Oh yeah, I know that much.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is I didn't have to do a proclamation like this.
No. I'm just saying, usually when you want to actually be in a relationship with someone, you gotta talk to them about it. See how it goes,
Trust me. I'm aware.
Yeah.
And trust me. It sucks. Especially if you're a person who doesn't understand when to say such things.
Don't worry. The game's not gonna do anything to fear.
No, I know.
The I love yous is more setting in stone, because we already decided that we know that she also likes us, so.
Why are you projecting?
I'm not?
You just said Chiyo.
No, she also.
Oh. Sound like I said Chiyo.
No, I said she also. You're tired.
No, you're tired.
We're both tired. This is why you have to make a choice!
Just shut up.
No. Can you make a choice while I go pee?
Can you make a choice while I go cry in the corner?
Do you want me to make a choice or not? I've already asked you this. You haven't answered me that either, so.
Because it's hard to say out loud.
I need to know. I need your consent.
Sometimes telepathy would be nice.
I mean, you could also just nod. You don't have to say it into the mic. You gonna go cry in a corner? Oh, you're gonna put it into bed?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. No, that's true. I do too. You're a good friend. Please, yeah, right, Tamarack. You were her good friend. So, does everybody know? Not yet, but I guess they will soon. I'm gonna tell Chiyo. Yeah. What's up, Ramona? I mean, at least when Damien said it, it was in quotation marks, so.
What we say is always quotation mark when we say things out loud.
No, that's no. It was an inner thought Damien had. And only good friend was in quotation marks.
No.
Come back here, Ramona. Cannot sit there. Come on. What? I'm not gonna. Come on. No. Yes, but now I want you back into the room first. Only a little bit, but I still want to get you into the room first.
I'm just wondering
Why do you want to do
I don't know.
it? Very easy. That's the opposite. What? No, but I think you should go to the office. I suppose. I don't know. That would be very true, Val. That would be very true. I'm not exactly sure what she meant by what she said. I was like, no, I don't want to.
We're getting more holes in the bun.
Yeah, we are.
Probably because of the nuts.
Yes.
Or should I say the larvae?
Yes. But as you can see, it's a thought, and
No, that's not what I mean. That
Oh.
it's not what we
no.
were thinking afterwards.
answer to that.
It's this.
Yeah, but me was just like, it's the answer to what she's saying that's making me confused. To me, it feels more like they're kind of jabbing at each other.
Maybe. I don't
That's
know.
what it feels like to me because of what we think. That's what it feels like. Jesus.
You could press on.
Good luck! Don't let anyone say you're wrong. I like magic, you saw it. Well, some help. Tamarack had given it a swing, a celebration shove. Woo! Go Damien!
I mean, you could. I suppose it's also a possibility of.
You're close to the mic. I can't hear you from over there. I'm sorry. Not into the mic! Jesus Christ!
I suppose it's also possible that she just panicked.
Yeah. It could also just be that she's in denial, as Val's saying here. It would be funny if Damien was in denial too. There'd be two crushing teens in denial. You know, she might have many other things on her mind currently.
Love is war. Is that not what the thing was about in that story? The anime. Or
Oh, you're thinking of Kaguya-sama. I was like, are you thinking of the anime or are you thinking of the song? I was waiting for context. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, but for them it's much more of a love is a calculated move. I can't be the one to confess because then I lose that relationship. Or in that relationship.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that is the thought process they have.
Pathetic people.
Yeah. Sit with a friend by your side, you close your eyes. Then there was a click and a creak. Hello there, mister. You're looking even more dapper. The back door had opened. Standing in the doorway, framed by like a life-sized vintage photo, was Mr. Bauman.
Hello.
He gave a tip of the hat to you, the exact same that he'd had 4 years ago. His jacket hadn't been replaced either. The vest and pants said he wore came from the thrift store. Even that part of the outfit wasn't newly made for Mr. Bauman's family picked out for him. Blue to make his eyes pop. Jesus. Older people love their old things. That was never truer than with Tamarack's grandfather. It was a true constant, a boulder that withstood the erosion of time. His hair couldn't get any wider, his wrinkles couldn't get deeper, right? You'd already reached elderliness when you'd met. What you saw in front of you was his final form.
This isn't even my final form.
It is his final form, though. Mr. Bauman wouldn't have changed a single thing for the rest of his life if he didn't have a wife and granddaughter who made him do it sometimes, in little ways.
What if they suddenly turn young again?
Like that one anime.
Yeah.
Alright, what do you think about Mr. Bauman?
Wow. He made it easy to ignore him at least.
Well, I mean, are you wrong?
I do not want to be an ass towards him, that's for
you
sure.
And he was your grandparent too.
Yeah.
You started calling him by your own special nickname. It's nice having Mr. Bauman in your life. One of the two.
Oops.
Oh, you hit the lamp!
Sorry.
No!
I'm just trying to get comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Bauman climbed down the miniature set of stairs into the backyard, raising one knee with his hand and taking the steps half at that time. He put both feet in the same loop before going down to the next, as an old person would do. Mr. Bauman was solidly built. That made the risk of accidents more troublesome. If he fell, he'd fall hard.
How'd the call go?
Tamarack's gaze met yours. That wasn't much of a call, and that had been a goal. A few minutes of small talk with a friend on standby to make sure they never went past that. Tamarack summed it up nicely with a shout. Good! And this was a good time to go. Tio needed you too. You faced Tamarack directly. Hey, I've gotta leave. See ya! Huh? She's like, wait, what? He jerked a chin towards the way out. You're leaving? Okay. So you wiggled out of the swing. It was fun while it lasted. Bye! Tamarack waved you off. Mr. Bowden simply watched you walk away.
Good day.
G'day to you, mate!
G'day. G'day, mate.
The backside of the neighborhood was behind you. You marched right through the center of the road, passing your house and reaching the other side. The second time you came to stand in front of a neighbor's door, you rang the bell. Nothing happened at first. There wasn't the instant reaction you gotten from Mrs. Bauman, but the chance for a prompt adult-like response passed by too. You were left waiting longer than somebody normally has to stand at a doorstep. You had no idea what to expect. This could take another few seconds or a few minutes. You might have to start banging out here. Your gaze wandered. It landed on the row of shadows stretching across the ground. They came from a railing, but were exactly like the bars of a jail cell. Come on. Someone has to answer, right? You had to get in there. You had to see it's you. And then the door moved. Finally, somebody answered. It was dying out here. On the other side was Mr. Lin. He hadn't left for the day. You were guessing he had some real estating he had to do this afternoon. He did have a coat on, and a tie and everything. It looked kind of like a biker jacket, and he was a kind of a biker, just not a motorcycler. So Lin kept it only half zipped to show his professional button-down shirt and tie combo underneath. As one apparently does, for some reason. That was definitely the man to talk to about buying something that cost hundreds and thousands of dollars. Just look at how his glasses matched his eyes and the way he put his hands confidently on his hips.
Yeah, it would definitely be hundreds of thousands of dollars at this time.
Yeah. Alright, what do you feel about Mr. Lin?
Shortly after, it will be millions.
Yeah. You thought he was so goofy, but that was fun. It made you nervous. Mr. Lin acted with so much certainty that he left none for you. You really gotten to like him lately. It surprised you. Couldn't believe you hadn't liked him instantly. Mr. Lin was the best type of adult. What kind of choices do you want? Oh my god, he's so handsome! Oh god.
Don't tease me.
Lin opened his lips next to show the grin behind him. Your mind's like, wait, what voice did they give this guy again?
I don't fucking know how to voice this guy.
He was kind of like a laid back kind of guy.
It's not what I mean, but okay.
Goofy laid back.
Hey Damien, thanks for taking the time to come over. Now you're a visitor, or not that you're...
No, now you're a visitor, a charming Jill won't mind.
Oh,
That's what it says.
yes. I can't read.
He chuckled quietly, though a cloud of concern put an end to the sunny mood he'd started with. The Lynn parents had been totally shut out by their teen. They had to rely on the neighbor kid completely. You were their only lifeline left. Not even Ren was a for sure thing these days. But you'd want to see Chiyo whether they asked for that or not.
Come in, please. Don't let me hold you up.
Sure. Mr. Lin moved aside. You passed through the door. Your host followed after. But you got ahead of him after a few steps.
Fancy as fuck.
I mean...
Yeah. He's a real estate person.
Yeah.
Gotta be earning that dough.
Yeah.
Dough. Just head up there to the room. You know where it is. I'll be here.
You didn't stop walking. You didn't want to stay there. It was hard to explain. The way a space could stay the same and still be so different. The living room didn't decide to get spotlessly tidy yesterday because it knew there'd be a guest. It was always like that. Damn. But the house didn't feel nice or neat anymore. Somehow it seemed sharp, stiff, uninviting. Every single time your feet touched the floor, you braced yourself for the crack of eggshells. At the top of the stairs, you got a different kind of jolt. You weren't alone there. Mrs. Lin, she stood in front of Chiyo's room, facing directly towards you. It is good to see you. She had on a simple dress, brown from top to bottom. Her slippers were white. You didn't have to check out a window to see autumn here. Mrs. Lin displayed the season in action. Her dark blue hair was pulled back into a bun. That took even more color away from her. Though that hairstyle did make her earrings stand out, gold leaves with purple stones, she'd worn those for years. Focusing on her that closely, you noticed her mouth pulled into a faint smile. I've been knocking. Mrs. Lin twisted around to touch the door again. She stared at the wall between her and her child. That must have been exactly how she was before she heard someone coming. Chiyo hasn't answered, but they would if they knew you were here. Speaking at the plank of wood, she'd stopped talking to you. Chiyo, your friend is here. He'll be coming in. You leaned in, ears perked. It was dead silent. Still, Mrs. Lin backed away. That was the most the mom could do. She kept that smile for you. You can stay as long as you like. And then she vanished down the way you came. Alright, what do you think about Mrs. Lin?
Well, considering how she is right now. I would definitely be awkward around her.
You want to say that?
Right now, yeah.
Yeah?
I would think so.
Okay. Sure.
Because it's hard even for her, so.
Yeah, I mean, this whole situation is hard for both of the parents, it would seem, so. Which is understandable. They can't even talk to their own child.
Yeah.
You took Mrs. Lin's place in front of the door. The unmoving door. The door with not a single sound coming through. You twisted your fingers together. You'd done this before. You could visit Chiyo's room, and Mrs. Lin said you were gonna do it, so... Yeah, that's right, Chiyo! Here I come! You twisted the handle, then pushed the door open. It didn't go smoothly. The frame wasn't busted like your bedroom door. Something was blocking the other side. Damn, she really doesn't want anyone in there. Okay, Chiyo hadn't been spending their time in there cleaning. Not a surprise. It was a mess. Chiyo's personal space was the only part of the Lin household that had permission to fall to pieces. The room was perfect for a game of I Spy. Your eyeballs were overwhelmed with the amount of stuff in front of them. Trying to pick out any specific thing would take complete focus. And in the center of it all, this was Chiyo himself. You waded through a shallow sea of abandoned clothes and forgotten note pages. You didn't have to imagine eggshells anymore. One wrong step and you'd crunch something for real. Standing at the side of the bed, you tilted your head straight down. Jill, Lynn. They look dead. Just on the bed. They lay on their stomach, face flat against the mattress, feet propped on the pillows. Like their dad, Jill had a jacket on. Unlike Mr. Lin, that wasn't a sign that they were going someplace. Jill hadn't been outside in 100 hours or something, and you'd bet they had their blue plate coat on the whole time. Strands of brown hair rested over their shoulders and mingled with the fluffy trim of their hood. They kept a small part of it tied into a ponytail. They had found a hairstyle that worked at 10 and stuck with it. Under the mix of faux fur and thick mass of hair.
Same.
What?
Same. Hairstyle.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure what you meant because I was already on with something else. You could see a black line on their neck. Gio was marrying a choker because we chose that.
No, the game chose that.
Okay, sure. You chose so that the game chose, so therefore you still chose it.
Yeah. I was like, sure, whatever.
Yeah. A pair of skinny jeans stuck out from the bottom of the oversized coat. Gio didn't go as far as wearing shoes in bed. Just had socks on. Like, fuck for that. Fucking Americans, I swear to God. Seeing Gio from below was something you were used to. For years, Gio was the tall one in town. Now, as a soon-to-be high schooler, they turned out to be an average-sized teen. But you were a short kid, and you were still a short teenager. Gio kept multiple inches over you. I'm gonna actually have to go pee now. As long as you don't have to puke.
We'll see. Go.
Okay. Don't puke in the sink.
Don't give me good ideas. Do. Commercial break. Or something, I don't know. See what we get from the cat. Give us something good. Duplicate. Oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 6. We do not have enough. Oh, 7, technically. I have a feeling that I am not gonna make my appointment tomorrow. Considering what time it is now. Since you know it's past 2 in the morning. Or at night, depending on how you say it. I'm tired. What? Considering it's usually pretty early for you, Val, what time is it for you now? in case you're still there. Fuck. Forgot to call my mom again. God damn it. Oh well. You know, for the burp's sake.
What?
For the burp's sake.
Yeah, I know. Alright. Apparently I had to poop too. That's what took longer. I have to sneeze.
I wonder if Belle has like fallen asleep again, or...
I don't know.
I asked him a question, but they didn't answer.
I don't know.
Maybe they didn't hear me. I don't know.
Well, you have the choice to make, regardless.
Yeah, I've been fussing a bit about it. I don't know. I don't know what seems correct. Like, should you still be using autumn?
I don't know.
Is that the right way to do it?
Say that in step 1 we always said that we didn't use autumn. So.
But it's also the fact that it's like, sure, that's what they wanted to be called before, but is that still the case?
I don't know. You can just say you didn't, and then just. Let it be like that.
I don't think I'm gonna put on a different nickname.
No.
That's for sure. That's a bit too hard to do right now.
Yeah.
It's just I don't know. I don't know if like I get that this is more about how I want things to be right now.
Yeah.
Rather than what Chiyo wants.
Yeah.
But the matter of the fact is just that, well, Chiyo has come out as non-binary for now, or at least they, them. Whether was it exactly non-binary they came out as?
I would assume so.
Yeah. Anyways,
for now, I know in step 3 it's they, him, I think.
Or he, they.
Yeah, I can't remember
one of those
what it is.
Anyways, what matters is that they have made a change, and they might not necessarily want to be called Autumn, or they want to still be called Autumn, or maybe only to be called Autumn.
Well, we can't really know.
No, I don't know.
As a child, they were okay with being called Autumn because people just said that because
Yeah.
that's kind of what their name meant. But you never called them Autumn as a child, so in my opinion, I would just keep not calling Chiyoko Autumn. But
It is just annoying that I can't get to know what Chiyo wants.
Because that's not what the game's about.
I know. But I'm a person who considers other people.
Yeah, I know.
But I suppose, considering the way it is stated here, some people still call them by Autumn.
Yeah. There's always some people who call them by Autumn, so...
It certainly sounds like it would not really be preferred.
No. Just choose whatever you want.
Alright.
Chiyo was Chiyo. A low moan escaped from between Chiyo's lips and the mattress they were pressed up against. It went on and on and on until they didn't have air left in their chest. It was a greeting or a cry for help. One of those.
Or both.
No, both. I'm too late! Chiyo's dead! Hello, Chiyo. I've broken into your room. They twisted her head onto its side. Half of Chiyo's face appeared, and half the mouth was pulled into a smirk. You didn't need to see the other side to tell that much. The sparkling eye made it clear. Hi. I'm glad you came over. I've been so busy getting ready for tomorrow and everything. No way was Chiyo's prep gonna be something helpful. My well is almost finished. He coughed. Okay, Chiyo then. Tomate! Fluttering their eyes closed, Chiyo kicked their legs through the air. They grinned sweet as could be. Damien, I'm leaving you my notebooks and whatever pages you can find. Their feet froze mid-arc. The bed squeaked and Chiyo's eyes opened again. Burn. I promise I will. Chiyo just lay there, making a real show of being on the deathbed. They spoke to you gently as if this might be their last word. Thanks. Which it wasn't, because nothing was wrong with them. To prove that, they gave your hand a playful squeeze. Don't tell my parents. You're a hero. Your friend faded right in front of you. It wasn't an act anymore. So you pressed her face into the blanket again. High school is a death sentence. The teachers should fail me now and save everyone the trouble. Is that why you aren't coming out of your room? If I never go anywhere, ever, then my parents can't be surprised when I don't go out to school tomorrow either. I figured I should help him get used to it before the big day. And maybe if I do it long enough, people will forget I'm here. I'm not gonna forget you. Okay, yeah, you can do that.
Whoops.
Oops. Wrong button! Two moved their face off the bed again. They needed to take a deep breath.
No, I just accidentally scrolled. It's not a button.
Oh, I suppose. You don't have to stand there, you know? Sit down. You sit on the edge of the bed, or you keep standing anyway? Okay, you sit on the edge of the bed.
Yeah. I wanted to flop on top of them.
And it was the very edge! The mattress sank down with your weight pressed into only a few inches of space. Jill took up all the real estate, just like their dad did. I suppose you're sitting at the edge because Jill's just taking all the space of this bed. There's no space for you. Jill kept staring at you from below. Then they rocked using a single shoulder. That was enough. No way would Mom and Dad let me skip school to stay in my room. Even now, I'm not that stupid for real. My real plan is that I'm gonna move into my other room tomorrow and live there instead. Pretty clever, huh? They're so worried about me being in here that when I do leave the house, they'll just be glad about it. They'll never see phase 2 coming. Jill pressed their hands into the blanket and lifted themselves with the effort of having done 1,000 push-ups. He bopped high and low on the bed while Jill got comfortable in a different way. They sat cross-legged. Your face were a lot closer, but they weren't looking at you. Jill stared through a window, the one overlooking their backyard. In the distance, a child's fortress stood among the trees. Could that protect them? I don't want to see anyone out there. I don't want to be anyone. I don't feel like I am anyone. Sorry about that.
Hey, good news. I know someone you can relate to.
Who? I'm sorry, I don't understand what your intent is.
Damien. Another non-binary person.
I suppose. They hid their hands between their knotted legs. Chio's head and back bowed forward. They were under a weight no one could see, but that didn't mean it was fake. Expectations were very real. What about you? You get it? Have you figured this out? Actually, I need to say something about that today. Now that you mention it. Jill lifted an eyebrow. The voice got higher too. Playfulness made everything lighter. What are you trying to tell me? Don't get my hopes up. You just couldn't. The truth is, there's something I needed to tell you today. Really? Good. Jill, I'm serious. Sorry. I won't talk anymore. This is all you. Jill cupped their hands behind their ears to have extra hearing powers. It was so darker you felt a little better. Right, this is what I have to say. I am the non-binary, just like you! My pronouns are they, them, just like you. Jill's like, huh. They blinked once, twice, then Jill fell over right on your shoulder. Fucking violent! They locked an arm around your back and leaned in. You are now responsible for keeping them at least kind of upright. Jill, you, or both of you could tumble into a heap with the wrong move. The shiny grin eclipsed any gloom in the world. Jill seemed so confident, so wise. You hadn't seen him this certain about anything in years. You could put faith in what teacher Jill was about to say. I'm amazed. We're on the same level of hell. I suppose you want to be negative about it? Yep. They were full of knowledge. You snickered. Sorry, I should have said it was cool first and then said how it's gonna suck. They closed their eyes and whispered. You heard her clearly, because she was pressed directly against you. It's cool, Damien. You know, we've almost got enough people to start a goodbye binary club now. Someone should get on that. Sure. Apparently you need 3 to have a club, I suppose.
I mean, 2's a pair,
Yeah, I suppose.
3's a party. Isn't that what they say?
I don't know. I have no idea.
So, I suppose.
Yeah, I'll think about it. Great. Stu had done this before, telling everybody they'd known about who they really were. They were the first in this neighborhood to do it. They must have thought they were completely alone. Not anymore, bitch! I'm here! But that wasn't true. Not for them, and not for you. Oh my god, you can also proclaim your love here. Jesus. You can also just say you're the best friend ever. You can also hug them.
Yeah.
They flowed with the shift and wave. The pyramid made them and you would never fall. You held on tight because, oh god, otherwise we would fall down. Does everyone know? Not right now. They will though. The whole town is gonna know soon. I'll make sure of it. That sucks. I know you. Just remember that. You can lean on me, Damien. Just saying their declaration of support, squeezing you harder. They were the one leaning on you. Except for tomorrow, because I'm not going to school. Oh yeah, that was how this all started. You both laughed. They kept looking at you. Ju's eyes didn't flaunt how dead inside they were anymore. Suddenly they were alive. Okay, Ju was up to something. Hey, I've gotta give you something. Ju unwrapped their arms and then untwisted their legs. They hopped off the bed, wandering towards their desk. It better not be a well. I don't want it. Please. It's not. They grabbed their most recent notebook. You had gone through a lot in the time you'd known them. I can see there's a butt-fuck ton of notebooks everywhere in your room, Gio. No matter how much Gio loved one, it never survived more than half a year. But the notebook was a signature part of who they were. Keepers of Gio's important reminders. The notebooks they relied on changed size and style over the years as Gio himself did. This one wasn't falling apart at the seams yet. It was packed with tabs and bookmarks and other paper-sized things Gio wanted to keep track of. The notebook was too big to fit in any pocket, so they kept it in their room or tossed it into the school bag before going out. And if it didn't end up in their bag, then oh well. Gio flipped to a random page and started scribbling away with a pencil they'd also scrounged up from the desk. Completely hunched over their work, they wrote a super speed. What are you, shining finger?
That's different. That's way different.
You leaned in, hoping to get a peek, but that fluffy hook kept getting in the way. Then Gio stopped. They tucked the pencil behind one ear. The momentary silence was ended with a cringely loud tear. Gio held the piece of paper high, then spun around and presented it directly to you. The page was bone white, divided by blue lines printed across it. The words it had to say were... Happy 4-year friendship anniversary! From Julin, actually. The message was surrounded by Chio's signature stars with no lines in the middle. Wow, this must have taken you hours!
You're so uncool.
The anniversary's tomorrow, you dimnut! He didn't react. Anniversary was tomorrow. It's deadpan, like, seriously. Oh, hey, Val's here! They are in fact not sleeping.
I suppose.
It is adorable. You're going to keep that nice and safe. Yes! Chio's arm flopped to their side. They walked around their room aimlessly. They kicked their legs out with each step, barely bending their knees. Yeah, I figured you'd like that. You're welcome. Val's like, I never left!
And yet you didn't answer my question.
Maybe they didn't hear, or didn't think it was for them.
Was just a
know.
bit busy. Okay.
Okay.
Fair.
Sadness. Well, you were busy while I was at the toilet anyway, so it's probably fine.
Well, then you can answer my question now. I was just wondering, what time is it for you now? Because typically it's pretty early for you when we're streaming, but it's, you know...
It's late for us now!
It's 2:30 for, in the morning for us, so I was just wondering what time it was for you.
Morning? Normal morning, I'd assume.
Like, what, 10?
No, I think like...
Well, it has been like 6 hours.
Yeah.
I fucking knew it!
Hold on! Damn, that was like 9.
Gotcha.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry.
Well, technically, it'd be 10:30, I suppose.
Yeah, probably.
It's 2:30 a.m. here, so it's very late. Go straight to bed after this.
And probably not going anywhere tomorrow.
No.
Other than the store.
I have to go somewhere, but I'll make do. I don't have to go at a specific time. So.
Well, that's at least nice.
Yeah.
Maybe you can try and get me out the door.
Yeah. Let's see.
That might not even be possible, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I can at least get you out of bed.
Did you read this one?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
They brushed the hair around their ear, cocking their head. Doing all that knocked the pencil out. It clattered to the ground. Steer pretended that didn't happen. They kept smirking. Rest in peace, pencil. You will be missed. Okay.
Yeah, because
I know it broke, but still, from that.
So what's that?
Yeah. They brushed the hair around their ear. No.
No. I'm just knocked the pencil
It's
out.
clattered onto the ground. So.
Doesn't say that it died
No.
or anything. I was more pointing out the fact that it is now on the messy floor and will never be found again.
Also because we know Chio just forgets.
That too. Exactly. So it will be missed in the sense that it will never be found again.
Yeah, until at some point the parents will be allowed in here. I'm sure Chio's mom will probably happily tighten this up, honestly, at this point.
Yeah.
I would assume. Your grip on the note shifted. The paper was thin, crisp. If you weren't careful, you'd get a cut. I know that feeling. You folded it in half once and then twice. It became a wrinkly, compressed square that fit in your pocket. Put it away. Lost in this ADHD mess room forever, yeah. Truth. That's what Laura wrote. Okay, we stay here. Sure. Cool. Chio leapt 3 feet to face.
Aren't you happy?
Yes! On their bed, an incredible use of their ballet skills. The impact lifted you into the air like it was the national next move it is.
Well, you were the one who wanted me to choose things, so...
Yeah, I know. I'll play this in my own time. But I'm still happy to see more of Chio. Not that I think it'll take much more time.
You'll have all the time in the world.
Yeah.
When the game comes out.
Yeah.
Or if you...
You bounced down again, right next to Chio. Clearly they weren't going anywhere. Why not get comfortable? Maybe if we're quiet, my parents will forget you in here too. We could both live in my room for the rest of our lives. I'm pretty sure my mom's gonna notice. Dang. Dang. At least for a couple of hours, you two were shut away from everything. a larger building that this didn't exist. No neighborhood was out there. Tomorrow wasn't real either. You and Gio talked and talked, sometimes about sucky stuff, sometimes about things that were actually cool. But eventually the light around you changed. Gio's room became tinted in orange. The sun was starting to set. Ma had said she'd be there in the evening, earlier than she normally got back from work. You had to go out into the big, wide world again. He left you alone and shut the door behind you. Oh, yeah.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
We were just wondering where you were, that's all. We were like, maybe you fell asleep. I wouldn't be surprised, considering you're up at 4 a.m. It happens.
I was wondering if maybe you had, like, gone to work or something. You know.
Usually Bella writes if they go to work, though, but yeah.
Yeah.
But you don't feel sorry for disappearing. It happens. Shit happens.
Which is why I clicked out of the game to look at if you were still in chat, and you were.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay.
Okay.
That's why I came up with this falling asleep thing.
Yeah. He left you alone and shut the door behind you.
Oh.
That's pretty. Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
You were also ill, like, some time ago, right? When I was ill, it was yesterday?
They were not here yesterday.
No, not here yesterday. I don't remember.
I think that was today.
Oh, maybe yesterday. Yeah, same, yeah. That's probably why I asked for a day off, I would imagine.
Yeah.
It's not good to go to work when you're ill.
No. Because you will be putting other people in danger.
Yeah, and also you're not really at your best anyways to work.
And you will be putting other people in danger.
Yes, that too. And yourself.
You don't know if you could, possibly infect someone that could die from it.
I mean, usually you don't. At least what I have is usually not something you can die from.
Unless it's a person who is like immunocompromised or whatever it's called.
Yeah, but they're usually not just out and about. That's not how that works.
Not necessarily.
If they're that ill, they're, like Iron Mouse, locked in a room.
All I'm saying is, you never know what could happen.
No.
So better stay safe.
Yeah, I know. I was agreeing with you. I was just saying also this stuff, but yes.
Yeah. I was just putting a big fat lie under what I said.
Yeah. Mr. and Mrs. Lynn were together in the living room, waiting. When you hit the stair landing, they looked at you. Neither of them asked how it went, but you could see the appreciation in their faces. You couldn't magically solve all Chio's problems, even though they sometimes still called you a sorcerer. All you could do was help them forget about it for a while. Chio's parents, who hadn't managed to get near them for a single minute, you'd been there for their child today. That was enough. They're like, for some reason, for this, like, I'm just imagining fucking Japanese hikikomori where the parents is like, oh well, I guess our child isn't living in this room for the next few years at the very least. Oh well. That's just what I have in my head when this is happening. Because they seem to like, I mean, I get it's hard, but they're just those kind of parents where like, I don't know what to do, so I guess we'll just leave it be. Kind of mindset. They didn't keep you any longer. You returned to the cul-de-sac. There you go. There we go. We finished the demo. Finish. Woo.
Okay. Didn't even go to look at the phone.
No, I didn't imagine we would.
Said this.
So, can't wait for the next demo update. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what they add in the next demo update. That's for sure.
I assume you mean the locked demo.
Yes, they update the demo regularly with new content once it's been play tested. I think.
For the people who have pledged. Pledged? They were on Kickstarter, right? Or something like no, Patreon.
Patreon, right?
Yeah, it was through Patreon. Yeah, that's what it was.
That's also pledging. That's still pledging.
I suppose. I don't know what else to call it, honestly. Supporting?
I suppose. Same.
Yeah.
In my head, at least.
Pledging is a little different, I would say. Not that it matters.
But yeah, I'm certainly interested in what they're gonna add in the next demo. That'd be interesting, yeah.
Yeah. You want to date Tamarack?
You want to see more Tamarack? Tamarack.
And through it all, wish I could date a teacher.
I'm sorry, you're
Mrs.
Mr. Young
Murray.
for that at the moment, but okay.
Don't care.
No. Okay. And Val goes, beast. Knew that was coming.
No, you say you're too young. Didn't stop Makoto.
Makoto's a fucking ass. He's the scum of the earth. It's not allowed in Japan to have a relationship with a student when you're a teacher.
Oh, it's not. Well,
So, you know,
first of all, she was the elementary school teacher.
it doesn't matter. You're not allowed to have a relationship with a teacher and a student. No matter what relation would have otherwise. Because you're working with children. And they're minors.
I was talking about when we get older, and it would no longer be illegal.
Well, just because you're using Makoto as like as an argument, I'm like, he's a high schooler, he's a minor.
This is 16.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many hours have we had of this demo. I'll be close to 52.
Yeah, but that has more to do with the fact that we take a long ass time to get through stuff.
That's true. We like talking. That's
It's not.
also the point. Is
We have only
streaming.
gone through one route so far, if you could call that.
I would not call roots for this, honestly.
I don't know.
Because they're not different endings like that.
We have only played through it once.
Yes.
So.
But I was just wondering how long we've used on it, that's all. Yeah, you can make a lot of different choices, so... As you probably clearly know, Val, me and Ramona would have made different choices playing this game.
What? No.
No! You know, that kind of stuff.
Wasn't he 16? He was 16, right?
Makoto?
Hmm.
Probably. Isn't it your first year? Freshman? It's probably a first year student, and he's 16.
How the fuck does that make sense? According to America. Because we're entering...
Japanese.
Yes, I know. I thought they followed the same system
No,
as...
no, they don't.
Well then. Okay. So yes, 16.
Usually they were about 18 when they're done with high school in Japan.
I sometimes forget how things work like that.
So their age can be somewhere between 14 and 16 when they enter high school. That's when they start.
Yeah.
Most people are 15 when they start, but some are 16 when they start.
But yes, I was obviously not gonna try to do something illegal. Whether it's immoral, that's a completely different question, and I don't care about that.
Doesn't she have a husband?
Makoto didn't care about that either.
I don't think you should use Makoto as an argument because He is the most immoral piece of shit that exists in all games I've ever heard of. Oh my goodness.
Yes, she's married. I'm aware, but
Her brother doesn't care, it's all.
it's not gonna stop me.
Uh-huh.
Like, just because you're married doesn't mean you can't be in a polyamorous.
No, I mean, the husband will have to agree on it first.
I mean, only if he needs to know.
If he doesn't need to know, you're having an affair. Yeah, you're having an affair. If he doesn't know.
It's polyamorous, just without the husband knowing.
Therefore, an affair.
We could also just get the husband out of the picture. In one way or another. Oh, I did. I'm not talking about killing him.
No, I just said, like, alright, I guess husband's out of the picture. Bye! I'm like, okay, that escalated quickly. It had nothing to do with killing, it was just...
Okay.
The outcome was extreme, regardless
Really?
of how it's gonna be done.
I mean, if you love someone, you gotta try what you can.
Sometimes, when you love someone, you gotta let them fucking go.
No?
Yes.
No?
If they're happy.
No?
Yes!
No? If you love someone, you
Tell
latch...
that to Yandere. I'ma just saying.
You latch on like a... That's actually a good question. I'm not sure what analogy to use here.
I'm just saying, that kind of mindset can turn toxic. Very quickly.
Well, okay. How about we just date their daughter and them?
As long as it's all consensual. Including the husband.
Fuck the husband.
Anyways, we'll stop talking about that now. It's... You could go on, and we need to go to bed.
On and on and on.
Yeah. You're going on and on and on!
Oh, it's something to drink, though.
You can get something to drink and go to bed.
Yes.
At the same time, you know? You have...
You know, I don't...
You can still sit in your bed!
No.
Oh my goodness.
Because I need a place where I can put down my glass.
You have a nightstand?
Not good enough.
Wow! Not good enough.
I have some stuff on there that needs to be relocated.
Okay. That sounds like a you problem.
Yes?
You're making it into a me problem too. By not going to bed.
Oh, that's not what I'm saying. I will go to bed after I've had something to drink.
My point's standing! You should go to bed now!
Why? What does it matter? It's gonna take time for my medicine to work anyways. Well, actually, maybe I don't need to take melatonin at this point. Anyways.
We should probably stop. Did you enjoy this demo before we stop? I assume you did.
Most of it?
Most of it, yeah, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. You at least adore Tamarack. So, there's that.
Yeah.
And I adore Chiyoko, so...
Yeah.
I definitely enjoyed this a lot, so...
And at least, I'm based. You're not.
Sorry for being ace. Jesus.
You don't have to...
Jesus.
Being ace doesn't necessarily have anything to do with it.
No, I said she was pretty. Doesn't mean I want to be in a relationship with her.
No, you're also not homo-romantic?
I honestly don't care about gender when it comes to romantic, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Not to mention I am technically demi-romantic either way, so I'm not gonna have anything before I get to know the person either way. all relationship I've had, they were friends first. Let me just say it like that.
That's probably why it didn't work.
That has nothing to do with it.
What?
It has nothing to do with it, whether you're friends first or not.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I mean, judging by the few relationships I've had, there's not really that many guesses to go through. You know? Yeah.
I suppose.
You know?
Well, apparently it makes a difference. That's what you say. You say that it wouldn't work unless you knew them first.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why it didn't work.
What didn't work?
Never mind.
I don't get it. It makes you ace to get it. I don't understand.
You forget about the short time we dated?
Oh, that was never really official, so I don't really see it the same way, I suppose. I guess you saw it differently. Sorry about that.
Ouch.
I don't know, in my head it was never really official, regardless of what our feelings were. So. Because we haven't made it official to anyone.
Well, good night. Time to go cry in a corner.
Wow.
No.
It happened like, what, 12 years ago?
Twelve, 13 -ish.
Yeah, it's in 13 we met each other.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah. So long ago, I don't remember. Honestly, I still can't believe that we've known each other for that long.
No.
And that we still spend time together. Like that is the
If together.
yeah. But that is literally like one of the things that just does not make sense to me.
No, okay.
Because I am used to like, at least in the past, like making a lot of friends and talking to them for a little while, and then they disappear.
Yeah. I mean, it's how it is with a lot of friendships, honestly.
Yeah. Even with the ones I consider best friends.
Yeah.
It's kind of how it is
often
now.
how it is when you get into adulthood and you have so many other responsibilities. It's hard to be able to see them all the time. So
There's not so much that, but yes.
Yes, that's also just generally part of it.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't help that Max has a job now.
Yeah.
Works in an ER.
Yeah, busy shit.
Yeah. Like, no wonder he hasn't had time for his computer.
Yeah, truth. They be working fucking 16-hour shifts sometimes. Ugh. One of the reasons why I'm never gonna work in an ER.
Okay, so when you start out, you're still working in an ER, right?
Start out. Define start out.
What is the first thing you can be? Like, first you're a medical student.
Yeah?
Who's out training. What about after?
Define out training. What do you mean by that?
As in, this is still part of your education. Formal education.
It
Where
doesn't help.
at some point you could become a resident.
Yes. Now, how to translate resident into something we have in Danish? That's the hard part.
Yeah.
Because as far as I understand, residency is something you apply for, but it's also something everyone needs to have. You still apply for it for a specific department in America. So in that sense, it would...
And England.
Also in England, I don't fucking know how it works in England. Their education system works differently in England, anyways. So.
I guess you've completely forgotten what Dr. Hopesick has talked about.
It's too long ago.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, he talked about also it being residency. And
I mean, I could imagine it's also called a residency, but I just don't know if it's the same thing in England as it is in America. It's all the same.
Don't know.
No.
Anyways,
my point was just that if you had to put that into something that mechanically works the same way here in Denmark, that would be your 1 year starting position. That's what you call it. Which happens after you gain authority as a doctor.
Yeah, that's also what I'm thinking that Max is doing right now.
Yeah, because after you're done with university, you have 1 year approximately, where you have to take a basic clinical exam. Where you half a year is at a medicinal, I don't know what to call it, a non-surgical department, and then a surgical department for another 6 months. You don't get to choose where that is. You only get to somewhat choose what area it is compared to what number you have, which is usually random.
No, they're probably done with that then.
Which is only 1 year, and then you have an exam you go to, and then you gain your authority as a doctor.
Yeah.
Then you have to apply for a starting position for 1 year, and it's very normal for a lot of doctors here to take starting positions for year one place, and then go take a starting position at another like specialty for 1 year to like figure out what they want and gain some experience, because you're still salaried then. Before you take your main position, which is around average 5 years.
Yeah.
But at that point, I would call it attending. So.
Though I'm wondering.
I don't really like know how to translate it properly, but that's what I would assume.
The biggest issue is that I don't know what they want anymore. I thought they wanted to go back to Jutland to, become a
general practitioner. Yeah, but it seems like they want to take a doctorate. That's what I got from the messages when I talked about taking a undergrad.
A PhD?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Doctorate.
Okay. Yeah, I was want to make sure here.
Because they said that the reason they took it was to gain some basic skills that they would need for taking a doctorate. That's what they said. So it would seem that they're interested in taking a doctorate on top of being a doctor. That's how it works here.
I guess. Yeah, they say like I only did an undergrad because it is a good introduction for what a PhD requires.
Yeah.
Again, a good introduction.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily...
It gives you basic skills for doing a doctorate.
Yeah, it lets you know kind of what you have to do for a doctorate.
Yeah, because it's basically the same thing. It's longer than a year.
Yeah.
Basically.
But that could more or less just to have a taste and not necessarily go for it.
Yeah.
It like,
but if you're interested in it, you should definitely take it.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
I understand that, but it's an undergrad is not necessary.
No, it's not necessary at all. But there are a lot of specialties that are actually required because the competition is so high.
Yes.
But pathology is not one of them. But it can look pretty good on my CV if I take it. So that's why I have been wondering what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Also because I just want to get my starter position as early as possible, honestly, in pathology. Because I just want to get into pathology. I don't know what else I want to do, so...
Yeah. In pathology, you could do just about anywhere.
Yeah. Not to mention, if I do the undergrad, I get to study a half a year more, which means I don't have to worry about what comes after university for another half a year. It's one of my many worries when I have to study.
Well, I don't know. It's quite different, I would imagine, than just studying.
Yeah.
Because, it's not what you're used to.
No, but it's research, but what is research if not just studying something?
Well, studying something generally is where you have a guideline to follow.
You have a guideline to follow when you do
you have text to follow. You have text you need to study. Research is more you need to figure out what do you want to research and how are you going to research it and where are you going to find this information and how are you going to criticize this, be critical about the information you find.
I know.
There's a lot of stuff to it.
There's a lot of studying to it. But yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know if I would call it studying.
No.
But that's also one thing I thought about doing research at one point.
Yeah, but you have to get a master's to be able to do research anyway, so you'd have to be able to do that first, so just think about that later.
Let's imagine my father was like, not everyone can just go in and do research. I'm like, no.
No, you'll figure that out when you do university, trust me, you'll figure it out because you will have to do things that are very akin to research through your education, so don't worry, you'll get your child try that.
Yeah. Well,
the more I've done it, the more I actually enjoy it, which is funny. Because when we first did something at the start of my medicine education, I fucking hated research. Now I'm like, it's not so bad.
like all I have to go out from is that I like learning stuff.
Yeah.
That could probably translate into liking research.
I mean, I like learning stuff too. The problem is just there's so much more bureaucracy and paper and stuff that you have to keep track of that is on top of that and everything. There's so many fucking rules and guidelines and whatever. And,
Yeah, but if it's something you enjoy, it might not be that hard to do, honestly.
I don't know.
Like with with doing assignments in HF or whatever.
And they're not the same at all.
No.
You cannot even compare them.
I'm not saying they're the same. I am trying to go into a thing about how, well, for a lot of assignments where we had to write stuff, I didn't care, and therefore I didn't like it. But if I were to get a subject that I have chosen, that I'm interested in, it is suddenly a lot easier for me.
Yeah, I mean, generally that is how it works.
Yeah, exactly. So,
you just can't be sure
is
that
what
everything you do is something you're gonna like in the same way.
No, I understand.
When it comes to research,
yeah.
You need to ask for money to do it. So. Yes.
I understand that, but still, that is what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, I understand that.
Is that if you're able to choose something you enjoy, it makes everything a lot easier.
But there's still some, at least I feel there's still just some times where I'm like, oh my god, this is just boring work, because you're just doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over. But, there's a lot of grunt work sometimes in research.
Now I have a question. Are you doing the same thing over and over, expecting something to change?
No.
Okay. Good, you're not insane.
No. I mean, the thing I was doing over was annotating an image, so obviously nothing's gonna change.
No, okay.
I was just marking the areas that the machine learning thing was going to recognize as cancerous cells. So obviously nothing's gonna change. But every single image obviously is different, so I had to figure it out again and again.
Oh, that stuff you're doing. Well, you're also just doing the bottom feeding job, honestly.
I mean, I'm not doing that anymore because that's kind of a standstill. I'm working together with someone who is currently researching someone else, and we're looking at data right now.
Yeah, but that was definitely like bottom feeding.
Yeah, but there was also, about what can I even help them with?
Contribute with,
Yeah, what
yeah.
can I contribute to them?
Yeah.
Find something that I can actually contribute to as a student.
Yeah,
So that's
but
also like, obviously we're gonna get some of the low-level grunt jobs, yes.
that like it is completely understandable
Yeah.
that you would get something like that. You have to start somewhere,
Yeah.
of course.
But even my
And-
supervisor was doing that from time to time. So
Yeah,
obviously,
'cause-
as a main researcher, you're still gonna do that.
Not necessarily, but
Most of the time you wouldn't
could
do it sometimes.
imagine. Let me finish.
I wasn't done either.
I could imagine that you will always need people, and especially for pathology, you will always be needing people to do these smaller jobs.
Yeah.
Um,
This is fuck as a pathologist right now.
yeah. So,
Too many biopsies, too little time. Currently.
so there will always be need for someone who can do this, and while I assume having, medical knowledge like you do,
Yes.
because of medical education, is
You know.
probably preferable,
Yeah.
you might not necessarily need that to do that kind of work.
No.
All you need is to know how to recognize
Yeah.
the things. You need to learn what you need to teach the AI.
Yeah. And again, like, a normal person who hasn't received the education I have wouldn't fucking know where to start before they got taught it. I already have the prior knowledge I need to be able to see the difference.
Yeah, which makes everything a lot
so it
easier.
makes it a lot easier for them.
Yeah.
You know?
Honestly. But again, it is not something a person who doesn't have a medical background could do if,
Couldn't do.
Couldn't.
It's not something they couldn't do.
Yeah,
That's
yes.
what you want to say.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say.
Long sentence.
Because it is something you can be taught
Yes, it is definitely something that could be taught.
without having medical background.
Yeah. Not to mention, I had help when I did it because they used a specific dyeing method so that the specific cancer cells we were looking for were
Easier to see?
basically they were the only things you could see on that preparat, but obviously I had to point it out on a normal tissue preparat. But I had them side by side, and when you move one of them, you move the other one, basically. You had to resync it from time to time, and it obviously wasn't completely the same. That's how cuts work, but
What?
you'd basically be able to figure out where they were, and then just had to annotate it.
Like a zoomed in image, or what do you mean?
Well, I can zoom in and out. It's digital.
No, you're talking about you had two images.
Yeah,
One of them,
it's just a standard HE where it's like pink and purple. That's how there's a
Okay.
standard coloring for every tissue.
and the other one?
The other one was specifically for a receptor on the cancer cell.
Mm-hmm.
So that one would brown, and every normal cell would just be like basically nothing.
Okay. But you were talking about them syncing?
Yeah, it's like you both have them up in the software, so half the screen is one and half the screen is the other one. So when I move around on the one I'm supposed to annotate, the other one also moves with it because it's synced.
Moves. So they're showing the same image.
Essentially, yes, but practically no. Because they're two different cuts of the same tissue. So they're not 100% the same, but the cells are still going to be in approximately the same area, yes. When you dye something, a tissue, you take a cut of the tissue and then you dye it. And then if
I
you
think it's
want
already
another
dead at that
dye-
point.
What?
I think it's already dead at that point.
Yes, it's a paraffin.
So you don't need to dye it.
You still call it dye.
So I think I'm too tired to understand it right now.
Physically.
It is not the dyeing I'm confused
No,
about.
I know. That's why I was explaining it. You're dyeing it. You take a cut, then I have the normal HE dye. Then I take another cut, and then I have the special dye.
What do you cut?
The tissue. It's like a block of tissue you have. You make a really thin cut. It's from a biopsy.
Sashimi? No, that's not the word.
What are you fucking talking about?
I was trying to talk about ultra thin cuts of meat.
We're talking more thin than that. Because we would prefer to only have one layer of cells.
Yeah.
It's thin.
Yeah, I understand that. I was just I was trying to relate it to cooking.
Yeah.
Anyways. No, the stuff I don't understand is, this. So, okay, there are two different cuts, but they should essentially be the same size?
Yes.
Ish?
Yes.
And the cells should be at around the same place for some reason?
Yeah, because cancer cells, they kind of lump together in an area.
Okay, the cancer cells.
There's the cancer cells.
Not all of the other cells.
I mean, architecture-wise, that still applies, but that's besides the point for what I'm doing. What I'm trying to say.
Okay, I was just confused about the syncing stuff.
Yeah.
Because it made it sound like you had like one image that was like the full view, and then you had the other image which was a zoomed in view.
No.
But
When I zoom
understand.
in on one of them, I zoom in on the other one too.
Yeah, I get that now, that they're both the same size.
Yes.
One of them,
It's just one layer below, basically.
or above,
Yeah.
depending on which one you're
Yeah.
going from. I get that they're one layer apart now, and that one has been. Why has one of them been dyed so it's easy to see and the other one hasn't?
Because the project was we had to be able to teach the AI to see cancer cells in
The normal image.
in the common dye.
Ah, okay, and
And the other one
the
is just a help for me to be able to see where they are more easily, because otherwise I have to zoom in and I have to examine every little fucking cell to see to.
a
to
cheat
the
sheet.
Basically, it's not a cheat sheet; it's a helper.
Cheat sheet.
No, it's not a cheat sheet because I still have to look around. It's not a one-to-one.
No.
So it's not a cheat sheet.
Whatever.
It's a helping tool.
Yeah. I think I understand it now.
Yeah.
This is the way you were explaining it was.
It made perfect sense in my head, but I also know it all. So
I am not necessarily saying that you were saying anything wrong. I was just not able to understand it the way you were saying it, which could just as well be a problem with the way I understand things rather than the way you are explaining things.
I must have bad words. It would have been easy if I could just show you, but I can't. So
No, I would like to look at it. I'm not allowed to, but I would like to.
you cannot, and I can't show you either because I have I am under oath to be silent about any private matters, and that includes tissue because it's a person's tissue.
Sort of an NDA for private information
I mean,
about patients.
It's akin to a HIPAA, but it's not the same as a HIPAA.
That's a weird hippo.
It's a HIPAA. Hippopotamus.
Yeah, it's a hippopotamus. Well, okay.
Alright, now we're gonna end because I'm tired. Good night, or good day to you, Val. Have a good day. We're gonna
G'day. G'day, mate. Yeah.
Good day to you and good night to us.
We'll be back again on Saturday,
Yeah.
8 p.m. for a scheduled stream.
Yeah. More Steins Gate.
Yeah.
Well, we're definitely gonna send an email this time. I promise.
That was more my fault.
I wouldn't say it's your fault. It just wasn't expected for me that it would take so long.
And why did it take long?
We're not gonna talk about that because we're gonna talk about it for the next 15 minutes.
No, I don't. I'm not talking about having to be specific, but it was definitely. See ya. But it was definitely me who was dragging things out.
Yes, I just said it isn't your fault. I didn't say that you were the cause. It's just not your fault.
Still my fault.
No, that's a negative outlook. It's not your fault. You can't really hide how you feel or tell you to feel otherwise.
I could just stop being a baby about it.
That's not how it works, but okay. Anyways.
We'll be back.
We'll be back on Saturday!
And we'll see you then.
Bye!